Hello.
Basically saying,
Good morning. Oh, I forgot my matcha. One sec. Did I miss something important? I better not have. Hello? Hello? DC said that Jason and Amber Heard's chemistry was poor. Interesting. But for what reasons? And if it was so bad, why did they choose to recast her nonetheless? Good morning, guys. My hair is a little crazy today. And because I got my hair done, it's even shorter. I got 2-inch long hair. You mean pretty? Thanks. You guys are so nice. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So, I feel like chat got a little crazy yesterday. And wait, Jason himself said it was poor to begin with. She was difficult to work with. Did he testify, or how do we know he said that? Huh? Imagine waking up like this, bro. I mean, not like this, but like this. I used to dislike waking up like this. Anyways.
Vargabby tipped $2.
Facts.
The new color looks great with your curls. Smile,
Thanks.
have a great day.
I noticed I actually like having a bit of a lighter color with the curly hair because I feel like it shows off the texture more. Whereas when my hair is just one flat color, you don't see the texture as much. The president of DC spoke with Jason and he told him, I don't know what filtering curl means. But this is just my hair. The DC president said she barely had any chemistry when he testified. Did the cross ask him if that's the case? Why did you still choose to go with her though? You know? Bro, Depp was 22 when Amber was born. What the fuck? That's so funny. Alright, hold on. I posted on Insta. And then I post on Twitter. Live. Amber Heard trial watch party. Keeping chat clean today. I thought maybe we could set some ground rules for chat that we could keep on the stream, and that could be a good way for everybody to know what to expect when they come in here. Did I miss the watch party? No, I'm just an hour late because honestly, I find some of the initial ones kind of boring. It's been honest. But I did hear we missed some spicy stuff, but we'll get all caught up. No worries. Also, does anyone know if there is
hair routine? Yes.
Actually,
you look beautiful as always.
Thank you so
Poki.
much.
Love
You're
you,
so sweet.
girl. Creature 3.
I actually only used one product. And it's very messy. I did it last night. I didn't even do it this morning. I used one product and it was one that Sid recommended. I'm trying to see. Where did she recommend it to me? I don't know. Let me know if you really want me to find out. I can go check later. Alright, does anyone know if there's an emoji for the... Is it a gravel? What do you call the thing that the judge uses? The bonk, bonk, bonk? Bonk, bonk? Yeah, a gavel. There isn't one. Sag. All right. What do you guys think are some good chat rules for us to keep? How should I put this, Okay, let's open up a notepad. No more hate raids? Well, it wasn't technically a hate raid. I mean, it was just juicers. No talking about Amber Heard or Johnny Depp or their legal. Okay, then we might as well not watch. I think it's more so here. Rules. Just be respectful. No cringe / weird / sexual comments. Jokes are okay. As long as people find them funny. I like to, reiterate jokes are okay, but sometimes people don't know what a joke is. They think that they can say whatever the fuck they want and then be like, oh, it was a joke. Sweetie, was anybody laughing? You weren't even laughing. You know? What else can I say? I feel, no weird / sexual / sexist comments. What I see, I feel like this trial has given a lot of people the gall to just be outwardly sexist and misogynistic as they please. Like, even if a woman is in the wrong, doesn't mean you can just F all women. Relax. Also, are there any mods? I'm sorry, this dude's been spamming this. Wait, not this person, right? Oh my god, are you a girl? I don't believe it. I refuse. I refuse. You haven't spelled your... How did you rewrite your this many times? And not once did you spell it right. I don't believe that you are a woman. I don't claim you. I don't claim you. I think she recommended another edge gel, but I didn't use any edge gel today. I really should, because this part of my hair is pissing me off. I want it to lay flat. Like actually flatter. Aw, you guys are so cute. I haven't eaten yet. I'm so hungry. All right, any other rules that you guys think would be good? So 1, be respectful, no cringe / weird / sexual / jokes are okay as long as people find the funny, and then maybe like 1/3 rule. Express your opinion. Just don't be rude. That's really all. This is all I ask of people. Do you guys think we can make that happen? Do you think people can follow these rules? Or is it too much? Actually, it doesn't matter if it's too much or not, because it's what I want. this
Miss
one.
Heard's contract.
Get more options for when they made that leap? Did they get more
Leo
options?
_the underscore gaming tipped $2.
What's that,
Actually
dude?
unbiased. You are so gorgeous at Pokimane.
Thanks, Smiley.
And you agree that for the if there's an Aquaman 3,
You guys are
Miss
so
Heard would have an
nice, and I wear
option
my hair
to
curly.
receive $4 million, correct, for the movie?
Well, actually, you would language it. Warner Brothers would have the option to engage her.
And if they engaged her, she would receive $4 million, correct?
She doesn't have the option to refuse. They have the option to engage her.
And she would receive $4 million, correct?
Yes, $4 million.
Okay, I hope you
Would
guys
you
don't
agree
mind.
that
Again, I
the
haven't eaten yet
money
today, so
Amber was making
I'm
on
gonna dig
Aquaman
in.
2 or 3 would be her market rate for future studio movies?
I would think it would be her rate for future studio superhero movies, but not necessarily studio
Why is it
movies that aren't superheroes. That could be standalone. That could be other type of studio movies.
But for studio superhero movies, it would be $4 million, correct?
If I was Miss Heard's agent, that's where I would start. Assuming everything was equal, the budget of the superhero movie, that she was in the ensemble. There's a lot of ifs to look at, but all things being equal.
You agree that Aquaman was a breakthrough role for Miss Heard, wasn't it?
is he retracting some of his statements already?
It's the first movie of that ilk that she makes, but she is not Aquaman. She is Mira.
But it was a breakthrough movie for Miss Heard, correct?
For
Thank you
her,
so much,
it's a
Nancy.
breakthrough movie to be in that film and in the ensemble. Absolutely.
Yes, that's what I was saying.
And she was
as well.
the female star of that movie, correct?
I believe so.
Believe
You would
so,
agree
like he
that for
doesn't
all
know.
of the actors Miss Arnold listed as comparables, their career trajectory went up after their breakthrough, correct?
She didn't give us the raw materials to look at, but I'll take your word that all those unrelated actors in unrelated films, except for Jason Momoa, they went up.
In your
As did
experience,
Miss Arnold's
in-
when
in-
she went from 1 to 2.
in your experience, can you identify an actor or an actress who's not been able to get a new studio movie after a breakthrough performance in a superhero movie?
As I sit here now, I haven't been asked to opine on that, but there are lots of supporting characters in movies that don't appear in the next movie.
But a female
it just
star
me,
in a breakthrough
or I
movie
feel
in
like
a
the two
superhero movie, can
experts
you
they
identify
brought,
any actress who's not
they're
gotten another
both
studio
mid.
movie after that?
You know? They brought one who said, and then they brought another who said,
after
And at the end of the day, it's
Miss
like,
Heard's
round 'em up,
breakthrough in
take the average.
2018, she did get Aquaman 2.
Aquaman 2 was already, she already
Okay.
had the option for Aquaman 2,
All right,
correct?
so she did.
It's like if they said, not 45 million,
movies after
25.
2018,
Okay.
long before the Adam Waldman statements.
Other than Miss Heard, can you identify any actor or actress who's
But
not gotten another studio movie?
what I did find interesting was that he said something along the lines of like, even if the statements that were made impacted her negatively, she still had about 2 years to see the aftermath of being a part of
Moxie
Aquaman.
tipped $2.
And she got a good, like,
TV
show role, but not much
She's
else.
His name is
more than adequately paid.
I'd move to strike after no, I've not been provided another number. That's all. I mean, my question was you're not providing another number.
I think it's in fairness and the full answer to the question, Your Honor.
It was a yes or no question. He said his answer was no.
I'm not going to strike it.
Okay. All right. no
Guys,
further
how do I
questions.
remove the
Redirect?
taskbar? Maybe I should just minimize it.
Mr. Marks, in response to some questions from Mr. Ladehaft, you were discussing
note
some
that.
franchise and fantasy movie
Like usually just
agreements that you've
exiting
negotiated with actors. Could you just describe some of those for us?
and full screening works, but it's
I-
not this time.
You know, I've had such a long career that I mainly forget what I've done, but I negotiated all the
Huh? Is the notepad in the way?
contracts
The notepad
for
is in the other.
Pinocchio, if you will. That
The
was
notepad is on the
produced,
other screen.
You know, is Coming to America, the original, is that a fantasy movie? The Golden Child, is that a fantasy movie? Yeah, and by the way, I may have negotiated contracts, and ultimately the film wasn't made. But as I sit here now, those are the only ones that come to pass. If I was looking at my resume or going through my files, I might think of others. But
bless up.
There isn't a deal that I haven't made.
And I think you also testified in response to Mr. Nadelhoff's questions that you have negotiated some deals for Chris Pratt and Paul Rudd. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes, these are for a streaming series.
Do you happen to know if both of those actors have played Marvel superheroes?
Oh.
I believe they have, but don't quote me because...
Is Mira technically a superhero?
That's not my genre.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Marks. You can, you're free to stay in the courtroom or you can leave, okay?
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. Your next witness.
Actually, I forgot my water bottle. I'll bring it and hydrate after.
Plaintiff calls Michael Spindler.
Michael Spindler. You've testified previously, correct, Mr. Spindler? All right. Just a reminder that you're
So she's
still
like a
under
side
oath, okay, sir?
superhero.
All right, thank you.
Ooh. Camille looks excited.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Spindler.
Good morning.
Can you remind the jury who you are and what you do?
Is Johnny Depp going
Yes,
to the
I'm
stand
Michael
today? I don't know
Spindler.
if he
I'm a
is
forensic
anymore.
accountant.
He was supposed
I'm
to.
a CPA, a certified fraud examiner, amongst some other certifications. I'm with B. Riley Advisory Services, a national firm that does forensic accounting, bankruptcy and restructuring work, and business valuations and appraisals. I've got over 40 years of experience.
Sheesh.
Are you familiar with the testimony rendered by Ms. Arnold in this matter?
Yes, I am.
Do you understand that Ms. Arnold testified that Ms. Hurd has suffered economic damages resulting from three statements
know if this is too
made by
loud.
Mr. Waldman?
Yes, I do.
Do you have an opinion of that claim?
I do.
All right.
It is all turned down. I think that's the only man in the crowd today. Oh my god. Oh my god. Wow. Wow, that's crazy. Oh my god, that's literally the only man. What did you wow. Someone said it's not. Oh, there's one guy, I think, in a green jacket at the back. Two out of like 50 girls. Wow. Should I mute while I eat? It's gonna be so quiet. You guys don't want to hear? Oops. Oops. Actually, maybe the fruits will sound better. Ooh, that's a good little crunch.
Thanks, Mr. Spindler. Now,
You're
you
welcome.
indicated that you would listen to Ms. Arnold, and she testified on behalf of Ms. Hurd relative to economic damage.
I didn't hear about the
Have
baby
you
part
formed
in
an
court
opinion
yesterday.
as to the
I heard about it, but I didn't watch
testimony
it.
and opinion rendered by Ms. Arnold?
Yes, I have.
And what's that opinion?
It is not adequately supported and it is unreasonable.
There were
Damn,
multiple
savage.
elements to that analysis, both damages related to her film career and to endorsements. Have you analyzed both those issues?
Yes, I have.
What is your opinion of the claims that have been asserted relative to the film career and endorsements?
Okay, well, first of all, with respect to her damages calculation, there was no calculation per se.
What do you mean?
She initially looked at these comparable actors and seemed to use that as a basis for numbers.
Mm-hmm.
She didn't provide the underlying calculation. She didn't provide underlying support. And then it appeared
Nobody
as though in her testimony, she backed away a little bit from that, but she still suffers from the issues of not providing detailed calculations or support for where those numbers come from. And she still, to some extent, appears to be using some kind of comparable analysis.
All right. What is the type of analysis that you think is appropriate here?
Well,
That's a
I think,
good
and as you heard
question.
from the last witness, I think that something that is anchored in facts, taking a look at historical compensation as a basis for anticipating future compensation.
Had you looked
Facts.
at Ms. Heard's
Not
prior
feelings.
compensation?
Yes, I have. I've looked at tax returns that were provided for the period of 2013 through 2019.
Why do you want to use historical earnings?
Well, once again, you want an analysis is anchored in fact. I don't believe that Ms. Arnold has done that in her analysis. So here we've got some actual data.
I love when
we've
guys
got
start
some
talking about
historical
facts.
compensation. And as the last witness mentioned, that often provides somewhat of a basis
Oh my God, my
for
Apple
future
Watch just heard that.
anticipated earnings. In addition, I believe that Ms. Arnold
Yes.
herself said that she had hoped to be
I
able
did see that.
to look at a renegotiated salary for Aquaman 2 and then use that as a basis for future compensation, that being the new kind of base, if you will.
All right. Were there any years in particular that you focused on in your analysis as to Ms. Arnold's testimony?
In terms of the historical compensation?
Yes.
Well, for 2013 through 2019
Thank you
in
guys for
total,
the
her
nice hair
compensation
compliments.
was around $10 million
Much appreciated.
for all those years combined.
Wait, what?
In 2019,
Go back,
the
go
last
back.
of those years, her compensation was around $10 million.
Well, for 2013
for all
through
those years
2019,
combined.
she made 10 mil.
In 2019, the last of those years, her compensation
So where's the charity money at? So where's the charity money at?
was somewhere between about $2.6 million and $3 million. Now, that's a good year. That's known as a clean year.
What do you mean by a clean year?
Well, for example, 2019, you had Aquaman was released in December of 2018, and that was a successful film. So in 2019, you've got the benefit of that kind of success, and you also don't have any potential impact from the alleged defamatory Waldman statements that occurred in April of 2020.
What happened?
So
You got hit
2019
by
is clean of all that.
Aquaman. How are you curly?
What did you understand Ms. Arnold's methodology to be?
Her methodology initially appeared to be based on these comparable actors that she had identified, and theoretically, the compensation that they earned, although she doesn't identify what that compensation is or provide any support for it or any calculations.
What is your opinion of that methodology from an accounting perspective?
Whose witness is this?
That
believe
methodology
this is
was
Johnny's
unsound.
witness.
It's just unsupported. There are no numbers. There's no data that she provided and support for that.
What methodology did you understand Ms. Arnold to adopt at trial?
Okay, well, it looked like somewhat of a mix and match approach. She used different approaches, I believe, for different elements of the damages. Although it's still a little bit unclear to me.
I
a
think
little
this
bit
trial
vague.
needs a
But,
hairstylist, and I'm
there
here
are
for it.
four basic
Give me-
components.
Just allow
that
me
she
to
was
live
looking
stream
at.
the courtroom.
And we can go through those in any order you wish.
All right.
I got you.
With respect to the television series portion of her analysis, what
We're
do you
good.
understand
Nothing spilled.
that
Bless up.
methodology to be?
Okay.
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
God said no. Did they remove Amber from Aquaman 2? They removed as much of her scenes as they possibly could, I'm pretty sure. Like, just as much as they could. Could you let me know what time that occurred? Because I would love to catch up on that. So if someone can keep that in mind, once there's a break, we can go back and watch it. Guys, you need to stop being so nice to me about my hair, because on God, I will never straighten it again. I'm getting lazy. Well, not even lazy. It's just like, you remember how I said my arms were so sore? Ow. I was like, I really needed to wash my hair, but I was like, I cannot spend an hour and a half doing it. Like, my arms will literally boop, fall off. Oh, I'm so glad you guys like it. I just wear it curly because, yes, when I'm too tired to actually straighten it. Actually, today is like, it is a feat. It is a day I need to write down on my calendar. In the past, I've only ever really worn my hair curly when I wake up and I shower and I style it and then I wear it. But yesterday, I showered at night and I slept on it and I woke up and it didn't look fucking crazy. I was still able to kind of, style it a little bit. So this is a huge, feat. This is big 2 thumbs up. Big 2 thumbs up. Because my biggest issue before was no feet not like stinky feet, not those kind of feet. No. But yeah, before my issue was it's hard to sleep on my curly hair and wake up and they're all flat. But it held together better this time. I figured out kind of how to do it. It's a learning process. I've never heard someone use this for, yes, an epic feat. An epic feat. Do you know why it's good to shower or bathe before sleeping? Aside from being clean, so when you go in your sheets, you don't dirty them. The other reason it's good is because actually for your body to fall asleep, your body needs to lower its temperature by 1 or 2 degrees, something along those lines. And when you take a hot shower or a hot bath, and then you step out of the bath, your body essentially replicates that kind of change because it has to, again, lower your temperature, which in your mind simulates the idea of needing to sleep soon. Okay, Dr. Huberman, I love him. Yo, we stan Huberman. We really do. I'm a big fan. Yeah.
The earnings from television shows.
Hot shower bad for my skin since I am pale.
Did you analyze what
Girl, you got
historical
moisturized.
Ms. Heard had during the period that you were concerned with relative to television shows?
Well, yes, during 2019, she entered into a contract in July of 2019 to appear in a television series at $200,000 per episode.
All right. What about endorsement deals? Did you look at what she had made on endorsement deals during that period?
She did have a contract with L'Oreal at $1,625,000.
All right.
Guys, you're not supposed to answer. You're supposed to copy paste the same message.
What were her historical earnings during that period?
Well, certainly for the most recent years, you had the Warner Brothers deal, which was a 4-picture
Just
deal.
asking.
The first film was $450,000.
Oh my God, I loved when that lawyer yesterday said,
first
I'm just
Aquaman
asking.
was $1 million fee,
Objection.
base fee.
I'm just
Then
asking.
$2 million for Aquaman 2, and presuming that there was an Aquaman 3, that would have been $4 million.
Okay. Why do you look at historical earnings as part of your analysis?
Because you want your analysis to be anchored in facts. You want it to have a sound methodology, and you want to come up with a reasonable result. So if you take a
Sorry, I
look
think
at, for
facts.
example,
So funny.
the analysis that Ms. Arnold
This
did,
needs to be rooted in
it didn't
facts.
appear to be...
Let's just look at the analysis that
not
you're doing.
printers. Facts, not feelings.
So,
Facts, not
What you said, I
following.
think, is you wanted them anchored in facts. Why?
Because that provides a sound basis for coming up with something with reasonable certainty. There's AICPA, or American Institute of Certified Public Accountant guidance with respect to reasonable certainty. And those are the basic elements of it.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right, cross-examination.
Okay, the cross. This is a spicy part. This is a spicy part. Are you going to say, we understand facts are important, but what about feelings? Well,
Hello again, Mr. Spindler.
I'm just an
Good
accountant,
morning.
so I have none.
I'm
That's
going to
all the
ask you a few
questions I had.
questions
Thank
that
you.
may refer to the statements in Amber's counterclaim against Mr. Depp. When I refer to those statements, I'm going to refer to them as the Depp-Waldman statements. Do you agree that we can
Listen,
both be on the
accountants
same
have
page what I'm
feelings. They
referring
just
to when I
aren't
say
allowed to
that?
talk about them. Truly.
That's fine. You can use your terminology.
I'm sorry, there's an objection, sir. Hold on.
Can we approach?
Okay.
I like when I see the people on the stand look like they're kind of having fun, you know? Like a little bit. Like if I see a smile or something, I'm happy about it. Oh my God. I would rather rip out my intestines with a fork than wait and find out who wins this trial. Sweetie, why are you here then? Are you okay? Also, Massey Streams, thank you so much. That's so nice. Lumi, thank you for the 2 months. Ooh, wait. I missed that. I'm an accountant message. Damn. Someone said go get a fork then. Thank you, Abby. Watch the start. That's the most important part because it was the... Yeah. We will watch that during the break.
So,
It
Mr.
ends on the
Spindler, when I refer
26th.
to the Depp-Waldman
I thought it
statements,
ended on the
you
27th.
understand me to be referring to the statements in Ms. Heard's counterclaim against Mr. Depp, correct?
I'll understand that, yes.
Now, you're here to provide
Is it not?
a rebuttal opinion to Ms. Arnold's, part of Ms. Arnold's testimony, correct?
Correct.
You're not providing opinion on whether Ms. Heard saw Mr. Depp, correct?
That is true.
You're not offering an opinion as
Does it end
to
on the
what any of
27th
the
or
underlying
26th?
facts relating to whether Mr. Depp abused Amber, correct?
That's correct.
You're not offering an opinion as to the magnitude of damages that you believe Ms. Heard may be entitled to if she proves defamation by Mr. Depp. You're just reviewing what Ms. Arnold has said, correct?
That's correct.
It's
And you said that you
annoying.
want your
It's
analysis.
annoying that they're ready to review and say,
Anchored in fact.
her estimates weren't good, but I won't give you an
Actor
alternative.
earns in one period isn't necessarily reflective of what he or she may earn in future periods, correct?
Correct.
And that's because
there can
an
be some
increase in the
variability.
number of roles,
Yes.
an increase in the number of roles may lead to greater income, correct?
I'm sorry. Could you repeat that? I was speaking. I didn't hear.
One of the reasons that what you earn in one period may not be reflective
The guy before did? What did he
reflective
say?
of what an actress may earn in future periods is because an increase in the number of roles may lead to greater income, correct?
The number of roles or the particular project itself. Yes.
Sure, getting better roles may lead to greater income, correct?
Correct.
And the same is true for an endorsement. As an actress's profile grows, the amount of money that she may be able to earn from endorsements grows as well, correct?
It can.
So
It depends.
what Ms. Heard earned from, say, 2013 to 2019 that you testified to isn't necessarily reflective of what she might earn over the next 5 years, correct?
Not necessarily. It is a
Guy
good
before
indicator,
said
though.
about the previous
And you'd
news
agree that
reporter,
from
her opinion is
2013
more
to
the paper, it
2019,
is
in terms of earnings and star power, that Ms. Heard's career trajectory was on the upswing, correct?
Oh my god.
There was a slight increase during that period of time in her earnings from 2013 through 2019.
And you'd agree that that was as a result of getting more lucrative roles, right?
Yes,
Now, you're not a causation expert, right? You're just a damages expert.
that's correct.
So you're not testifying as to whether the Depp Waldman statements caused her to lose any roles, correct?
That's correct.
And you're not offering any opinion as to whether the Depp Waldman statements kept her from being considered for roles that she otherwise would have been considered for, correct?
That's correct. I'm not testifying on causation issues.
And you can't speak to what opportunities may never have materialized for Amber as a result of the Depp Waldman statements, correct?
Yeah, I've not done those calculations.
And you don't have an opinion about whether or not Ms. Heard could have renegotiated a contract for Aquaman 2, correct?
That was not part of my work.
And you don't have an opinion on the impact that additional exposure or press coverage or magazine covers or interviews would have had on Ms. Heard's career, correct?
Correct. I'm just looking at Ms. Arnold's calculations.
You've never served as
We'll
an
count a
expert
cluster
witness
as one,
before to
you know?
calculate damages based on lost roles by an actress resulting from defamation against that person, correct?
I've been involved in defamation cases, but I've not done the calculations as an expert witness and testified thereto.
Amber be
And
like,
there's
"My
never
God,
been an
someone's gonna
instance
be-"
in which you have served as an expert witness in a case to calculate damages based on alleged defamation against an actress, correct?
Correct.
And you're not offering any expert
Okay, I'll
opinion
adjust
on
my
what
number, guys.
impact the alleged defamation by Mr. Depp has had on Ms. Heard's career, correct?
Correct.
I'm sorry, one more time?
You're not offering any expert opinion on what impact the Depp Waldman statements by Mr. Depp has had on Ms. Heard's career, correct?
Correct.
Other than taking a look at Ms. Arnold's calculations.
And you're not offering any expert opinion about what impact, if any, social media coverage of this case or of Ms. Heard may have had on Ms. Heard's career, correct?
You're correct. That's other experts.
Can we approach
No
her?
further questions. Thank you.
All right.
New Edge Carlos, thanks for the 9 months. Vorlax, thanks for the 3 months. Imposter Chew, thanks for the 2 months. Oh my gosh, guys, there have been some spicy
For you.
Okay.
and
All right, thank you, Mrs.
cool
Spindler. You can have a seat in the courtroom, or
Thank
you're
you,
free to go.
progress
Thank you.
in some plans that I
All
have.
right, your next witness.
And I want to tell you guys
Plaintiff
so
calls Doug Banya.
bad,
Okay.
but I
Can you spell
can't.
last name for me?
Yes.
Bania.
I just want to make sure everything is confirmed before I announce. Oh my god, that's me making that noise. Joining OTK, are you trolling? Are you trolling?
All right, so you can. So just a reminder that you're still under oath, okay, sir? Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Banya.
Good afternoon.
Can you briefly reintroduce yourself to the jury, please?
Yes, hi, Doug Banya.
Hello,
I
Doug
am
Banya?
from Nevium Intellectual Property Consultants based
Very
in
cool.
San Diego. I
love San
value
Diego.
intellectual property. I provide litigation support in
Mm-hmm. seem like a
infringement and
nice guy.
defamation cases, as I'm doing today. And I use internet and social media analytics in
Aw.
both of those services.
Since you last testified in this case, the jury has heard testimony from Ronald Schnell and Catherine Arnold. Are you familiar with their testimony?
Yes,
Were you asked to analyze their testimony and provide opinions in response?
yes, I was.
Have you formed opinions
has
in response
no
to the testimony of
hair
Mr.
sticking
Schnell and Ms.
up.
Arnold?
I
This
have.
man is amazing.
Generally, what are those opinions?
Generally,
Wow.
Mr. Schnell provided no
Not a
evidence
single
of
hair out of place.
a correlation between the Waldman statements and the hashtags and the spikes of those hashtags on Twitter. Second, based on my internet and social media analytics investigation, I've concluded that the alleged comparable actors that Ms. Arnold came up with are not comparable with Ms. Heard. And then thirdly,
I think we all put that
Mr.
together.
Schnell and Ms. Arnold both failed to provide any evidence of a causation as it relates to the Waldman statements
Silver tipped $2.
causing
Love
any
your hair
economic
suits you
harm
so
to Ms.
well, less
Heard.
than 3.
Thank you.
Let's dig into those opinions a little bit. You're familiar with the testimony of Mr. Schnell that there are more than 2.7 million alleged negative tweets related to Ms. Heard between January 2000.
Pause. Have you read the rules? Have you read the terms and service of my chat? 'Cause you looking a little illiterate. Say sorry. Say sorry. I forgot. Say sorry. He's deaf. They can't even hear you or the victim. Oh, I typed it. Did he say it? Did you say sorry? SOS. No. Sorry, not SOS. Sorry. Can we get a sorry? SORRY. Motherfucker said SOS. He said help. He said help. Help me. Help me, Pokimane is speaking to me. Help. He did. Okay. You said sorry. You're good. You're good.
2018 and June 2021.
Oh, look
Yes.
at that. That's
And what's your
cute.
understanding of how Mr. Schnell identified those
You're
particular
forgiven.
2.7 million tweets?
Sorry, as a teacher, I just
Yeah,
have to
so
make
essentially,
an example out
Mr.
of you.
Schnell chose hashtags that he felt were negative towards Ms. Heard. Those hashtags range from Justice for Johnny Depp, Amber Heard is an abuser, Amber Turd, and the hashtag we just don't like you,
Sorry.
Amber. So then he used those hashtags and he searched through, using the Twitter API, searched through various tweets and then came up with any tweets that were using those hashtags.
Did you conduct an analysis of those
Wait,
tweets?
is
Yes, I was
Prey
given that
here?
exact, the data that Mr. Schnell used on hard drive. So yes, I dug into that data.
Prey, can you
What
make
was the
me an
purpose of your
MP3?
analysis?
So what I'm trying to do, and what's at issue with the case today at this point is, were these tweets, did they contain the Waldman statements? That's what where we're at right now, are the Waldman statements. So I wanted to analyze those tweets to determine which ones,
me
if
that
any,
shit
contain the
quick.
Waldman statements.
And what's your understanding of what the Waldman statements are?
So my understanding is there's three Waldman statements that were published in the Daily Mail. The Daily Mail is
Christy
a
Jane,
UK
Eddie Joe,
tabloid,
thanks for subbing,
and
Orb Life, thanks
Mr. Arnold was quoted in three of those articles. And those dates were on April 8th, 2020, April 27th,
Wait, is this
2020,
guy really
and
fast?
on June 24th, 2020.
Or
and my
is this
understanding
on
that
fast
those
forward?
quotes,
No, he just speaks so
those quotes-
fast.
sorry, I think I said the wrong name, but those quotes are
just
the only
really fast.
remaining in this case.
Did you analyze the timing of the tweets
Did
that
you
we're
analyze
talking
the
about
timing
as
of the
compared
tweets?
to the timing of the Waldman statements?
And that's exactly what I did. So I
He's
wanted to look at
reading
the
the
Waldman
chat.
statements, look at the dates that they happened, and then analyze those as compared to the Twitter data that I had.
Have you prepared a demonstrative that reflects that aspect of your analysis?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes. Did you,
Yes,
Mr. Counsel?
you may. I like the suit. I don't like the shoes with the suit. Like, you have this beautiful, light, cool toned suit. Why you gotta wear black shoes? We have to start agreeing that black shoes are... Okay? If you're wearing a light fit, black shoes ain't it. Oh. Was that bars? It really wasn't. It was just two sentences that rhymed a little. Is it speeded up? It sure is speeded up.
The total hashtags and tweets that Mr. Schnell was analyzing.
Trademark
This
it.
is the summary data.
I give it to you for free.
There are tweets that are running from January 2018 to June of 2021.
Casey's Jolly thinks the
And
four
again,
months, Edgar thinks it's
these are
7 months.
related to the four hashtags that I discussed.
Thanks.
Whenever I get an assignment
come
such
on.
as this, when I'm dealing with a defamatory
Okay, now he sounds like he's
gone
speaking
viral
slowly.
online, where there's economic damages involved and there's a lot of data involved. I like to take the data and I like to do a 30,000-foot view of the data to see what I'm looking at, to see if there's anything interesting, odd, different about the data. And the first thing that I noticed is 35% of the tweets were prior to the Waldman statements. So again, remember, my assignment is to determine if the Waldman statements are part of the tweets that Mr. Schnell analyzed.
Wow.
So obviously, if these
sorry,
tweets were
so
prior
loud.
to the Waldman statements, in no way could they have anything to do with the Waldman statements. So that was the first issue that I
Interesting.
noticed. Then I noticed what I like to call kind of the
This is actually
alleged
very
defamatory
informative.
time frame. And as I discussed, that's when the Waldman statements were published. That's the date down here. You know, the first one was in the beginning of April, and the last one, which is the third one, was at the end of June. But what I found interesting is only 2% of all of the tweets happened during this Waldman statement
the
period.
rest of
So really,
50,
these are just observations,
70,
and for me, there were red flags that I made note of, and then I just continued with my analysis.
What
Damn,
other work
my
can be
processing
performed
speed
in
in the
connection with
morning.
forming your opinions about the purportedly negative tweets?
Yeah, so now I realize that 35% are irrelevant and 2%, only happened during this important period. I just continued to dig into the 2.79 million
Like an
tweets that
I4.
Mr.
This
Schnell
show was an
provided.
I3.
And Tom, can we take that one down? And Mr. Banya, have you prepared another demonstrative that depicts that analysis that you were just describing?
Okay. I don't like that it doesn't show the rest, though. Where's the other 63%?
Okay, yes.
Hello?
Okay, we'll just see if he has an objection.
Between the dates show.
I'll give you time to look at it, sir. All right, plaintiffs. Microphone, I'm sorry.
No objection as a demonstrative.
Okay, all right. Plaintiffs Exhibit 1294 will be
you
marked
guys mind if I
for
get
identification as a demonstrative and will be published to the jury.
Bro, what is this audio?
Mr. Banya, can you explain what this demonstrative shows?
Yes, this is showing the various spikes as it relates to the hashtags that Mr. Schnell testified about. This is actually a demonstrative that he used in his testimony. What this is showing are the largest spikes related to the
trolling
hashtag
me.
Justice for Johnny Depp. I don't know if you remember his testimony or any of his demonstratives. The other three hashtags did spike
I didn't turn
at
it
the
up,
same
he turned it
time,
up.
but a very small
He
spike.
being the audio
so what I'm
guy.
showing
Not
you
my
here
audio guy, their audio
are
guy.
the
My
six
audio
top
guy's great.
spikes in Mr. Schnell's
I'm my audio
analysis.
guy.
And what's important here again is the
This
very
is
first
a
spike,
beautiful graph.
and the largest spike again happened before the Waldman statements. So what I'm trying to figure out is what tweets were related to the Waldman statements.
is
So this number
beautiful.
one spike, which is the biggest spike, was prior
This
to
is
the
the
Waldman
perfect way to show
statements.
this
So
shit
it's
was
irrelevant to
irrelevant.
the case. And then the
Jinx.
second thing I noticed that was interesting here is here are the dates in gray right here. This is the time in which the Waldman statements happened. And you're going to notice, as we discussed before, only 2% of the tweets happened during that time. But I found it very interesting for such a viral event that has potentially caused such economic harm. There's no spikes in this area. And actually, you're going to see that Mr. Waldman, his statement came out here in the first April 2020 article. Then the second one came out here, and then the third
Elsie,
one
thanks
came
for
out
subbing.
in June.
Or
There's
resubbing.
actually a
And go, thank you, I
downward
fall for
use of the spike, downward use of the hashtags. So I'm not seeing any correlation as it relates to the Waldman statements and any spikes here as it relates to the hashtags Mr. Schnell chose.
Did you analyze each of the spikes that are depicted here?
Yeah, so what I did is I looked at the 6 different spikes, and you're going to notice that each spike represents a month. So the second spike, is July of 2020, and so on to the 6th spike going to April 2021. And what I did is, I don't know if you remember in my last testimony when I went into Google search.
Whose side is this person on? They're on Johnny's side.
I went in and I typed in Amber Heard. And then after you hit search, you can use the tool and you can go back in time. And I chose each 6 of these dates to go back in time to see what was the media talking about back then.
Bro, he's a Twitter
what was
researcher.
The general public being fed as it relates to Amber Heard.
This is art. I
during
agree.
those
This is a
spikes.
beautiful graph.
And what I found is none of them. Well, actually, I
hire him.
analyzed the top 3 search results because they represent 50 to 70% of what people click on. And I realized that none of them had anything to do with the Waldman statements.
Yeah, so his point
Are
is
you
just
aware of
it
Mr.
has
Schnell's
little
testimony
to
that the
nothing
tweets
to do
using
with the
4
Waldman
hashtags he
statements and
looked at
everything
were
to do with the actual
mathematically
trial.
correlated?
Yes.
What does that mean?
So what Mr. Schnell is saying, which is irrelevant to this case, is the 4 hashtags that he randomly chose, they tend to go up and down together, and that's why he had these spikes here. So the correlation there is how those 4 hashtags work or dance together going up and down. But first of all, the hashtags have nothing to do with the Waldman statements. And the fact that there's a correlation with the hashtags is irrelevant to this case because we're dealing with the Waldman statements, which none of that correlation analysis he did had to do with.
How do you know that
Facts.
the correlation doesn't have anything to do with the Waldman statements?
Can I clear this at all? No. Oh, yeah. Well, first of all, I know because that would happen right here. You know, if when Mr. Waldman, one of his quotes was published, you would see a big spike right here. And then you would see maybe a little noise down here, and then the third time you might see second time a big spike, and the third time a big spike. That's not here. So that's telling me there's no correlation between the Waldman statements and this hashtag use. And then I've actually provided evidence that there's no correlation because I analyzed each of these spikes and none of them had to do with the Waldman statements.
Is mathematical correlation the same as causation?
Oh my God.
Why not?
Are we all idiots?
I mean, correlation is simply a relationship between 2 or more variables or 2 or more things. In this case,
Perhaps.
the correlation
I feel like
question
correlation is not causation. It's
did-
like the first thing I was
when
taught out of the womb.
Waldman statements
Like
were
I
published.
popped out of my mommy's. I was born. I was born, and the doctor looked at me, and he's like, "Oh my God, a beautiful baby girl," and my parents were like, "Woo!" And then he was like, "Correlation is not causation. Correlation is not causation," and he wouldn't hand me off to my parents until I was like, "Correlation and not causation." Goo goo gaga. That's like the first
He
thing you're
provided
taught
the
in life.
correlation that
I
the 4
swear.
hashtags, spike together. But again,
Was he
the
shaking
hashtags
you?
have nothing to do with
With
the
the way
Waldman
I
statements.
turned out, he
And the
might have
fact that
been.
they're correlating or moving together is irrelevant to the case because the case is about the Waldman statements.
So what is causation?
Stomponado. Thank you for
So
subbing
causation
to Weeben.
is
Thanks for 17 months.
where one thing causes a change in the other. So as it relates to this case, did the Waldman statements
I
cause
love these
Ms.
pants.
Heard
This is
to
my
have
first time wearing
economic
them.
harm? In other words, did the Waldman statements
cool.
cause Ms. Heard not to make as much money in her career? And again, Mr. Schnell provided no evidence of this. Ms.
The
Arnold
y-axis
provided no
shows
evidence
the
of this.
amount of tweets
And as a matter of fact, during
in any given
Ms.
month.
Arnold's testimony yesterday, she didn't even know what causation was. She was asked, do you know the difference between causation and correlation? And she said that she's not a semantics expert. We're not talking about the words. When it comes to damages, you have to prove causation prior to calculating
roasting her.
damages. So there is
I
no
think
causation that's
she
proven
understood
here.
what it meant.
Therefore,
She
a
just
damages
didn't know the exact
analysis is not
definition.
appropriate.
Did you hear Mr. Schnell testify that he agreed with your opinion in this case?
Yes.
And what's your understanding of the opinion that he agreed with?
Well, he agreed that he failed to link the spikes in the hashtags on Twitter to the Waldman statements.
Did he try to do that?
If I hear Waldman
Well, he tried to
one
do
more
that.
time,
But again, his analysis was looking at the word Waldman
the Waldman
and
statements.
looking
Waldman
at the word
statements.
Waldmanian, and then trying
Neely,
to say
thanks for
that
subbing, Mr. Kitty Cat. Thank you, just saying thank
25%
you. Sky RC,
of the
thank you. Welcome,
tweets
guys.
included those two terms. But first of all, Waldman isn't the issue here. It's the Waldman statements. And Waldmanian, I don't even know what that is, but it's not relevant to this case.
We can, I think, take that one down, please, Tom. Mr. Banya, what other work have you done in connection with forming your opinions about Mr. Schnell's testimony?
I don't know what Waldmanians
Again, the
is
assignment
either,
was
but I
to
assume
determine
it's
if
related.
the Waldman statements were part of the tweet. So I continued to dig in, to the data. I believe the next step is, now that I've excluded, the 35% that was before the Waldman statements because they were irrelevant, I wanted to really analyze from the April 2020 forward to see if any of those tweets, contained the Waldman statements.
Did you prepare a demonstrative
My
that
mom
reflects that
keeps
analysis that you
sending.
did?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, may I approach again?
All right, yes, ma'am.
It's this little reaction face on WhatsApp of a girl laughing, but she doesn't know it's Lisa from Blackpink. She doesn't know that I stan
Any
her.
objection, sir?
No
She's
objection.
just sending this like
All
cute
right.
girl.
We'll mark it for
Anytime she thinks
identification
something's
as
funny,
plaintiffs
it's like Lisa going.
1295 as demonstrative.
I'm like, Mom, you have no idea. She's my queen.
So, Mr. Banya, did you consider the content of the statements made by
No
Waldman
idea,
as part of the
bro.
work that you did?
Damn.
Yes. Yeah, so here I reviewed the Waldman statements again, and what I wanted to do is I wanted to determine
TBH, I
what,
thought your opinion yesterday
if
while you were
any
arguing with next
tweets
was really childish.
included the
Okay, tell me
Waldman
why.
statements. So what I went back to the Waldman statements, and I came up with
Okay, tell me
key
why.
terms and key themes
Okay, tell me why.
for those Waldman
Who's your bias?
statements, which
Lisa's.
are
That's
listed
why.
here. The Waldman statements were about abuse hoax, sexual violence hoax, and fake sexual violence. So what I did is we're now dealing with a 1.2 million tweets because, we're starting in April 2020 because that's when the Waldman statements started. And what I did is I searched the 1.2 million tweets, for these three phrases. And I determined that there were 751 tweets that included those key terms, which is 0.06% of the 1.2 million. And then as I was sifting and sorting and analyzing this data, I realized that a lot of these tweets had the exact same language. It was interesting to see it was the exact same tweet because I'm analyzing the language to see if it matches one of these three. I realized that a lot of these tweets were retweeted. Amber Turd.
Oh, now we got it on a button. That's crazy.
Retweets, likes.
That's crazy,
or shares.
bro.
So therefore, I eliminated any of those, and it came
That's
down
crazy.
with 95 unique tweets. And then what I did from there is I analyzed those to determine if any of these terms were in there, and I identified 5 tweets that were related to the Waldman statements.
Do any of the hashtags Mr. Schnell analyzed include the words from the Waldman statements?
No, they don't. And, because I am rebutting Miss Arnold, her testimony yesterday, she was saying that the Waldman statements caused these hashtags. Then throughout her testimony, she walked that back
think
and
his
admitted,
testimony
no,
is
none of these tweets
so
have anything to
good
do with the
at
Waldman
refuting that.
statements. They don't include the Waldman statements.
Yeah.
These hashtags are
I
only
believe it.
hashtags that Schnell, in his opinion, felt that they were negative towards Miss Heard.
Based on your
Text you.
expertise,
You don't have to
what
tell
are
me
your
stuff like
overall
that, 'cause it doesn't
opinions
matter.
about Mr. Schnell's testimony and the Twitter hashtag data?
Mr. Schnell provided no evidence that any of the tweets were related to the Waldman statements. Mr. Schnell, there's no correlation there. He also provided no evidence that there's any causation that, the Waldman statements
I got a
caused
PhD
any
in Twitter.
economic harm towards Ms. Heard.
Your Honor, I'm about to switch to a different topic. I don't know if you want to break now or push
All right, it's going to be a little while, I assume?
a little bit more, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and break for lunch, ladies and gentlemen, okay? Do not discuss the case and do not do any outside research, okay?
I think this testimony was so good for Johnny's side. Why do they keep talking about the Waldman statements? It's getting annoying. Yeah, honestly, I don't think any of... Have you guys read the Waldman statements? I still don't know who he is. As far as I know, he's the leader of the Minions. The Wald Minions. Right? It's so Humegalol. I'm surprised she's trying to relate much of this to the Waldman statements.
All right,
I
we'll
think
come
it
back
has
at 1:40
so much
then.
more to
Is that
do
fine?
with
All right,
thank you, Your Honor.
obviously the trial. You Eterno, thanks for subbing. Kira, thank you. Nick, thank you for subbing. Thank you guys. Welcome back. Yeah. His old lawyer who leaked Amber Heard's stuff, that's the base of her case. It's important for Heard's counterclaim for her sue. Yeah, but doesn't it still have so much to do, so much more to do with the actual trial and what happened between her and Johnny Depp? And Waldman is Johnny's original lawyer. They're pushing this point because they're trying to say Johnny told Waldman to say those things. At Hassanabi. Do I look like him today? I thought my head looked bigger with this hair, not smaller. Shut up. All right, we have a little bit of a break. Does anyone know if this is the lunch break that's like an hour, or is this just like a 15-minute break? Because I wanted to go back and watch the testimony of the DC guy.
So we may make that.
Ooh, it's an hour. Okay, Pog. Can anyone tell me at what point that was? Is it this guy? The guy in the Cedar Sinai thingy? This guy? No, before. Oh, you don't see half of it? You only hear it. .5 hours ago.
Ready for the jury then?
Around here?
Okay.
From being Patrick Wilson. Fees, we go through a lot of trouble when we make our deals with our actors. We get options on them for subsequent movies. And I think traditionally, prior to me joining the company, every option was renegotiated. And one of the things that we were trying to put a rein in on was not renegotiating every deal, with the understanding that people come in and make these deals and they have an understanding that there will be options and that there was a deal in
him on
place.
another channel. Which
And
one?
it was a big part of our philosophy that we were going to hold people to their options.
Band, I hate that hair. Wait, can you imagine? Just imagine someone in the world being so upset at your hair that they make a whole new account just to say that they don't like it. Can you imagine? Like, imagine that for yourself. Imagine. I am just a human being being a human being. And then another human being cares so much about what you got on your damn head that they made a whole... That's crazy. That's crazy. It's giving obsessed with the little Omega dance. Wow. Wow. Aw, your power is just that iconic. Thank you. Only with this hair. I do feel like this is kind of... This is like, you know, statement hair. Objection, Your Honor. Petty. Petty.
Move forward.
Sorry, I have something
Did
in my
Warner
eye.
Brothers at any point in time reduce...
Thank you for the 10 gifted, Novo. Appreciate it. Space Cat, thanks for the 5 months.
Ms.
Leah, thank you
Heard's
for subbing.
role
Welcome.
in Aquaman 2?
The role in the film the size of the role in the film that she has was determined
Oh,
in
hold on.
the early development of the script.
Minus 230. This is so much better. Bless up. Thank you for the link.
Based film productions for Warner Brothers.
What, if anything, you did to prepare to testify for Warner Brothers as to topics 2 through 18?
Is this loud enough for you guys? I can't put it any higher, but let me know.
Cowboy Aquatica tipped $2. Let's be real, Pocus Hairs is on point, but we stand Gordon and Deppy
Did Warner
boy.
Brothers have a contract with Amber Heard to perform
It's
in
fine.
Aquaman 2?
Yes, there was a
Oh, actually, I can turn it
an
up.
option agreement for her for Aquaman 2.
Boom. Let me know if this is good.
Do you know what it is?
It looks like a standard contract between an actor and the studio.
And which actor was involved in this? Which actor was a party to this contract?
Amber Heard. It's a contract for Amber Heard for the role of Mara in Aquaman and its sequels.
Which studio contracted with Amber Heard?
Warner Brothers.
When did you come to be the president of DC?
At the beginning of 2018.
Mr. Hamada, was
I like his name.
Ms. Heard ever released by Warner Brothers from the Aquaman 2 contract, or what you call the option agreement?
No.
Was she released from her Aquaman 2 contract on or about February 22, 2021?
No.
Was Ms. Heard ever rehired for Aquaman 2 by Warner Brothers?
No.
Wait, what?
Did Ms. Heard receive a pay increase for Aquaman 2? Heard ever rehired
Was she
for Aquaman
rehired
2
for Aquaman 2?
by Warner Brothers?
No.
But isn't she in it? Oh, she wasn't rehired because she was already hired. Oh, yeah, and she claimed that she was let go and then rehired. Got it.
Did Ms. Heard receive
Did she
a
say that
pay
or did someone
increase
else
for
say that? Because
Aquaman
that
2?
was weird.
No.
Why not?
As a rule, as a company, we go through a lot of trouble when we make our deals with our actors. We get options on them for subsequent movies. And I think traditionally, prior to me joining the company, every option was renegotiated. And one of the things that we were trying to put a rein in on was not renegotiating every deal, with the understanding that people
makes a
come
lot of
in and
sense
make
to
these
me.
deals and they have an understanding that there will be options and that there is a deal in place. And it was
So what I'm kind of taking away from his testimony and the other guy that did a testimony before the Twitter guy is that the whole point of having a contract with options is so that you don't need to keep negotiating with these actors to get them back into the second or third movie. So you sign like a multi-movie contract, so you don't need to go through this process all the freaking time. Therefore, the first lady's point saying like she could have renegotiated for Aquaman 2 and gotten way more, or Aquaman 3 or whatever, is like, no. The whole point of having options is to not renegotiate.
It was a big part of our philosophy that we were going to hold people to their options moving forward.
But did Warner Brothers at any point in time...
I don't know why she said she was let go. Okay, do you guys remember if it was her that said that she was let go or someone else that said Amber Heard was let go and then brought back on? And it was her. I wonder if she meant like they weren't going to put me on, which to her she took as like, oh, they're letting me go, but not literally they're letting me go. Do you get what I'm saying? Like they were unsure. I don't know. She said she had to fight for it. I do recall that. But I guess being let go and fighting to stay is two different things. Like sometimes companies are just unsure. She said she had to fight. Yeah, I think you can fight to stay on something without being let go prior. She said her screen time was cut down. I mean, we all know that's true. She uses fired and part rewritten as the same word. Yeah, they're just synonymous to her. Parts like that bother me so much because, like, she's ruining her own credibility. It's not even to say, like, the things she details never happened to her. But I feel like she just exaggerates things or miswords them sometimes. Or it just seems like she's in a habit of wording things in a way that is much, much, much more favorable to her. And when people kind of clarify, it makes her look, it just ruins her credibility, yeah.
Reduce Ms. Heard's role.
Oh, she's saying not having an option. She's taking not having an option taken and saying that she was fired, but until the option is exercised, she's not employed to fire. True. Otherwise, she would sue them.
In Aquaman 2.
The role in the film the size of the role in the film that she has was determined in the early development of the script, which would have happened in 2018, I would say. So and from there, beyond normal development, the role sort of, the character's involvement in the story was sort of what it was from the beginning.
Was her role ever reduced for any reason?
No, I mean, again, from the early stages of the development of the script, the movie was built around the character of Arthur and the character of Orm, Arthur being Jason Momoa and Orm being Patrick Wilson.
But how does that explain her saying that she trained for like 5 hours a day for a month, and then she showed up and they were like, you don't need to do this? That's a good question. Did they not ask that? She had her own script. She wrote it herself. I'm kidding. Twilight Butterfly Pink down low. Carnage thinks for 16 months. Do you guys know if they did a cross on this guy? Because to be fair, I mean, hearing her say that, I believed her because, well, if you're training for 5 hours every day with someone who's teaching you like action scenes, you probably have proof of that person. They did? Okay, I'll just keep watching and we can ask questions after.
So they were always the two co-leads of the movie.
Did Warner Brothers ever plan to portray Ms. Heard as the co-lead in Aquaman 2?
No, it was the movie was always pitched as a buddy comedy between Jason Momoa and Patrick Wilson.
Was Ms. Heard cast in Aquaman?
Yes, she was.
Was Ms. Heard cast in Aquaman 2?
Yes, she
Yeah.
was.
Was Ms. Heard paid for her services in Aquaman 1?
Yes.
Was Ms. Heard paid for her services in Aquaman 2?
Yes.
Was her compensation for Aquaman 2 affected in any way by anything said by Johnny Depp?
No.
Was her compensation for Aquaman 2 affected by anything said by Adam Waldman?
No.
Was her compensation for Aquaman 2 affected
Sorry,
by
for what?
anything said
Aquaman.
by representing Johnny Depp?
No.
Sorry, whose compensation?
Amber Turd.
My God, I can't believe he said that. There's
Was
this.
there any delay
This whole trial
in
has
Warner
been
Brothers
insane.
exercising the option to
I
cast
cannot believe.
Ms. Heard in Aquaman 2?
Yes, there was.
Wow.
How long a delay was there?
I don't know, probably weeks.
What was the
The
cause of the
Aquaman clip
delay?
lives rent free in my head. It's so good,
There were
huh?
conversations about potentially recasting.
Who was the producer?
Peter Safran,
Who was the director?
James Wan.
Did Warner Brothers believe that those concerns were legitimate?
Yeah, I mean, I had no reason not to believe the director and the producer of the movie.
And you are testifying today, the representative of Warner, correct?
Yes, I am.
What, if any, creative concerns did Warner Brothers have about casting Amber Heard as Mira in Aquaman 2?
It was the concerns that were brought up at the wrap of the first movie, production of the first movie, which is the issue of chemistry. Did the two have chemistry? I think editorially they were able to make that relationship work in the first movie, but there was a concern that it took a lot of effort to get there. Mm-hmm. And would we be better off recasting, finding someone who had better, more natural chemistry with Jason Momoa?
But then why did they
move forward
choose
that
not to?
way?
Did Warner Brothers take any steps affirmatively to audition other actresses for the role of Mira in Aquaman 2?
No, we did not.
Oh, okay.
Other than the creative concerns and concerns about chemistry you testified about, was there any other reason Warner Brothers delayed in picking up Ms. Heard's option?
Yeah, it's probably not worth the trouble.
No, it was all
That makes sense.
concerns about whether she was the right bit of casting for the movie.
That must hurt to hear, though. Like,
What?
if I work with someone or a company or something, and then I hear them say that about me, that would be so sad.
Role, if any, did
Then again, it was so
Ms.
many
Heard's
years ago.
dispute
Maybe she
with
doesn't
Johnny
care
Depp
anymore.
have in Warner Brothers delay picking
It likely wasn't
up
kept a secret.
Ms. Heard's
It's the
option
kind of
for
thing that they
Aquaman
probably
2?
wouldn't
There was none from
say,
our end.
though, because it would make them look rude.
At any point in time, was Warner Brothers considering paying Ms. Heard more money for Aquaman 2 than is set forth in the option contract? you previously
Hell
identified?
no.
No, as I said, we were determined to hold our actors to their option agreements.
Would Warner
Which I
Brothers have
believe.
paid Ms. Heard more money on Aquaman 2 if it had picked up her option earlier?
No.
Thank you, Pete.
At any time from the
I'm
beginning of
57
history
Cliff
through
Leafy, thank
today,
you.
did Warner Brothers ever release Ms. Heard from the Aquaman 2 contract?
No.
At any point in time from the beginning of history to today, did Warner Brothers
Beginning of history.
rehire Ms. Heard for Aquaman 2?
No, because we just picked up our option.
And when is the last time you spoke with Rob Cohen relating in any manner
I get it.
whether to exercise the option on Amber Heard for Aquaman 2?
No, it would have been the same time that I was having those conversations with Peter Safran
So
in 2020.
Did you speak with Zack
Aquaman,
Snyder
10,000
relating
BC.
to whether to
They've been working
exercise
on
the
this movie
option
for so long,
Amber
guys.
Heard on Aquaman 2?
No, I've not had any conversations with Zack Snyder.
Did you speak at all with Jason Momoa in preparation for your
Pause champ?
deposition today?
No.
Have you ever spoken with Jason Momoa
Pause champ?
about
Amber
any
Heard?
issues relating to chemistry between he and Amber Heard?
Yes.
When did you speak with Jason Momoa about chemistry issues between he and Amber Heard?
Amber Turd.
It would have been in that same time period where we were prior to green light of the movie.
Now, you were asked some questions about scripts. Did
What
you
did he say? That's
review
crazy.
any of the
Wait,
drafts
they didn't even
of the
really go
script
into
for
it?
Aquaman 2?
Yes.
When?
They
didn't even go into it.
I read all the drafts of the scripts as they come in.
When was the first script for Aquaman 2?
Oh, boy.
I guess it would be hearsay. But we should keep in mind that it was said that Jason Momoa was the one that kept her on. So perhaps they spoke and they agreed, the chemistry isn't that great. But Jason was like, it's okay, we've already done one movie, so like it's just not worth the process of rehiring. I assume if he was really against it, they would have gone through that, but
I cannot tell you.
Jason
Probably
is
in
just too nice,
2018,
maybe.
latter
They
part
talk
of
more about
2018
it?
would be my guess.
say less.
And how many versions of the script had been written by the beginning of 2021 for Aquaman 2?
Oh, there were probably half dozen drafts of the script.
Wowie.
Brought up.
All right, what, if anything, did Rob Cohen say to you about chemistry? What specifically about the chemistry between Amber Heard and Jason Momoa?
Just the fact that they didn't really have a lot of chemistry together. The
Sorry, I
reality
feel
is
bad because he's laughing. But
it's not
making me
uncommon
laugh.
on movies for two leads to not have chemistry, and that it's sort of movie magic and editorial.
Zendaya can't relate. That's why that is the one that I will stand by and be like, that's not comparable. I'm sorry.
The ability to sort of put performances together and with the magic of a great score and how you put the pieces together, you can fabricate sort of that chemistry. And so I think at the end of the day, I think if you watch the movie, they look like they had great chemistry. But I just know that through the course of the post-production that it took a lot of effort to get there. Sometimes you don't. Sometimes it's very easy. You just put the characters on the screen together and they work. And sometimes it's harder. And so...
Can you give me anything more specific about
Makes
it
sense.
was with Amber Heard and Jason Momoa that was
Girl, aren't
difficult
on
for the
Amber's side?
chemistry?
You probably don't want to
No,
ask.
because it's like what makes a movie star a movie star. Like you know it when you see it, and the chemistry wasn't there.
Now, you've used the term fabricated a number of times.
Sorry,
What
I say
did you
aw
do
because
to
it's true. Like some people just have that X
the
factor.
chemistry between Amber Heard and Jason Momoa?
Well, those are just it's editorial. A good editor and a good filmmaker can pick the right takes, can pick the right moments,
Facts.
and put scenes together. Again, score is a big. The music in a scene makes a big difference. You can make.
Sorry, I just want to clarify this. So someone said, what does this have to do with anything in the lawsuit, though? I'm confused how any of this is relevant. This is one of the things that makes it a little bit difficult to watch this trial, like randomly here and there. It's because a lot of the things that people discuss are to negate some of the things that were claimed and said before. So if you didn't see another witness claim something or Amber herself try to claim something, it wouldn't make sense for you to hear this person testify about their chemistry randomly or whatever. But at the end of the day, it's mainly about refuting something that someone else said in the past.
A happy scene feel sadder or a sad scene feel happier. And so it was sort
And then ultimately these things either speak to character or damages or whatever.
it's just the magic of post-production, editing, sound, sound design, music, etc.
What
Good
do you
editing
mean by
can
fabricating
make
though?
a
I
whole
mean,
video.
were they literally falsifying, or were they just picking the best music? Let me finish my question. Were they picking the best music and picking the best looks because that's their job and that's what you do on every set?
That is what we do in post production. That's what filmmakers do. This is on any production. You're doing that. You're putting performances together. Sometimes it's easier than others. This one was more difficult because of the lack of chemistry between the two. But they were able to, James Wan and the editor were able to get it to a place where the end result actually works, and it's great.
And in fact, that's the job of every filmmaker, right? Is to put all the combinations together to make the most successful production.
Absolutely.
I'll show you what has been marked as exhibit number 5. It's ALH 18247. And this is a text message exchange between James Wan and Amber Heard. And you mentioned James Wan was the director of Aquaman 2, is that correct? And
That's correct.
And Aquaman, the first one, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And
What did I just read? As Asman said, making Momoa and Wilson chemistry compared to Heard is like cleaning pearl to turd. What is that? Someone in chat, please. I know Momo. I still read it as Momoa because I was trying to be nice. Is that a poem? That did look like a poem.
James is texting to Amber on August 25, 2018. You rated really high with the audience! Exclamation mark, exclamation mark. You see that?
Yes.
This is August 25, 2018. What's going on August 25, 2018 that would cause the director to send a text message to Amber saying...
That'd be a test screening. So during our post-production of movie, we test the movie with an audience, and the audience tells us what they liked and what they didn't like. And so that's what he's referring to there.
And they really liked Amber Heard, correct?
Yes, she did. She tested well.
It hit $1 billion, is that correct?
Yeah.
And more specifically, did you play any role in the determination to communicate to Amber's representatives
I have a
that
clip
Warner
for us
Brothers was
later.
considering
Just for fun.
not exercising her option?
Yeah, probably in the sense of we had the conversations, and I believe, if I recall, we had, that's where Peter Safran offered to reach out to the agent and express which direction we were leaning.
Have you seen any document that says there was any chemistry issues between Amber Heard and Jason Momoa in Aquaman 1?
Documents? No, I mean, those were all conversations.
But if Jason came back and James Wan came back, you were guaranteeing that Amber Heard would play Mira, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And Jason Momoa was able to negotiate a different compensation structure, was he not, for Aquaman 2?
That's true. He did renegotiate.
Now, Aquaman was the...
Man, what's crazy to me is like the difference between, I guess, what every social media platform views this so differently. Like on Twitch, we have so many people watching the trial. And then TikTok is all just people roasting every part of the trial. And Twitter is just like, why are you guys watching the trial? And it's like, do y'all on Twitter and on YouTube, you actually, isn't there a lawyer who's like watching the trial? They have like 100,000 viewers, which I think is really cool and probably informative for a lot of viewers. But it's just crazy how different it is on all platforms, you know? See Asmongold's recent take. What did he say? Or where can I see it? TikTok is making fan cams of Camille. I know, right? Yeah. I mean, I ain't gonna lie. Twitter, used to be my favorite platform, and now it's my least favorite, sadly. But sometimes I just forget. Because it's become my least favorite, I'm not on it that much. Genuinely. Like, I'm not on it that much. And sometimes I've gotten in this habit of, like, tweeting and forgetting. Like, I just tweet and I dip. And then I come back and I'm like, wait a second. But, as long as me and you guys, at the very least, are on the same page. What I've, like, as I've been a content creator on the internet for more and more, for, like, years and years, the trend that I've noticed is now, you know, everybody and their mother, and sometimes their grandmother, is on the internet. So however which way you feel about something, you can probably find someone out there to validate you. But that also means, like, if I feel very strongly and positively about something, there will still be likely an equal number of people who completely disagree with me. But at the end of the day, you can't make everybody happy. So just do what you can and learn, be better where you can, and yeah.
The highest grossing DC film ever for Warner Brothers, was it not?
Yes, it was.
I still personally find the trial really interesting, and I think out of a lot of people watching it, especially on Twitch, providing a less biased opinion is actually good. Because otherwise, it's just a bunch of people just shitting on one side, and that's it. So, if anything, I'm glad that I get to do this. If someone disagrees, hey, that's their choice. It's all good. I guess I disagree with anybody watching any of it, that's fine. Just don't watch.
What, if any, issues did you have with Amber Heard in Aquaman 2?
My understanding is actually the production went very smoothly.
All right, thank you. Your next
that's it?
witness.
Well, I still think Johnny's side got what they wanted from that. And then Amber's side tried to just make it sound like less of a big deal. Sorry, I wanted to see her in Aquaman. Ooh, I'm sorry, but that wig is not... Excuse me? Nah, yo, we can replay this slower. It just looks like they're all on different planes. Like, they're in different universes. This, everything, and the bell, it's all in a different universe. Oh no, you can... Look at like the dust here looks so whack. What the fuck is this? Fly alien head ass. What is that? I'll show you the same mercy you showed my father. I don't know what a black manta is, guys. But you can't tell me this shit doesn't look like a fly. Hey, yo, start doing this. Hey, yo, could you do this? Yo, yo, yo. Okay. I will say so far, I feel like I can't really tell too much about her acting from these two clips, because sometimes when you're in a sidekick superhero role, you just go man, you know, whatever. Like, that's really it. From these two clips though, from these two clips, I can tell why people might feel like they don't have a lot of chemistry. Amber Aquaman romance. Aw, sweet. Say, even on Momoa's end, if I was falling for a woman, I probably wouldn't grab at her bag like this. You know, when you have feelings for a woman, it's like, oh my god, she is this delicate thing I do not want to, you know, and he's like, what's in your bag? So I feel like it's a little awkward on both ends. Then again, I have not watched this. He's a fish. Isn't she like a mermaid?
Path.
I don't fucking know, bro. I don't know the context either.
Oh, man.
What?
Wow.
Isn't this hilarious to see, knowing full well he's just looking in a bottle? Oh, man. Are they both fish?
Wow. But how do you know where to point it?
Let me see. What was the last line?
Only in the hands of the true king can he truly
Oh,
see.
that's kind of his character. He's goofy.
Marcus Agrippe. He was a great general, but he wasn't a king.
Play fighting. Or at least I hope it's play.
Neither was Scipio.
Yo, someone said Amaranth would have done a better job. And I just want to say, I am down to make a petition. I am so down to make a petition to get Amaranth on Aquaman 3.
How do you know all this stuff?
That's my pops. Made sure I knew my history.
What kind of a fish would say my pops?
One of these.
Cute. I thought they should have held that a little bit longer, the fall. You know, she was like, get me out of here.
It's not bad.
But I thought the ending was really cute. The not bad at all.
Not bad at all. Not bad at all.
It's alright. I'm gonna watch it one more time. For science, though. Not because I... Okay, see? Okay, what would have showed... Wait, top left? Huh? Okay, hold on. Here, look. So, if she did this... And then they just held, like, this part for a second... It would have been so good. Because, you know, they're like, oh. And then you hurry off. You don't, like, immediately run out of the hands or the arms. We can. See, they just needed to hold that in the arms part for a second. Like this. And then look in each other's eyes. And then, oh, sorry. I really have watched way too many K-dramas, bro. I just know how they do it, though. And in K-dramas, you would never say there's a lack of chemistry. They know how to build that shit in. They really do.
It's not bad for an imbecile.
You just can't rush out that fast.
Not bad at all.
Not bad at all. I don't believe it. No way. I could make a green screen better than this. What? What? I can't tell if 4 years was that long ago. It's giving DIY green screen. Was 4 years that long ago? Or was this just really bad?
Getting close now.
Yeah, where are the shadows? There are shadows but there's light here and there. None of it makes sense. Okay, wait, guys. Was this movie bad at the time? Or was it just... Oh, I guess if it came out 4 years ago, it was made 5 years ago. Was it just a long time ago? Was it bad or was it a long time ago? There's 10-year-old CGI that's better than this. Hey, yo, I watched Harry Potter today, and that shit is still bomb. There wasn't like a ton of CGI. kind of suck. But everything about this sucks. The wig, the CGI, the outfits, everything sucks. His little cute spiel about the world and their baby lakes was nice though. But I also think it's like, you know, it suits him. He looks like a burly lumberjack. The wig is the true crime. Fucking facts. Huh?
No. Will you just stop it with that? No. Your stupid Atlantean GPS just told you to jump out of an airplane over the middle of the desert, and now we are stranded.
If you're the next true king, we're doomed.
There's lacking chemistry for both of them. Like the way he looks at her and then immediately looks away. But to be fair, I was gonna say, you know, I imagine, I don't know in what part of the timeline of her relationship with Johnny this was, but I'm also imagining, like, as an actress, I'd assume it's hard to even feign chemistry when your personal life is so turbulent, you know? So. So it's like when she threatens to punch him in the face, I really believe her. Like the actress is so good, I could see her being violent and abusive to her man. When did she do that? I just love how they are underground and yet there's a ton of sunlight. If she needed water, she could have mentally and physically abused Jason Momoa just what to make him cry. I just love how Arthur just knocked Aquaman. We could have just peed on it. Amber, I only poo on things. It's a little far. Actually, the other ones were way further. I don't mind the poop jokes as much. Damn. They probably had to cut budget in some places. I guess I just figure when you're a company that big, this just looks so bad. Like, OTV can do this. OTV can do better. OTV can do way better. Looks like a Windows 10 login screen. Facts. Broden could actually do 10 times better. Should OTV remake Aquaman? This time. Oh! kind of get it, and I think that's the whole movie. So I'm glad it ends well. Well, what happens in number 2 then? How does this look bad? This isn't that bad, but the other ones, bro, they were really bad. Like really, really
Being pressed about, well, don't other actors use earpieces? You're saying
One
Johnny
second, I'm gonna
so
get water.
they needed
Yes.
an earpiece, and Marlon Brando, and he's like, well, isn't Marlon Brando dead? I mean, that's your response. Found it a little off-putting, but I agree.
I'll
with
be
you,
right
Jeanette.
back, my
Hey, I
friend.
got a legal question for you, Gene. Sure. And this is, you know what? It's this question, and then also I'm gonna throw it on and add a second question. First of all, I wanted to. This is from one of our YouTubers, one of the best names, Hedgehog the Fencer. Okay, so let's take that for what it is. Hi, could you please explain what preponderance of the evidence means? But I want you to clarify, because is it preponderance of the evidence here the standard, or is it clear and convincing? Walk us through it.
Okay, I've been told the burden of proof is clear and convincing, but there are 5 burdens of proof, and just think of 100%. Beyond a reasonable doubt is basically 90% certainty, not beyond all possible doubt. Clear and convincing, you got to prove something by about 70%.
You know what's
Preponderance is you got to prove
I
something
just saw someone
by
say-
51%. Probable cause, only
I
about
saw someone
40%.
say,
That's for search
so
warrants and a
is
grand
Pokey
jury.
biased
And then
towards
there's this
Amber? And it's like, read the title. The whole point is to attempt to not be biased towards anyone. If something looks bad for one side, I'm not gonna spend my life justifying that side or the other, or really anything. How can you call me biased when I have sounds like this?
Aquaman.
And this?
Amber Turd.
Like, come on. This is an unequivocal proof that I'm not biased. Okay, I guess I can't say whether or not I'm biased, because we all have biases that we don't know about, but I'm not on either
Free
team.
Palestine from the river to the sea.
So I hope that says something. Someone said you're biased because you're a feminist. I know. Malibu, thanks for subbing. Ricky Cat, thanks for the 9 months. It was the same thing, like, especially like 2-3 years back on Twitch. Anytime a guy said anything nice about me, people would be like, "You're a simp. You're a simp. You're a simp. You're a simp." Yeah, it's like maybe things aren't that simple or that deep at the same time. A simp. When is it supposed to be back? I thought someone said now. Oh, yeah. Isn't it at 40? Maybe watch some clips from Danish Girl. Oh! Danish Girl. Clips. Amber. I don't know where to look at any of Asmon's takes.
Head up.
I hope you are.
Morning.
Well? Say.
It's back? Okay.
Don't worry, my darling.
It's time.
Well, hello there. Oh, don't worry, my darling. Lily.
A Benaway tipped $2.
Aww.
POV all these weird kids.
Oh, that was really cute. I saw a couple people say she's good for this role. That looked really cute, but also I don't know, they suit the role so well too. I like this. And that is how Lily Pichu was born. I haven't watched this movie though, so. Is there more? It's really good. Oh my god, I'm gonna watch it tonight.
Both of them. At the same time. Oh, married people are so delightfully easy to shock.
We just pretend to be shocked because it encourages you.
I know. That is why you're the only married couple in my party for the artist ball.
No, out of the question. She can go without me.
Gerda without an escort? Why? Scandal.
Gerda loves a scandal. Look at the way she dresses. Flaunting her ankles.
I don't think anyone is likely to be corrupted by seeing my ankles.
I was.
Aww.
First time we met, I was leaving the academy, and she was sitting on the steps, flaunting said ankles. And she propositioned me.
Is that true? When I said hello to him, he actually blushed.
Aww. I'm gonna watch this movie.
So I asked him out. And you said yes.
She made me.
I think that
as well.
I think that role
Can you
really
briefly
suits,
remind the jury what Q
suits
scores
her.
are?
This movie
Yeah,
looks so
and
cute. I know,
Q
right? I want to
scores,
watch it.
Measure how well a celebrity, it could be a cartoon character, it could be a sports person, how well they're known, how well they're liked, and how
Andy,
much
thank you
they're
for being on
disliked.
Welcome back.
And it's an industry standard tool that's used. It's not just focused on the movies that they're in, but it's focused on them as actors, but also what's happening in their personal lives come to play as well. So that's how Q scores are typically used.
Did you prepare a demonstrative that reflects the Q score analysis you completed?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach again?
All right.
Thank you.
Guys, do you want to see my Twitter mentions? You probably think it's about to be something serious, but it's not.
No objection to the demonstrative.
All right, well, identify plaintiffs 12.
This is what my Twitter mentions have been like
for identification.
for months. Just nothing.
Mr. Banya, what point in time do these Q
Just
scores represent?
nothing
that
at
are
all.
reflected on your demonstrative?
So these are the winter 2019 Q scores that are reflected here. And what was important for me is I wanted to find Q scores.
It's been broken
that
for
represented Miss
months.
Heard after Aquaman.
Which might be for the best.
Remember Aquaman, December of 2018. These Q scores were gathered January and February of 19, but before the Waldman statements.
And what did you find based on the Q
Legit months. Ooh.
Scores, and the higher the number, the better. As you can see, Ms. Godot has the highest Q score out of the group of actors here at a 28. But you're going to notice Miss Heard has the lowest positive Q score. She has a 9. So
I don't know
I
exactly
find
what a
that,
Q score is, but I'm
very
just going by when they say positive Q score, the more it has, the better, and negative Q score, the lower, the better.
I think what's also interesting is the average Q score for all actors being scored at that time, which include
Higher number,
all
better
the
person.
alleged comparable actors here score at an average of 17. And you can see, again, she is 9, well below that. And then on the right side, you're going to see the negative Q scores. So this is how much people dislike you. So the lower the score is better. You can see Mr. Momoa is over here with the lowest at an 8. But you can see Miss Heard is over here at
It's
a
very
28,
hard to
which
dislike
was
Momoa.
quite a difference.
It's like a lumberjack
a
dude.
20-point difference from Mr. Momoa, and also
Is
a
he
10-point
Canadian?
difference.
I don't even think so, but he gives
from
Canada
the average
vibes.
of all actors. So she
You know?
is very, very much her positive score is very low and her negative score is very high, which tells me that she does not fit
New
in
Zealand?
as comparable as
I don't know,
it
bro.
relates
I
to
could see
these
him chopping
alleged
trees
comparable
up in Canada.
actors.
What opinions did you form?
I'm Canadian though, so I'm very biased. Anytime
My
someone's
opinions as it relates
someone's
to
nice,
these
I'm like,
sources,
they're from Canada
you know,
too, right?
Miss Arnold used these actors as
surely.
allegedly comparable actors.
Surely.
But really, listening to her testimony
I am
yesterday, it
biased in
appears
that
that
regard,
she's
yeah.
abandoned this approach. I don't think she's using these comparable actors or these alleged comparable actors anymore. She's more relying on her experience, and I agree
he's
with that.
Samoan? Cool.
Did Ms. Arnold offer a criticism of your use of the Q-scores here?
She did, yes.
And what's your understanding what that criticism is?
Well, what I believe she was saying is that I should have ran Q scores for these allegedly comparable actors after each of their breakout films, which I disagree. First of all, Q scores doesn't work like that. Q scores are available twice a year, so it's not that I could pick a month or a different month for each of the Q score actors.
I think I got bit.
So I feel that, you know, what was important for me, and this doesn't always happen when I'm using Q scores, you can get this perfect moment in time, as Miss Heard said.
By what?
I'm sorry, but as Miss Arnold
Spider-Woman.
said, that, you know,
Catch me in the
Aquaman was
next
Miss Heard's
film.
breakout moment. You know, so these scores reflect that breakout moment, and they're terrible Q scores.
How would your analysis change if you had used Ms. Arnold's logic with respect
Spider
to
bites
the
don't itch?
timing of
I
the
guess
Q
that's
scores
good.
that you looked at?
Maybe I stepped
I
on
mean,
a
if
bee.
you really think about what Miss Arnold was saying, is she's saying
With
that
my
she
stomach
thinks
first.
Q scores are the highest for each actor right after their breakout moment. So I would think, if anything, these Q scores could have been a bit lower because it's not right after their breakout moment. But what's important for me is the fact that these scores reflect, you know, who Amber Heard was at the time before the Waldman statements, but after the Aquaman release.
And that's fair.
We can take that one down, Tom. Thank you. What other work have you done in connection with forming your opinions in
that's
this
very
case?
fair.
Again, taking the advice from Ms. Arnold, it's important. She says the industry looks into social media, what their followings are like.
He's roasting her. I know.
You know, with the numbers as it relates to their followers.
He's making it make sense data-wise.
You know, again, what is the public perception of them? So I analyzed their social media accounts, but prior to the Waldman statement. So.
And how did you do that?
Yeah, so what I did, I don't know if you're all familiar with the archive.org. They have a tool called the Wayback Machine. What archive.org does
This motherfucker's a Reddit detective. Oh my
so
god.
you can go back in time to see what websites and web pages used to look like.
He's a Reddit detective.
Not all the time can you actually get
Not the Wayback Machine,
social
yeah.
media accounts to
Crazy.
have been archived, but we were fortunate that each of the alleged comparable actors' social media accounts were in archive.org. So I was able to go back in time prior to the Waldman statements to see what the following activity was for each of the alleged comparable actors.
Mr. Banya, did you prepare a demonstrative that reflects your social media analysis?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, ma'am.
Social media archives. It's
right,
it's
we'll
actually
mark
an
it for notification
archive for
purposes, plaintiffs
like almost any
1297
website. Almost any website.
Anya, could you tell the jury what you found when you looked at the social media?
Yeah, so what I found,
Noon
again,
night,
this is
think
prior
maybe
to
2
the
months.
Waldman statements. You know, first thing you're going to notice here is not all actors use social media. You're going to see Mr. Pine doesn't have Facebook, Twitter, or Instagram, and Momoa and DeArmas don't use Facebook or Twitter. But what's important to look
I
at
need to
is
learn from them.
you have Ms. Heard prior to the Waldman statements with 3.8 Instagram followers and 142,500 Twitter followers. And then you move down to Gal Gadot with 37 million Instagram followers compared to 3.8 million.
Wow.
And, the 2.3 million Twitter followers compared to Ms. Heard's 142,000.
Zendaya.
And you can then even go down to Zendaya with 65 million, 0.9,
Zendaya.
and 17.2 million Twitter followers. What this is telling me is really, more people are interested in Ms. Gadot and Zendaya and even Mr. Momoa than Ms. Heard on social media. It just tells me a lot. People are interested in these actors as opposed to Ms. Heard. More of a following. Q scores, well liked, less disliked. So it kind of fits into the analysis of determining whether or not these alleged comparable actors are actually comparable.
Based on your expertise, what are your overall opinions about Ms. Arnold's analysis of the so-called comparable actors?
Yes, again, it appears that she's abandoned this approach, and I agree with that. I feel that, through the Q-score analysis and the social media analysis, that they're just not comparable.
Tom, we can take that one down. Mr. Banya, based on all the analysis you did in this case, what are your overall opinions?
Yes, my overall opinions are that Mr. Schnell failed to prove any causal connection with the Waldman statements and the search or the hashtag activity, those spikes as it relates to Twitter. There's no causal connection there. My second opinion is, based on my social media and Q-score analysis, Ms. Arnold's alleged comparable actors are not comparable.
LMAO, why focus
and
on
then
falls
third,
rather than actions?
Ms. Arnold.
No, the point was that Amber brought on a witness that compared her career to all the other people listed, Gal Gadot, Zendaya, Jason Momoa, and he is bringing up their numbers and saying clearly their careers can't be compared because Amber is much, much less followed than them, so you can't make similar financial comparisons. That's really the only point. It has nothing else to do with it.
Event. And not only do you have to prove that 100% of the damage is because of these Waldman statements, she didn't even consider
the
COVID.
T in
It happened at
Gadot
the
is
same
not
time.
silent.
A lot of actors probably made a lot less money because of COVID. Maybe films didn't get made. And, when you do an analysis of damages, you prove causation, but you also have to look at everything else that might have caused this alleged economic harm. And she didn't look into any of that. She didn't even know what causation was.
Someone else said it
so
wasn't.
I don't think damages is an appropriate approach in this case.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, cross-examination.
Okay, cross time. Cross time.
Good afternoon, Mr. Banya.
Hi.
Yeah, you're not a damages expert, correct?
I am a damages expert, but not providing any quantitative damages opinions in this case.
In this case, okay. And is it your testimony that only if a person repeats the Waldman-DEPP statements could they be related to the defamation?
Say that one more time.
Are you saying that a person literally has to repeat the Waldman-DEPP statements in a tweet for them to be related to the defamation?
No, if you looked at my analysis, I did pick the 3 themes as it relates to the tweets, and I analyzed those themes, and I came up with 5 examples of when those themes were used.
And you ran searches for, quote, abuse hoax, sexual violence hoax, and fake sexual violence, and you ran all those in quotes, correct?
I did.
So only if a person used a tweet with those words in that order and with that spacing would they hit on your searches, correct?
Objection, compound.
Overruled.
Yeah, so I used them in quotes because, hoax could be used in many other contexts. So I wanted to make sure I was fitting my search with the theme of the Waldman statements.
So if someone tweeted misheard faked sexual violence, that wouldn't appear in your searches, correct? Faked with an ED.
It would not.
Okay.
Oh.
And if they use 2 spaces
more
between
terms,
abuse
then.
and hoax, that wouldn't fit in your search.
That's correct.
Okay. Did you, and a tweet can only be 280 characters, correct?
That's correct.
All right. So
I
certain
like that he has
of
to
the
think
Waldman
about
Depp statements, a person could not tweet the whole thing in one tweet, correct? The whole statement in one tweet.
The Waldman statements?
Correct.
No, you could not tweet those entire quotes.
Did you make any
It was
determination
140, yeah.
if there was an online bullying campaign against
I kinda
Mr.
miss those
Depp
days.
after Miss Heard's op-ed?
Wait, do you guys think Twitter went to shit when they allowed us to speak more? I kind of miss the good old days when it was just 140. You couldn't argue as much. Now we're all 280 character essay Andys. I feel like Twitter wasn't always shit. I feel like a solid
Grateful Zero W
5
tipped
years ago, it was
$3.
fun.
Among all the hairstyles she has worn to her trials, so far the ones where her
All right,
hair
questions
is
withdrawn.
down
Next
look
question.
from yesterday makes her looks more like a victim in contrast
now,
to her hair tucked emo. They
You have
say
no
appearance
objection to Miss
matters a
Arnold's
lot.
use of comparables, correct?
Interesting.
Just the use of comparables in general.
I think you're
I listened to her testimony, and my understanding that she abandoned that.
I don't know
that
exactly what
approach,
happened,
but
but
as it relates to my testimony
Twitter
today,
did go a little poo-poo.
my opinion was related to those specific alleged comparable actors, that they were not comparable.
You're not offering an opinion as to who the appropriate comparables should be to Miss Heard, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Boring friend thinks she's savage.
And you testified just before about the Q scores of Miss Heard and the comparables. That was Plaintiff's Exhibit 1296, correct?
I don't know what 1296 means.
Okay. The demonstrative in front of you.
Mine? Yes, that's correct.
And you said that those were all for the winter of 2019?
I said Ms. Heard's were from the winter of 2019.
Because isn't it true that none of the rest of these people were from the winter of 2019, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. In fact, Mr. Momoa's was from the summer of 2020?
That's correct. Not all alleged comparable actors had Q scores for that date. What was important for me is to get Ms. Heard's Q scores right after Aquaman, but before the Waldman statements.
So you weren't comparing apples to apples, correct?
I wouldn't say that. I'm saying that it's not the exact same years.
Well, so in the
How
winter
do
of
you guys
2019,
feel
that
about
Q-score comes
these
out.
people
The field
comparing
date- the field work
comparisons?
dates for that is from January 22nd, 2019 to
I
February
quit
7th,
Twitter and
2019,
Facebook
correct?
far left.
That is
Did
correct.
you quit
So
because
that
you
would
are
be
far left or because you
start-
feel
so the
Twitter and
field work would be
Facebook are far
starting
left?
Almost
Because I wouldn't categorize them
immediately
as far left.
after Aquaman just came out, correct?
It's fine, it's weird, it's sad, non-relevant. Seems
Star is
unproductive.
born moment, yes.
You agree
I
that
feel
for the
like
winter of 2020,
in my mind it
where
hit a
you
bit of a
took
plateau.
Jason Momoa's Q score would have more time to account for the rise
Boring
in
friend thinks
popularity
subbing
of the
Tantress,
film
thank you.
Aquaman, correct?
Like initially it felt
Well, actually,
like,
if I use Ms. Arnold's
educating.
suggestion,
This is helpful. I'm
the
understanding the
celebrities
industry a
tend
bit
to
better.
have, you know,
And then,
the-
oh,
the
maybe
celebrity
this
moment right after
suggestion
they have their breakout film
is a bit too high.
So, I disagree with that. I think maybe his Q scores could be lower.
And then you're just
as it
given
relates
nothing
to
else
mine,
and
so.
You'd
a
agree
lot
that
of
for the winter
comparisons and
2020,
details, and
Mr.
it gets a little
Momoa's
boring.
Q score would have more time to account for the rise in popularity of the film Aquaman.
Yeah.
I don't know if it accounts for the rise of popularity. Again, using
All
Ms.
this discussion about
Arnold's,
damages is kind of
words. Usually, a Q score will be the
especially
highest
because
after-
they just
right
hop
after
on
the
to
film, like I
discredit
did
what the initial
measure Ms.
lady
Heard.
said and to say that it was too high, but then they don't give an alternative. I don't think I don't know if they're supposed to or allowed to, but from a viewer's perspective, it's a little boring. Only have Twitter to follow BTS? I don't blame you. Yeah.
If you look on page 177.
The old man did give some alternatives. He was
of your
good. What did he
deposition
say?
Transcript. You see that?
I don't see a page. Is that what you handed me?
You don't see
OMG,
page
you're trying so
177?
hard to be charitable to
Four
Amber.
pages. 4 pages
How?
per.
Oh yes, thank
I
you.
was just saying I'm tired about hearing Twitter statistics.
And I asked you.
I am. What? I don't know, bro.
At lines 6 through 10.
This is a court show,
You'd
a
agree
court
that for
case,
the
not a show. They don't care if it's
winter of
boring.
2020
I mean, I
case and the
agree.
lowest
I understand
score
that.
was
I was
four
just
times
curious
to
how other
account
people
for the
felt.
rise of popularity in the film Aquaman, and you answered yes.
At that time, as I am a rebuttal expert to Ms. Arnold, based on her testimony, I've learned something new from her.
What did the other guys
And you
say
didn't
would
look at
be
Ms.
a
Heard's
better
Q-score for summer of 2020, correct?
She doesn't have it.
financial
And Ms.
estimate
Armis had a
of what she could have
lower
made in
familiarity
3 to 5
score than
years?
Ms. Heard, correct?
Juan Taspi thinks so 2 months.
If I don't have that in front of me, but if you're saying that, yes.
Okay. And Ms. Armis's career trajectory has gone up since the summer of 2020, correct?
I don't know. I didn't analyze her career trajectory.
Okay.
39.50 in a footlong from Subway.
Could you put up trial exhibit 1297?
Bruh.
That was the demonstrative. Ms. DeArmas
Oh, if they
has
suggest an alternative,
less
we can
Instagram
question further.
followers than Ms. Heard, correct?
Correct.
And by
Do you
Ms.
support
Heard
Amber
has
or
more than
Johnny?
double
I'm on neither
the
side.
Instagram followers of Ms. DeArmas, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And isn't it true that you get more social media followers the longer you're on social media?
Not necessarily. It doesn't work that way. It depends on many other factors.
So Ms. DeArmas had a lower familiarity score and less Instagram followers, yet your testimony is that she would not be a proper comparable to Ms. Heard?
That's correct.
Okay. And you're not offering a different set of people who should be comparables, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you. You can take that down. Now, you understand that Mr. Waldman has been banned
Is it
from
true
Twitter
that
for
more
life
things
for
happen as
harassing
more
Amber
time
Heard,
goes by?
correct?
This shit is
I
so much.
don't know that, but if that's the case,
And you understand that Mr. Waldman appealed the decision to Twitter, and they have confirmed his ban
Proclaim
for
my
life?
2014.
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach on this one?
Okay, sure.
Wait, what? Who was banned for life? Who was banned for life? They're coming. Just a couple more years. Trust. Ooh, Waldman? Damn. For doing what?
You agree that in looking at Mr. Schnell's data, 65% of the uses of negative hashtags relating to Ms. Heard occurred
for harassing
between April
her?
1st, 2020 and June 15th, 2021, correct?
correct.
Okay. And you would agree that 5 of the 6 highest spikes of the negative hashtags were after the Depp Waldman statements, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And where you talked about the February 2020 spike, and the 65%, by the way, even includes the February 2020 spike of tweets, correct?
That's correct. Well, there was no spike in Feb 2020 during the Waldman statements.
Well, the spike in February 2020 was before the Waldman statements, right?
I would have you. Can we pull up the chart again if you want to talk about the spikes?
Sure. Can you put up 1294?
No one is ever truly unbiased, but I respect your views so far. Thank you. I don't disagree.
Number one.
Number one. Yeah, that's
I'm trying to be objective.
before the Waldman.
But obviously, we all have biases.
And
deep
there was
down.
hardly any activity in negative hashtags until February 2020, correct?
That's correct.
The audio guys.
And you understand that the
confused.
spike in February 2020 was related to the
Truly.
partial tape that Mr. Waldman and Mr. Depp leaked to the Daily Mail, right?
I'm aware that the articles were related to Heard admitting to hitting Depp.
And you understand that Mr. Waldman testified that Mr. Depp and Mr. Waldman met with the Daily Mail in person to provide the partial tape to the Daily Mail.
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay, he talked about what the number one related to.
What's the objection?
Sorry, lack of foundation and.
I'm asking if you know, if he knows or he doesn't.
All right, we'll rule.
So what's important
I'm
to
just
me is the
asking.
fact that this spike is prior to the Waldman statements.
Do you know do you know if Mr. Waldman testified that Mr. Depp and he met with the Daily Mail in person to provide the partial tape?
No.
In February of 2020? You don't know one way or the
It's
other?
irrelevant to my opinion.
Okay. And the spike in July of 2020 came right after the last defamatory statement by Mr. Depp and Mr. Waldman, correct?
July 2020.
The July spike, which is number 2, is not related to the Waldman statements, and there are articles related to abuse between Heard and Depp and feces found in Depp's bed.
And that's based on Google searches you did?
That's correct.
Okay. And the July spike in time came after the June 27th, 2020 defamatory statement by Mr. Depp and Mr. Waldman, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And
No,
and 5
did
of the
you
6
guys
spikes
hear
came
someone say
after
something in
the
the
defamatory statements, correct?
in the gallery?
After the Waldman statements, yes.
Okay.
Like I think they said
Now,
her name.
you testified before that you eliminated shares and likes of the
hearing
Depp
someone
Waldman
saying her
statements from
name.
your analysis, right?
Who's talking?
Repeat that, please.
Did you say that you eliminated shares
You
and
guys hear
likes
I swear they're
of
just back there
tweets
saying like Amber.
that included the Depp Waldman statements?
There it was
That's
again.
correct. When I was doing my analysis, I noticed the exact same text was part
Do
of
they have
many
a
of
mic
these
back there?
tweets.
Don't shares and likes disseminate the negative information?
Yes.
That's quite possible.
Okay. And you agree, right, that use of the term Waldman or Waldminian occurred over 25% of the time in the negative tweets toward Ms. Heard from April 2020 through January 2021, correct?
Although it's irrelevant to this case, it has nothing to do with the Waldman statements. That's what Mr. Schnell says.
You don't disagree with the search results, correct?
Although has nothing to do with this case or the Waldman statements, I do not disagree.
So if people are tweeting about Adam Waldman or Waldminian at the same time as
they
tweeting
zoom on
negative
Amber just 'cause,
hashtags,
like, what else are they
hashtags about Amber Heard, that has
They wanna
your
catch a
testimony that they have
reaction.
nothing to do with this case?
The hashtags have nothing to do with this case.
That's what you're saying?
They asked for dramatic
Okay,
effect.
and even if they include the negative hashtags with Mr. Waldman's
Superwolf thinks
name
ECF
and
thinks
Waldminian, you're saying they have nothing to do with the defamatory statements?
All 4 hashtags that Snell used had nothing to do with the Waldman
$2.
statements.
Okay, let's
Waldman
be biased on Amber's
himself
side after seeing what she has done, based off evidence and cross-exams, but hate Johnny for what he's said and supposedly has done, right?
I don't hate anyone.
It's not related to the Waldman statements. That's what's important.
I'm genuinely not
Waldman statements is because someone didn't literally copy what
emotionally
Adam Waldman
invested
said in the
in
Daily
either
Mail
person
and
winning
tweeted
or
out.
losing this case.
Well, I looked at enough
just
tweets
find
that
it
included the
interesting.
name Waldman that have nothing to do with anything negative or the Waldman statements.
No, they must have,
I mean,
had,
Mr.
they must have
Wald-
had to have the negative hashtags toward Ms. Heard because the only way that those would have been in the
feel like
data you
people
looked
are
at would
upset
have had the
that I
negative
don't hate Amber.
hashtags towards Ms. Heard. He wasn't looking. It was looking at that universe, correct?
Well, first of all, I don't agree that justice for Johnny Depp
don't
is a
hate Johnny
negative
at all.
hashtag towards Amber
Especially
Heard.
at the beginning
so
when he
listen,
was,
the assignment was to
giving his
determine if
testimony.
the tweets that Mr. Schnell
Said a lot of very
presented
positive things.
were related or included the
Especially
Waldman
that
statements.
objectively.
In your
I
review of
think
the tweets
his
related to Ms. Heard, you
testimony
cannot
is
point to any
more
that were positive
believable
toward
than
Ms. Heard,
hers.
correct?
Again, I was not looking for that.
And you did not review the hashtag Justice for Johnny Depp during the
And
time
she
frame
has
from
done and
April
said-
1st, 2020 to
Well,
January
for
1st,
me,
2020.
The standout takeaways are her claiming that 2 photos that look identical are taken at different times of the day. Huh? And even that she uses donations and pledges synonymously. Also, huh? But, you know, Johnny has also objectively done and said some bad things.
Statistical analysis to rule out the Waldman statement's impact on the hashtag.
So I just
correct?
don't love
Correct.
or hate either.
You
of
did not
them.
analyze whether media and press coverage other than the Waldman
And
statements
I'm sorry if
affected
that
Ms. Heard's
upsets you,
career,
but-
correct?
Correct.
That's all.
Looking at the exhibit that's in front of you, where you have the numbers
Oh,
here,
this is nice. I watch
those you said are
Exodepco,
related to Google
Asman
Google
Hassan,
searches?
because I like to have all the viewpoints of people. That's
The
really fair.
1 through 6?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. And can we put up plaintiff's 888?
Oh yeah, and the audio of her being like, "I hit you. I did not punch you," something like that. That obviously.
And we could just start at one. Do you understand that your Okay. Oh, thanks. And 888, it's page 76. These are the documents you relied upon for your opinion today?
Yes.
And
she clearly
are
makes
these
it
the
sound
search,
like
where it has the different letters? These are the searches that
she
you
really
ran for the
doesn't believe
various time
abuse
frames
can happen
and the articles that
towards
came up
a larger
for
guy.
numbers 1 through 6, correct?
No, I mean, obviously, document 1A is the Heard supplemental expert witness disclosure. These are documents that I used throughout the time I've been working on this project. So these aren't related to those 1 through 6 numbers.
Okay. These are documents you relied upon for your opinion today?
These are documents that I relied upon when I presented.
Tell the judge and jury that you, Johnny Depp, a man, is a victim of domestic abuse.
I
And
know.
see if they believe you. This was on audio
Yeah,
tape.
we just spoke about
She
that.
else an audio tape, admits to punching him in the jaw, so she's an abuser.
Yeah.
Frosty overdose tip, $2. The biggest problem, emo, is people get really invested in stuff like this. Johnny and Amber are both incredibly wealthy, incredibly famous people. There's no reason to get personally invested in a personal trial like this, emo. We don't personally
I guess my
know
point
them.
is also like all the terrible things she has done, there are going to be people who go out of their way to justify it. Like, she was probably just defending herself. Blah, blah, blah. But then, okay, when you see Johnny Depp has said or done something terrible, take it for what it is as well. But then there will be people who go out of their way to justify that as well. Oh, it was just a joke. It was just a prank. Okay, then her defenders are going to say, yeah, when she said she punched him, that was just a joke too.
Designation
Like,
for your opinions in this case,
that's why I'm
correct?
just not invested in stuff like
Yes.
this, because
Okay.
everybody's just going to justify
And
their end. So I'm trying to look at
it's
it
similar
from as
to the
objective
chart
as a
that we had
perspective as
before.
possible. And if anyone else sits in a similar spot as me, it's hard to deny that they both have done really bad and toxic things. Can you argue that Amber has done more things? Probably, yeah. But you could also argue that she claims Johnny has done more things. There's just not enough evidence of it. So, I ain't God. I don't actually know what happened.
I'd like to have
Who
this
am I to
page,
judge
as a
to that
demonstrative.
extent?
Your
To
Honor,
the
I do have an
extent
objection,
of like,
if I might be heard.
All right, if you want to come forward.
sorry. To the extent of trying to change other people's opinions, like, no thanks.
Siraj_Verma tipped $2. In the cancel culture nowadays, it's easy to cancel anybody without hearing both sides of the story. Then he gets hated socially and loses his job and pays money and his important years of life to prove not guilty.
Yeah, that is very sad. But then on Amber's side, people would say the same thing. I've been trying to view this case from the perspective of what if either later on in the trial or a year or two from now, we do have video evidence of Johnny hitting her? Would that change the way that I react to things right now? I guess that's the perspective that I'm trying to come at this from. Because it's hard to have evidence of every little thing. She has had witnesses say that that occurred. So it's tough. And it is really hard to have like super good evidence. Of course it would, but you need evidence. This is a court, dude. I'm speaking from the objective of just a viewer at home, not from the jury members. I understand the jury members have to make a decision like that, but again, we're just people watching at home. So I'm not going to villainize either side right now. And I'm not going to side with either side right now because I just don't feel like it's a situation where I want to do that. She's gone out of her way to provide evidence and has failed over and over. That's true. That is true. I mean, not that she failed, but that her evidence was just nowhere near the claims that she made, one. And two, her saying those two photos were the same when they that they were different when they were very clearly the same was pretty messed up. Most of her witnesses say they never saw Johnny being physical, just that Amber told them. Well, one of her witnesses, her sister, did claim that she was hit by Johnny, like the sister, and that I think she witnessed Johnny do something to Amber.
R99 no tipped
And then
$2.
the other friend, said that he heard over the phone Johnny say to Amber, like, do you want me to pull your scalp back or pull your hair back? Something like that, when he was really angry. And then the phone dropped and Amber screamed. Yeah. You said Johnny didn't say a lot of things. Can you show me something he did with a proof? Compared to Amber, who we know with proof that she was physically abusive, it's hard for you to accept that he was man being abused and didn't hurt her back. I want to make it clear, and I've said this many, many times. It is not at all hard for me to believe that men can be abused. I think that's one of the things that luckily this trial does bring more attention to. A lot of guys don't talk about that stuff as much as they should out of fear for looking weak, but it is far more common than we as a society act like it is. Also, Johnny did and said a lot of things. I mean, it's a lot of stuff that the witnesses claim, so it depends if you think witness testimony is counting as evidence or not. If you don't, then I guess the worst things you can really go off of in regards to evidence is the things that he has texted. The, like, inappropriate, violent, weird things. So, yeah. Oh, oops. I paused the trial.
Of the best results that were being served at that
He
time.
kicked
So
Johnny.
something
That's
viral
about it.
That's happening.
Well, yeah.
would appear-
Okay. My point is, if you can even say that he did one bad thing, I'm not gonna be on his side. I'm gonna be impartial. You did some bad shit. You did some bad shit. I don't know how much we can prove of each side. So why would I want to be on either person's side?
$2. Her sister
The
told
next
a different
page,
story.
those
of
are the-
same
those are the
incident
headlines
about her
of the
getting hit,
searches that you
and
found.
they both said a
Correct.
third person was with a thrown can, and that person.
I don't think
And
they
you
said
don't
very
disagree
different
that the
stories.
that negative tweets toward Ms. Heard have continued throughout the analysis of the tweets, correct?
I'm not looking at
Anyways.
whether they're negative tweets or those hashtags are
But
negative.
one is clearly worse
I'm
than the other.
determining if
Sure.
those tweets are related to the Waldman statements.
Well, okay.
I'm not
And
gonna fight you on that.
haven't. You have no opinion whether the tweets were positive or negative towards Ms. Heard. That's what you're saying.
Yes, I'm just
As a viewer,
analyzing
it's really
whether or
hard
not
to
they're related
determine who's
Waldman
actually guilty.
Okay. Thank you. Nothing further.
All right, redirect.
I feel kind of similarly.
R99 no tipped $2.
I have no further
I think
questions.
it's easier to point to Amber and
Further proof will come out
prove
when she doesn't have
a
anything
lot more of the
tangible.
bad things
I
she's
do
done
not
and
count
said.
the witness as evidence, they're biased. I take what's been shown backed with facts/data.
That is fair, but why do you think further proof will come out when she doesn't have anything tangible? No, my point is not thinking that it will. My point is just like, why should I act any differently when it's a possibility? Like, I'm just a person at home. And if you're saying I take what's been shown backed with facts/data, what are these things? Aside from the audio clip of her saying that she hit him or punched him or whatever, that's obviously bad and incriminating. But then would you not say that her photos are evidence? Even if they're not like crazy swollen and like her nose is broken? Would you not think that those are still evidence? Or are they just not evidence because they can be biased? Because then like everything is biased. I guess my point is, what do you guys want? Or like, what are you expecting? I think objectively speaking, from the credibility she has lost through the trial, it comes off as biased when you are charitable towards Amber's favor. I understand that. But it's not my
The issue we have here,
goal.
obviously, was
And I feel like the alternative is I have to like constantly shit on her all the time.
to just let them know about
And
the
I
rule
just-
on witnesses. With a rebuttal witness, it's a little different.
I just want to.
Because
Turd.
they didn't know they were
I
going
just
to be a
wanna-
witness. You didn't know they were going to be a
That's
witness.
it.
I understand that part. The problem is the courtroom in this particular case appears to be the world. So what we have to do here is I'm
Okay,
going to
sorry,
do a
let's
voir
listen.
dire, and I'll allow both sides to ask questions as well of Mr. Knight to see what he has seen of the case. And I'm just going to use the factors that the case law in Virginia uses, which the factors to consider, because the court does have broad discretion to permit or prohibit a witness to testify in this particular circumstance. So the factors I'm going to consider is if the impropriety was intentional, which we'll find out, the prejudice attached to it, also if the excluded witness learned about substantive aspects of the case from an earlier testifying witness, and whether that knowledge had any effect on his or her testimony. So those are the three factors I'm going to look at in weighing this decision. So keep that in mind when you do your voir dire. And it's my understanding that the evidence that Mr. Knight will testify only relates to Hicksville. Is that correct? Okay. All right, now we can have Mr. Knight. Okay.
Do you guys know who this is? Sorry, I kind of smile or laugh every time you hear Hicksville because I still can't believe that's a real place.
All right, sir. Mr. Knight, if you could come forward to be sworn.
Okay, wait, I think this might be good.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case for penalty of law?
Sir, if you could just have a seat, please.
Ooh.
Sir, what we're doing is I'm just going to ask you a few questions outside the presence of the jury, and then the attorneys are going to ask you a few questions, okay?
Sure.
Then I'm going to have you step back outside after that, okay?
No problem.
All right, what's your full name, sir?
Morgan Higby Knight.
Okay, you don't have to be that close. All right. All right, how do you spell your last name?
Yeah, please.
N-I-G-H-T.
Okay. All right, and
Ooh,
sir,
actually,
before I can allow you to testify, I just want to ask you a few questions. Have you seen any of the trial that's been going on for the past 6 weeks?
R99
Approximately
tipped
5
$2.
weeks ago,
I did consider the
a friend of mine
Sorry,
texted me that Hicksville was mentioned, and I watched a little clip where
Okay.
it was mentioned.
Which clip did you watch?
I believe it was somebody testifying about, I think it was a security guard testifying maybe about Hicksville, or I forget exactly who was testifying, but it was something where Hicksville was mentioned, and
architect.
it was about something about a wrist or something like that.
All right, and what did you do after that? At some point, did you get in contact with attorneys?
So I didn't reach out to them. I didn't really care. The innkeepers that worked at Hicksville before reached out to them and said, we saw some stuff that wasn't true. And then they asked, is it okay if I give the attorneys your phone number? So the attorneys reached out to me.
Okay, and when did the attorneys reach out to you?
May 3rd.
May 3rd. And you talked to the attorneys at that time?
Whose side is he on? Whose
Yeah,
witness is
yeah.
Okay.
Not Camille, but Geraldine.
he? Oh,
Okay,
he's on
and
Johnny's.
then have you seen any other parts of the trial?
No, she instructed me not to watch anything about it, regardless of if it was about Hicksville or not. So I've been
Since May
keeping
3rd.
off the internet and
Oh yeah,
turning
they did
off,
say no side is
anything
here for the
that
truth because he
seems
will
to be like it's
be getting asked
on
questions
social
from
media.
both
So I
sides.
just don't watch any of that.
Okay. All right. And questions, Mr. Prater?
Ooh, this is going to be so interesting, I think.
So, Mr. Knight, you were contacted by an attorney for
gonna
Mr.
eat some
Depp
fruit.
on May 3rd?
Yes,
Okay. And you said it was Carolyn?
Geraldine.
Geraldine. Oh, Yerlin. I got it. Okay.
Why this
And
guy kind of...
I
What?
think it's pronounced Geraldine.
Kinda
Okay,
what?
can you tell us the conversation you had with her at that time?
Yeah, she just asked me my recollection of the evening, and I told her, and she said, okay, would you mind testifying?
The gallery's
And I
kinda
said,
loud.
Sure. And she said, okay, well then, we're not sure if we're gonna call you or not, but just in case, please don't watch anything having to do with the case. And I said, I will do.
Now, how is it that, to your best knowledge, how is it that Geraldine was able to get hold of you? How did she know that you knew something?
So, like I said, two of my innkeepers, my innkeeper and my manager, had reached out to her team, I think through email, and one of them texted me and said, hey, do you mind if we give Geraldine your phone number?
Now, you also communicated on Twitter, did you not, about this case?
Yeah, 2 weeks prior to Geraldine reaching
Twitter
out
is
to me.
all up in this case. Damn.
Someone had made a comment about something that happened by the fire pit, and I said, that's not my recollection. I didn't see, that's not what I saw.
So who was it that made a comment about something that happened at the fire pit?
So once I was told about the fact that Hicksville was mentioned, I went and did a Twitter search of Hicksville trailer. So it was, I don't know who it was, but I was just like, what are they saying about Hicksville? And so that was
What are they
why
saying
I
about
did a
my
search,
business?
just to see, because it was weird and fascinating, because the night to me wasn't that remarkable in the context of all the different experiences I've had at the Trailer Palace.
So explain to me, please, what you mean by you did a trailer search.
So if you go to Twitter and you put in keywords and do a search, all the tweets regarding that subject come up, or anything with those keywords in it. So that is how I found the tweet that I replied to.
Okay. And how
I
many
wanna see that
tweets did
reply
you
if anyone has
find
it.
that mentioned Hicksville when you did that trailer search?
Probably like 5 or 6. I only replied to
Oh.
one of them.
Okay. And what do you recall those tweets saying about Hicksville?
The one that I replied to said that
Good night, Shan.
there was some incident by the fire
Trailer
pit,
search.
and Johnny was yelling at Amber, and I
She was yelling at a
replied
friend, apparently.
that I didn't see that. I was there all night, and I was working that night, so I didn't see anything like that.
So your best recollection on that one was that somebody said somebody was testifying that Johnny was yelling at Amber?
Yeah, and I believe grabbed her or something along those lines.
Do you recall?
No. They said that he did that to her.
Johnny
friend.
was yelling at Amber and grabbed her?
I have no idea. It was a stranger, so I didn't really pay attention to who was writing it.
All right, and you said that you responded to it. How did you respond to it?
So apparently
I
the
said
jury
that's
left.
not what happened. I was there all night.
And this is to see if he should be a witness, right?
Yeah, basically. I'm
That-
paraphrasing. It was a
Did
few
you
months ago.
say anything about what you thought happened?
I just said that didn't happen. I didn't say what. I mean, I believe I said maybe something along the lines of, from what I saw, Amber was the one acting jealous, not Johnny.
And you said this to one of the tweets.
Yes.
Do you recall whether that was the Umbrella Man?
I don't recall.
Yeah,
That's a
does
ridiculous name.
anyone-
though.
Okay.
Does anyone
so
have
tell me
the
about
tweet?
the other 5 tweets that you recall seeing when you ran your trailer search.
I think they were similar in nature, but I
Umbrella
don't
Man.
specifically remember the details of them. That was pretty
So
much
many men.
the only one I remembered, and that's the only one I replied to.
So many men.
Do you remember anything about the other 5 and what was said?
No.
When you said that somebody told you about a security guard, what was your understanding of what the security guard said?
I got a text that somebody in the trial had said that they were talking about Trailer Palace during the trial. And so that's what led me to go on Twitter and do a search.
Can you imagine your dumb random
And did you have any
read out loud to
communications with the
millions
2
of people?
innkeepers about what you knew or what you thought?
No, I hadn't talked to them in years, and
So- I've
still
had some
haven't
bad
regarding the case.
usernames in the
So
past. So
how is it that the innkeepers then contacted you and said, do you mind if we give you the telephone number to the attorneys?
Because they still have me in their phone, and Christy, who was the manager at the time, is the one that texted me and said, hey, do you mind if we pass this along? Mr. Depp's attorneys want to talk to you.
Do you mind if we pass what along?
Your phone number.
Right, but how is it that, what is the communication you had
Elena's
with the
fucking
innkeepers
trying, bro.
that even led them to understand that you believed you had knowledge about the Hicksville incident?
There was no conversation. They knew because they were both working that same night. Jenna was the innkeeper, and she was there along with me that night. Christy was the one who texted me, and she had come in the following morning for her shift. And I slept over. I was live-in innkeeper that night.
So
why is she looking directly
I'm
at the
trying to
camera?
understand. So just based on the fact that 7 years ago, they happened to know that you were working that night.
9 years ago, and it's because I was there
Okay.
with them.
My math, well, it's 2022 right now, and that was what year? Oh, that was
2013.
You're right. Okay. So how is it that out of the blue they remembered 9 years ago that you worked there that night and that you might
You
have
guys
some
actually want to do a
knowledge?
staring contest?
I mean, to be honest,
Three,
like we do
2,
get
1.
celebrities sometimes, but it was, it's not that unmemorable. It's not like it's any other night of the week.
Ow, I'm
so
so
I'm sure
loud.
they remembered the specifics of that night.
Had Mr.
I know
Depp's
you guys are
attorneys
all
ever attempted to
cheating because
contact
you're
you
literally
before?
all
Yeah.
writing Monka
ever
stare.
attempted to
How are you
contact Mr.
staring
Depp's
at me
attorneys
while
before?
writing Monka stare?
No, I had
Huh?
no interest.
All right. Have you had any conversations
Judge
with Mr.
rules
Depp's
in my
attorneys
favor,
other than
head
the
ass.
one you described with Geraldine?
I'm bringing in an expert witness, and it's all the
since-
rest of the
Yes.
chatters.
Well, I met with Camille last night.
All right. And what was that conversation? Please describe.
I just went through, the story again that I had told Geraldine.
Mm-hmm.
And let's hear what that story was.
You want me to go through
Yes.
the whole story?
Your Honor, we would object to attorney work product.
To what?
There's no attorney work product.
No, I'll overrule that.
All right.
That's okay.
Okay, I like this because they objected,
Go
but
ahead,
it
sir.
didn't
Yes,
work,
sure.
which means whatever he's about to say could be really interesting.
That
Captain Polo thanks for
I
seven.
described like them getting to the trailer palace, me showing them around, the interactions I had when I was on duty with Mr. Depp and Miss Heard, how the evening progressed throughout the night, the levels of drinking and drug use that I witnessed, what the state of the damaged trailer the next morning, and basically just the details that I had only
Oh, Bree, thank you.
spent total 45 minutes to an hour with Mr. Depp and Miss Heard
Okay.
throughout the entire course
you
of the
please
night.
react
So it
harder?
was my
Hold on.
recollection of those events during that time.
And what did Ms. Vasquez say to you?
What did
Your
she
Honor,
say?
this is beyond, we object
Is
to the
that
grounds that
Camille?
it's beyond the scope of the voir dire,
No,
which is
I think
limited to the
whatever
three
she said to
criteria.
him is
May I
very-
please finish
Is it gonna
stating
be
my objection,
sustained?
Your Honor?
Go ahead. Yes, sir.
The objection is that it's beyond the scope of the voir dire, Your Honor.
What's a
enumerated
voir
the three
dire? That sounds like a
criteria
French
which are relevant
meal.
here. And this is a rebuttal witness, so
Okay.
Your Honor, whatever Ms. Vasquez shared
I wonder what
with
kind of
him
brand water
going
that
to
is.
be
Does it
very
taste good,
important
mister?
here because
Does it
they
taste
knew
good, Mr.
by this
Hicksville?
time he was going to be a witness. So
Well, that was
what-
last night, so how
Right.
does that fit into one
Harder.
of the three factors of deciding whether or not he's going to testify?
Whoa! How
one
does
of
it?
the
I
three
have no
factors,
clue.
Your Honor, may I approach so that the witness doesn't?
What?
Okay,
Don't
that's
approach. I want to hear what's going on. Can you believe? Can you believe they're approaching? Oh my God, Camille, your hair looks so good, girl. I hate to see you leave, but I love to watch you go, or whatever. Now, when I hear "I love to watch you go," I think of
Amber Turd.
like, I can't. Camille biased party. That's gonna be my title for tomorrow.
Mr. Knight.
I loved
yes,
her
Ms.
light
Vasquez,
blue suit.
Provide you with
I've been a
any
fan since
information
then.
that anyone had testified to or said at any point?
No, she didn't talk about anything except for asking me my experience and just getting a clear understanding of what my experience was. She didn't mention anything outside of the
Unbiased with
scope
Amber
of
Turd
what I saw.
soundboard.
and
Hey, yo,
just
we
asked
got
me
a
for
Johnny
the
clip
facts and told
too.
me, just tell the truth and let me know.
You
know.
can't say that they're not both funny. They're just funny.
In this trial.
Storm Pavel thinks
About,
they're setting funny
I mean, outside
that
of
one's a
what I
banger.
described
That one
earlier
never
with
stops
the,
me. We can't.
A friend of mine texting that someone was talking about a trailer palace.
Every time I
do
see,
not.
we can't.
Do you
that shit makes me
know
laugh
whether
so
any of the
much.
witnesses testified about
can we?
any jealousy?
Other than the tweet that I replied to, no.
No, we can't. What is this?
Thank you. Your Honor, may we approach?
All right, well, do you have any questions?
Oh.
All
I
right,
can.
so if you could have a seat back outside the
I
courtroom.
can.
Thank you.
Can I leave my water?
What?
Yes, you can leave your water.
Wait, guys, can we or can we not? We can or we can.
Siraj_Verma tipped $2.
I can.
I am no one to conclude that which side is guilty and which side is not
Same.
guilty. But the thing I don't like is people and companies.
Oh, but the thing I don't like is people and companies should not cancel anyone and should not isolate him socially and economically until he is declared guilty in court. See, the interesting thing about this is that companies only do that because ultimately it would be a benefit or loss of business depending on whether they do or don't work with someone that is getting canceled. And that is actually a result of individual people canceling that person or deciding not to, or deciding to boycott things that they're involved in. So it's actually not even down to the companies when you think about it. It's down to the individuals. The companies are just reacting to what the individuals do as a collective. So, yeah. Instead, you should just start running around yelling at people canceling others. But will that make a difference? Nah. That's just how this works. OMG, Pookie, do you watch a lot of lawsuits? I just like a lot of, law-related TV shows. What's that one with the older white woman? Do you guys know what I'm talking about? No, not Judge Judy. The Good Wife. There's The Good Wife, and then what is the one that either comes after or before? There was The Good Wife, and then there was the one that came after, which was The Good Fight. I think with the all-black firm, I believe. I really liked both of those. The Bad Wife, no. The guy was a bad husband, though. I hated him. It was The Good Wife, but the bad husband. I hated him. Interestingly enough, I actually, Judge Judy is fun/funny and can be interesting to watch, but I don't really like the joking law trial shows as much as I like the really fucking serious ones. I highly recommend The Good Fight. I like that one a lot. Except in the last season or so, it got a little boring. But I like the other seasons. And The Good Wife was pretty good too. I liked all those. I watched How to Get Away with Murder. That one's old. Do you like serial killer docs? Sometimes. Some of them suck, but some of them are good. Aw, go to law school. You're bright. Thanks. I don't think I'd do law school, but I might take the bar if I felt like it. I lost the staring contest. Do better. Better Call Saul. I've heard so many things about Better Call Saul, but I never actually gave it a try. Maybe I should. Most successful TV series drag on too long. Bars. Big bars. Title still says unbiased. LOL, that's bold. Who asked you? Imagine walking into a party and being like, you guys are still here? Yeah. You want to grab a drink or fuck off? What the hell? I can't. I can. I can't. I can. Bro, I wish they would give us the inside scoop in these moments. I feel so left out. I feel so left out. The question is, can Pokey can or does she can't? We can't. I love we can't. That's becoming one of my top 3 favorite. Are you pogging out at this case? Not really. What does this mean? Wait, cookies. Oh my god, cookies, you can't see what's going on?
All right.
What the muted Giga Chad? It's just a meme icon. Is this from Twitch? Wait, is that a... Oh, it's cosmetic. Oh. What the hell? So they're either saying I'm ugly or I'm annoying to listen to. Okay. Okay. Do you guys want to try to watch me lay down my edges for the first time ever? Because this is looking like a break. I'll go get my gel. Why are you guys hunting? Like, I just lay down my edges. How can that even sound weird?
On Azure underscore tipped $2. Pokey, I don't think I've ever heard you say filler words like I like. Were you always so well spoken? Any tips to become more
That's so
articulate?
nice. I do
This is
still
random lol.
I still say or like, but I do my best to be conscious and just pause instead of saying or like, because I've noticed it's not about how fast you speak. Sometimes it actually feels a lot better to listen to someone speak a bit slower. But once the ahs and likes start inserting themselves, it just sounds bad. But someone taking their time never really sounds bad. If anything, you sound more thoughtful.
All right. Mr. Knight,
Even if you're actually
actually
just stupid and you need more time to think of the words.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case under penalty of law?
I do. Sir, if you can have a seat.
All right, I got the product. So today we're going to be trying Shine and Jam. I've never done this before, so. Stop typing. Okay, guys, I think if everybody stopped typing right now, maybe it would stop lagging the stream and then we could all watch. Yo, fuck that jam shit. I only mess with peanut butter. Oh my god, I thought you were gonna say this product is bad. I only fuck with peanut butter. Anyways, so what I'm looking to do is, you see how this piece of hair keeps wanting to flip up? I want it to just lay more flat here, right there. Because I think otherwise it looks a little weird. So we've got this. And I must say, this smells delicious. It is infused with honey extract.
There's also different kind of amenities. There's a pool in Joshua Tree. There's a rec room up at Hicksville Pines.
When did you first become the owner of the Trailer Palace?
Trailer Palace, I started building it in 2009. It took about a year with
I don't know how much
my
I'm supposed to
collaborator,
use.
Stephen
Taste
Butcher, and on the trailers.
Dare me?
And we got done and opened.
Only
in
if I see
2010.
like 10 weekends in a row.
Sold
10 weekends and I'll do a taste test.
Yeah, I did at the
10.
beginning of 2020.
Also,
I,
give me a plug.
Had some health issues and just it was too
Nah,
much
I gotta
to run
see
both
10
at the same
straight
time.
in a row.
So I chose Idlewild because it was newer and shinier.
Ew, no.
And just
Aw, there's some people
for my
watching.
sake, how long did you own the Trailer Palace?
So 10 years of us being open, 11 years total.
And what was the Hicksville Trailer Palace?
So
Germany
it
tipped
started out
$2.
as
I think
a
Johnny went to
artist
try
retreat.
to regain his
I
reputation,
was a
especially
filmmaker at the
films
time
and videos,
and
the
wanted a
50
place
million
to
isn't a
get
real
away
number he's going for,
and
and
work
that a win
on
would be
film
more than enough
projects
for him.
outside of
Hey,
Los
yo, too much
Angeles.
talking at once. I'm sorry.
I also put in a recording studio so musicians could record records there. I had lived in New Orleans for 5 years, and there was an amazing recording studio there called Kingsway, where all the musicians would come and they'd live in this big mansion and record their records. And I just thought that was a really neat thing for artists to be able to get away and create their,
Actually, I do have a brush. Hold on.
create whatever they were working on. Over the course of the build out of all the trailers, themed trailers, which I'm a huge fan of this hotel called Madonna Inn. And
Okay, so I got this
so I
brush,
wanted to
but I
do really detailed
still don't know how
themed
to do
trailers. It became too expensive
Yeah,
to
it's
just
hair
make
gel.
a living
It's
off
hair
of
gel.
an artist retreat. So I decided
What am I supposed to
before I was done to make it a hotel as well.
And what were your job responsibilities, generally speaking, when you owned the Hicksville Trailer Palace?
I'm sorry, guys. I need to make
So
my
I
camera bigger
would
so I can
be
do
live-in
this.
manager some nights, a couple nights a week. I would also drive out from Los Angeles twice a week and bring supplies that you can't get out in the Yucca Valley area.
Yucca
and
Valley.
Joshua Tree. There's just a lot of things like, you know, Smart and Finals, Costco's and stuff. So I would drive that stuff
Yo,
out.
Camille, where you at?
There's also no USPS, so
my bad.
sometimes I'd have to get things
So
shipped
do
to
I
my
put
house
the gel
and drive them
on
out
this?
as well. I would also just do constantly building and creating
put the
new
gel?
stuff at Trailer Palace,
Yeah.
whether it's new trailers or amenities.
Can I put the
So
gel on?
I would be working on that stuff as well.
And then
I'm
what?
a big fan of the fact that Disneyland is always making it better and better.
And when you were the live-in manager, does that mean that you spent the night at the Hicksville Trailer Palace?
Yeah, we have a house on site where the recording studio was, and there's a bedroom in there. So whoever is living
Oh,
manager,
do I brush it down
those
and then I
nights
swoop it?
stays in the house and basically lives there. There's a kitchen and everything.
Have you ever met the plaintiff in this case, Mr. Depp?
I had met him really briefly at the Viper Room in the late 90s. I had worked with some of the people that performed there and was good friends with this girl Robin from the Pussycat Dolls
I
and
think it's
some other
settling
friends,
in
Miss Family
too much.
Imposters. So I was there.
But it
and
kind of
met him
worked.
once.
How about Miss Heard? Ever met her?
I had never met her before.
I didn't get to
They
swoop
were
in
guests at the
time.
hotel.
Wait, I'm
when was the
swooping
first
a little.
time
I'm
that you met
swooping.
Mr. Depp and Miss Heard together?
I did a slight swoop.
In late May 2013, when they were guests, Mr. Depp's assistant Nathan had rented out the entire place so they could have a night there in privacy.
I did a slight swoop.
What do you recall, if
It's
anything,
very
about
small.
Mr. Depp and Miss
Very
Heard's
small.
arrival to the Hicksville Trailer Palace?
Mr. Depp got lost, so his
I think for a
security
first
guard who
time,
arrived
it's not
early asked me if I could go fetch them because he had an old car that
Right? It's
didn't
better
really fare
like
on
this
the
because
dirt
it
roads
frames
out
my
there,
head,
which are
right?
pretty horrible. So I went out and made sure that they got themselves and the car back to Hicksville safely.
Do you remember approximately at what time that was?
It was 3 to 4 in the afternoon.
What was Mr. Depp's demeanor when they first arrived?
At Trailer Palace, he was super excited about the place, really complimentary.
Let's go, Poggies.
Just had a lot of questions and seemed like he was in a really great mood.
And how about Miss Heard's demeanor? Anything stick out?
She was pretty quiet. She just kind of didn't say that much when I was giving them the tour of the grounds and the trailer. Here
we go again.
I didn't
was
mean to
anyone
click that.
else with Mr. Depp and Miss Heard when they first arrived?
My bad.
There's people that are arriving throughout the afternoon. So there was, I think 10 to 12
shit.
people
Here we go
total ended up
again.
staying. The security guard had gotten there earlier and just to check out
It
the
helps
place.
to hold the hair in place with
But,
a finger while swooping to get the fold.
yeah.
Like hold it down.
And did I understand your testimony previously that the
where I
entire
want the swoop.
trailer
I think
park
I get what
was
you're
rented
saying.
out by Mr. Depp and Ms.
Unlimited rice
Heard?
pudding. Thanks for the
Yeah,
14.
the whole
Valid
place
thanks
slept,
for
I
subbing.
believe at the time, about 25 people, but there was only 10 to 12 in this party.
And who was part of that party besides Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard?
I'm really horrible with names, but I remember one of them was Miss Heard's sister
And
the
there's
security
something
guard I
for
mentioned
Marcy.
before, but
how
I
long
honestly
did you own
forgot
the
his name
trailer
too.
for? What did I do
So
with my
10
face?
years of us being open, 11 years total.
What happened when Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard first
And what
came
was
onto
it?
the Pokimane trailer park?
Why you tasting it two times? Why you tasting
I
it 3
just gave them
times?
a tour of, we give all guests a tour of their specific trailer and the ground filmmaker, and
I made 3
show
yuck
them around
faces.
the, when someone rents the whole place, they get another trailer called a bar trailer, which is basically a place to set up their alcohol and stuff, and some people in the group were just putting their beverages in that area.
Hello.
And where were you when Mr. Depp and Ms.
You
Heard...
may rest.
Did there come a time when Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard went to the bar
Yes,
trailer?
Camille, mommy.
I didn't notice most of the time that my interactions with them, everything's kind of centrally located, so there's a fire pit, bar trailer, and picnic tables all right in the same area, so they
Well,
were
guys,
generally
don't
around
say
that
it like
area
you
the
don't wanna
entire
call
evening
Camille
that I
mommy,
saw
too.
them.
And what did you observe of Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard as the evening progressed?
So Mr. Depp was super,
True, like just join me. Don't harm me.
just super curious
Don't
and really
yuck
nice.
my yum when it's your same yum.
He was also really interested in my innkeeper because she was a musician, so they would talk about music a lot. At one point, the innkeeper who lived at the next door property went home and grabbed her guitar, and they had sung a song or two around the campfire
Wait, that's
in the
really
early
nice.
evening. There was another instance where Mr. Depp, the
Vader thinks
innkeeper,
the
her name is
aliens.
Jenna, and myself were talking about books and music, and Miss Heard came over and kind of interjected. She seemed a little annoyed that Mr. Depp wasn't spending time with her.
What about Ms. Heard's demeanor made you think that she was annoyed?
I think just generally she,
Raisa, thanks for the 8 months.
it's hard. Like I think, I don't know. It was just like a gut reaction. Like I can't describe it, but you know.
How long were you with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard that evening? Generally.
So throughout the course of the evening, I was probably mostly with Mr.
sitting
Depp,
like that.
but 45 minutes to an
Controlling my
hour
own
total.
posture. Here, I have good posture.
So it was, yeah, that's over the whole course until the end of the night after the check-in.
Good posture.
And did you have an opportunity to observe Mr. Depp interact with other people, guests on the property that evening?
Yes, I saw him hanging out with his security guard at one point, and outside of the time that him and Jenna were singing around the campfire, he was off by himself a lot of the time, and Miss Heard was over at the campfire with her friends and seemed to have a good time.
Okay. Everybody's jamming.
And if you haven't already, can you generally describe for the jury your observations of Ms. Heard that evening?
Yeah, she seemed to be having a really nice time with her friends around the campfire.
That's good.
And
It's 'cause
yeah,
they were
everyone
all
was
on
in a pretty
Molly.
good mood.
Did there come a time in the evening that you observed Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard have a disagreement or an
It's
argument?
like, yeah, they looked like they were having a good
Yes. I was speaking with Mr. Depp just one-on-one,
Who's
talking
Molly?
about
Oh,
Hicksville,
it's a
and
friend of hers?
Miss Heard came over and she said that I want to talk to you,
Molly
and
Cyrus.
seemed really upset about
I
something.
think she sings
So I
or something.
went and
Oh my god, me and someone in the chat had the
back
same
in the
joke.
house because it was really they went off on their
like
own, and
Molly Cyrus.
she started yelling at him, and I didn't want to hear it. It honestly was really triggering because I've been in an emotionally abusive relationship before.
Objections. Move to strike.
What's the objection?
You're up, or maybe reproach.
Okay, sure.
Yelling at him, and
Run that back.
Back in the house because it was really, and I want to talk to you, and seemed really upset about something. So Miss Heard came over and she said that I want to talk to you, and seemed really upset about something. So I went and back in the house because it was really, they went off on their own, and she started yelling at him, and I didn't want to hear it. It honestly was really triggering because really just one-on-one talking about, hey,
Have a disagreement or an argument?
So he said
Yes,
that she was yelling at him. If
I
anything.
was speaking with Mr. Depp, just one-on-one, talking about Hicksville, and Miss Heard came over and she said that I want to talk to you, and seemed
This
really
is
upset
actually-
about something. So I
This testimony,
went
if
and,
allowed, will be really, really good for
back
Johnny.
in the house because it was really, they went off on their own, and she started yelling at him, and I didn't want to hear it. It honestly was really triggering because I've been in an emotionally abusive relationship before.
Objections. Move to strike.
What's the objection?
You're up, or maybe reproach.
Okay, sure.
That is a little bite. Why? They were already both. Well, because this is an instance where she says things were going well, and then he threw a fit at her. So to show that she was already angry at him, and there was maybe more to this story, looks good on him. She goes straight to writing when she hears something bad about her. Yeah, that's what she's supposed to do. She's supposed to tell her lawyers things that they might be able to ask him or question him on to counter what he's saying.
Mr. Knight, will you please just explain for us what you observed when you saw Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard having an argument?
Yes. So Ms. Heard asked him to go talk off to the side, and she was upset at him, and she was yelling at him. And
I wonder what about
I personally had been in
Objection.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
Okay.
If you could just explain to the jury.
It's because he doesn't need to start
what you
telling us
observed
his life story.
when you
No
saw
VM,
Mr. Depp
but
and Ms.
yeah.
Heard having an argument.
Okay. He was kind of cowering and seemed almost afraid, and it was really like odd to see because he was older than her, obviously. So, but I just went back in the house because I didn't.
Objection.
I don't think so.
To what he did.
All right, I'll sustain as to.
Understood. So after you observed the argument, fair to say you went back to to your house on site?
Yes, I did. Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, they did?
What happened after that?
Is the jury still
So when
there?
I saw Mr. Depp on my next rounds, he apologized profusely and said, "I'm really sorry about that." She was upset.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Sustain. Next question.
Oh no.
What, if any, type of reaction did Mr. Depp have?
Amber,
He was
can I
just
get
really-
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay. He's going to say it again.
It's the reaction, it's not the statement.
All right, if you could make that clear, that's
Yeah,
fine.
just what type of physical reaction did Mr. Depp have after the argument between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard?
He honestly, throughout the rest of the night, became a lot more quiet and was just very more petulant. In the beginning of the night, he was a lot more outgoing and extroverted, and throughout, as the course of the night went on, he was less and less so and more quiet.
Did you observe any of the guests consuming alcohol while on the property?
I assume they were. I mean, people had cups and there was alcohol set up in the bar trailer, but I didn't physically see them pour alcohol into their cup and cup go into the mouth per se.
Did you witness Mr. Depp drink any alcohol that evening?
I couldn't say.
Anything about Mr. Depp's demeanor that made you think he was perhaps intoxicated?
Yes, as the night went on, I am a former bar owner, so even though I wasn't drinking that night, I'm very familiar with the signs. So just as the night went on, like I said, he became more and more quiet, but he also, as we would have conversations, his head would kind of sway a little bit back and forth, which was a little, he was much less sharp than he was earlier in the night.
Did Miss Heard
He probably started
appear
drinking because he
intoxicated
was
to you?
upset about what happened.
She did. She
she was on that.
I think when she
Molly.
was angry at
Oh, yeah, I
him,
just sorry I didn't see
seemed
you in
like
30 months.
she was intoxicated, but that's just based on my experience and my own personal trauma dealing with abuse.
Objection, Your Honor, move to strike.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. I'll strike it from the record. Please disregard that testimony.
Did you observe anyone do or take drugs?
I did not.
Oh.
Did
Well,
you
they
witness
did,
Mr.
so.
Depp and Miss Heard interact other than the argument that you previously described for the jury?
At the end of the night, I heard a commotion. I was inside the house and came out. I couldn't tell what was going on. And Mr. Depp and Miss Heard were having a discussion about I'm not sure what, but then they went to their trailer. At that point, a lot of people had already gone to bed. So it just kind of petered out. Everyone went to bed, including myself, and I didn't hear anything else the rest of the night.
What time did the evening come to an end?
I'd say it was almost around 3 a.m.
Did you ever see Mr. Depp grab anyone?
Objection, leading.
Sustained.
Did you ever see Mr. Depp become physical with anyone?
Objection, leading.
Why is that leading?
Sustained. Next question.
I'm just asking.
Did you ever witness Mr. Depp get angry that evening?
Objection, leading.
Sustained.
What, if anything, happened the next morning?
The next morning, we have to check out at noon at the time, before COVID.
Objection.
And
She is learning, actually.
Around 11 o'clock, one of my innkeepers let me
Elaine
know that
usually
there was
does
some
not
damage.
Objection, hearsay.
Did something happen that caused you to go to Mr. Depp and Miss Heard's trailer?
Okay.
Yes, I was informed.
Learning on the
that-
job.
Objection, hearsay.
It's not being offered for the truth, Your Honor. I mean, may we approach on this
Okay,
one topic?
sure.
Thank you.
Yes, Camille, you may approach. No, you're going too far. It's fine. That looks like Cara Delevingne. That one. Looks like her. Parasocial viewer Pokey. I am. God damn, I want to be parasocial with her. You know what I'm saying? I want to be any kind of social with her. You know what I'm saying?
What, if anything, happened the next morning, Mr. Knight?
The
Social means talking,
innkeepers
right?
let me
I
know
would love to
that
talk.
there was some damage in one of the trailers, and it happened to be Mr. Depp and Miss Heard's trailer.
Don't worry,
So
I'll head
I
to
wanted
jail.
inspect
I'll head to jail.
The trailer because I was extremely worried. All those trailers that Steve and I worked on were like my babies, and the one they were
Aw.
staying in was the only one that was mostly original and restored 1950s style, and so
Oh no,
I
they
was
fucked that shit up.
very concerned.
So what did you observe when you went to the trailer?
I observed that there was a light sconce by the bathroom in the bedroom that had been broken off the wall, and a couple pieces were on the floor, and they were, it was basically just broken. The light fixture was hanging on the wall still, and except for the pieces that were on the floor.
What did Johnny say
Did you
about
come
that
to understand
night?
how that happened?
I don't
Yeah.
recall.
Foundation and
All right,
light.
foundation. I'll sustain as to foundation. How he knew.
Okay.
Did you ask how the sconce was broken?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Yo, she gets some dubs, Elaine.
How often do light
Okay.
fixtures in the trailers break?
They break pretty
Damn, she gets some dubs.
often. I mean, it's not like a usual thing, but things in
Elaine
the
is
trailers
smurfing in
generally
piss
get
low.
broken.
I wouldn't
because
go
it's
that
all
far.
vintage trailers,
She is
and,
leveling up. She's getting better.
I would say as much as
getting
every
better.
couple weeks there's some incident of damage in one of the trailers. In this case, Mr. Depp had told me that.
Objection,
Sustained
hearsay.
objection.
So anyway, yes.
Ranked
Beyond the
trial.
light fixture, was anything else in the trailer
I'd say she just went from gold to
No,
plat, but
everything
Camille's
else
still
looks
diamond.
fine.
She's
In fact, we have
she's diamond, and I'd like to
something we
offer
call
her
a
a diamond.
piggy fee that we address to guests. That
She is a
if
diamond,
there's
and I'd like to
anything
offer
what
her
we
a
call
diamond.
inconsiderate or unusually large messes. We charge them extra for it for a $25 an hour cleaning fee, but they did not receive one of those because everything outside of light fixture looks fine.
And what was your reaction to seeing the damaged light fixture?
To be
she
honest,
just
I was
laugh?
relieved because it was not a big deal. I just there was already another light in the room, so I just tucked the wires in the wall until I had a few months later time
Ooh, what did she say?
to
Any lip readers
buy.
in
It was
chat?
matching sconce with another one in the room. So I had to, on
Any
eBay,
lip
find a
readers?
matching pair that would fit there.
reader Andes?
And when I finally got around to it, I was able to get that and charge it to Nathan, whose credit card I had.
What is she saying?
And what was your understanding of who Nathan
Any
was?
lip readers?
Mr. Depp's assistant.
Okay. And what did you charge Nathan or Mr. Depp for replacing
Trustee Overdose
that
tipped
pair of light
$2.
fixtures?
Unbiased
The pair
party.
came out to $62.
Objection, Your Honor. Pokey's comments towards Camille show substantial evidence that claim is false.
I'm biased towards Camille, but not.
While you
Not-
were on site,
not her side, you
Mr.
know.
Knight, did you ever wear a mesh shirt?
Thing.
No, I would absolutely never wear that.
What?
At any time during Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard's stay
Oh my
on
God,
property,
I
did you
haven't
see
seen her
Mr.
smirk
Depp
this whole
become
time.
physical with anyone?
She knows something we
I
don't
did
know.
not.
I'm sorry, that answer was
I never saw Mr. Depp get physical with anyone when I saw him.
thank you, Your Honor. Nothing further.
Cross-examination?
Thank you, Your Honor.
It's time. What does she know?
Mr. Knight, you are a pretty big fan of Johnny Depp, aren't you?
No.
I am not. To be honest, throughout the evening, I
I just asked you one question.
Oh, I
didn't ask you
apologize.
the rest of that.
I
You
apologize.
wanted to participate in this trial, didn't you?
Wait, what did she
I
ask?
did not.
Objection, hearsay.
Objection.
In this case, I charged them extra.
The damage.
A
If he
big
was a
deal. I
fan,
just
right?
tucked
That's
there
what
a
I
few
thought.
months with another there.
What chargers? Shirt?
You are a pretty big fan of Johnny Depp, aren't you?
I am not.
I don't even
To be
know
honest,
who that is.
Throughout the
Aw,
evening,
that's like the first time I've heard the gallery laugh.
Sorry, I just
People in
asked you
general
one
laugh.
question.
Oh, I
didn't ask
apologize.
you the rest of that.
Okay,
You wanted to
Elaine,
participate
drawing
in this
boundaries?
trial, didn't you?
I did not. I
You
was
knew-
asked by the attorney, and I wanted to. They asked me, and I said I'll be happy to come and tell the truth.
You knew this was on camera, that it was being broadcast to a lot of people, and you saw testimony, did you not, in this case? And you seized the moment and responded to the umbrella guy, the lead person for Mr. Depp's Twitters. Did you not?
Objection, Your Honor. Argumentative compound.
Overruled.
Mr. Umbrella Guy is the lead. The lead.
You
what?
know that he
I guess
leads
that's the
one of the
guy
most
on
predominant pro-Depp Twitters out there.
I have no idea. I don't care or follow the Umbrella Guy.
In fact, you do follow a Twitter called Johnny Depp Fan, don't you?
Absolutely not.
You don't? That's your testimony
No.
under oath?
It is my testimony under oath.
All right. And on April 21st,
They about to got him,
testified
got
in
him.
this case about Hicksville, didn't he?
I wasn't here.
And in fact, you tweeted in response to the umbrella guy on April 21, 22, quote, "That never happened. I was with them all night. Amber was the one acting all jealous and crazy." Do you
Yes,
recall writing that?
I do recall writing that.
Michelle, can
What-
you bring that up, please? We're going to call it Defendants 1903.
She got the Twitter receipts. I can't believe this is real, and that we're watching it live streamed.
And I'm going to go ahead and ask you to redact. Leave in the umbrella guy and the date and the bringing in the Hicksville.
Yo,
Right,
Elaine
I'm
kind of popping off a little bit. She is. Your Honor, I have screenshots. I can't. Wow. You guys are watching me watch this happen.
While she's working on that, did you write and direct a piece called Matters of Consequence back in 1999?
I did.
And didn't Mr. Depp's first wife, Lorianne Allison, work as a makeup artist on that?
She absolutely did.
And while we're looking at that, 4 days after you tweeted to Umbrella Man,
I was Umbrella Guy.
the Umbrella Guy, okay, Well, all right, now we have this up. I'm going to ask you to take a look. What is Defendant's Exhibit 1903? Do you see that?
I do.
Okay, and that's from that Umbrella
It's
Guy.
Umbrella
on
Guy,
421,
not man.
22, correct?
Correct.
Umbrella
And it says
Guy
bringing in the
69, not
Hicksville
Umbrella
incident
Man.
Accusations. Do you see that?
I do.
And there's clearly Mr. Depp testifying there, likely a video, right?
Okay.
And you respond, that never happened. I was with them all night. Amber was the one acting all jealous and
wanna
crazy.
see
Do you see
the
that?
thingy.
I do.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of Defendant's 1903.
Did they show it anywhere else?
Yeah, Your Honor, we believe the first part of the that Umbrella Guy's tweet should be
That
unredacted
Umbrella Guy?
for context.
I have no idea what I was replying to.
It's hearsay. It's rank hearsay, and context
Your
is
Honor,
not necessary.
Your approach.
Use the flushed emoji. I'm glad we all read to find this tweet. Bringing the Johnny Depp will be accused of being jealous because a woman was sitting close to Amber. Depp said she had taken Happy something. Depp is accused of removing her hand and yelling at Amber. That never happened. I was with them all night. Amber was so nice. All jealous and crazy.
Can make that reduction.
Sir, so
With that reduction
are
in
you
objection?
following the Johnny
Yeah, I
Depp
think
fan page?
1903 will be in evidence with.
He is! He just lied on the stand! Bruh! Wow, he got
Now,
absolutely
so you
got.
reached out to the Umbrella Guy in this text,
Oh,
this
he's following
Twitter,
Bernie.
right?
I wouldn't call it reaching out.
In fact, the Umbrella Guy is in Mr. Adam Waldman. Do you know who Adam Waldman is?
I have no idea.
Well, he's testified earlier that he talks to the Umbrella Guy.
That he what? He talks to the Umbrella Guy?
Yeah. Were you aware of that?
I honestly, this sounds like schizophrenia.
Okay. Now, 4 days after this event where you texted, Your Honor, yeah, it's in. Okay, good. 4 days after that, you tweeted something pretty nasty about Elon Musk. Didn't
Not
you?
a fan, by the way.
I did.
Okay, thank you. So you don't like Elon Musk, right?
Objection
Well,
relevance.
I don't know Elon Musk.
Overruled. Thank you.
So that was the context of that is that he.
I didn't ask you for the context.
I apologize.
Okay. But you texted something that had swear words in it. Would you agree about Elon Musk?
Yes.
Okay. Now, let's talk about your recollections here.
He dead-ass
45 minutes to an hour.
lied.
Your recollection is that Mr. Depp actually drove
Man,
him?
I liked this
Yes.
testimony so much, and now his
An old
credibility
convertible.
shot.
Convertible?
I'm not a car guy, so I couldn't express the.
All right, and your
Elaine is
recollection is this
ulting.
is May of 2013?
True.
Yes.
Okay, do you recall when in May?
Late May.
Okay.
Man, I'm
Now,
sad he
you
didn't
said
just
that you
say,
spent a
"Oh,
total
I'm
of
not
45
sure.
minutes
I
to
might
an
be
hour
following them."
with
but
Mr.
I don't
Depp
know.
and Ms. Heard. Is that
He
correct?
said straight up no.
After the mostly Mr. Depp, but that's after the tour and after they were checked in throughout the
Don't
course
think
of
he
the night.
technically
Okay.
lied. Why not?
And you don't recall any of the people that were there other than Ms. Heard's sister and the security guard. 5 minutes to an hour with Mr. Depp and
This is
Ms.
regular
Heard. Is that
speak, guys.
correct?
No.
After the mostly Mr.
Oh,
Depp,
well, he
but that's
doesn't
after the
follow
tour and
at
after they were
Depp.
checked in
The
throughout
at
the course
is
of the night.
different,
Okay.
so technically
And
not a lie.
you don't recall any of the people that were there other than
but his name
Ms.
is
Heard's
Johnny Depp
sister and the security guard.
So I think
correct?
I don't recall
think
any of
it's
their
fine.
names.
Do you
Even if
remember
it's not the
how many of them
username.
were female?
Either way, you would know.
I believe it was predominantly female.
Do you remember how many males were there?
I don't, outside of the security guard.
Do you remember what
You
any
can change
of
it, but
the
this
other
tweet is from
people looked
2020,
like?
and it's clearly a Johnny Depp fan page.
They honestly just seem like youngish hipsters, like for lack of a better term. I know that previously a couple
You
of
know?
them had stayed at Hicksville Trailer Palace. That's how they knew about the place.
What?
So
This
you
is very
you don't
clearly a
recall
Johnny Depp
seeing
fan
How
page.
much anybody had
Regardless
to
of
drink
what
that
the
night,
at
correct?
is, or even what
I
this is.
did not witness that.
Like, it's
And
very
you-
clear what
do
it
you
is.
recall the use
And he
of
should
drugs at all?
recall following
I
a
did not
page like
witness
that.
that.
Okay. Were you sitting at any point with these people at the campfire?
I think he lied.
I was not.
And when you said that that you saw Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp, and Ms. Heard was yelling at Mr. Depp, where were they?
She pulled him for a chat, and it was
It's more
off,
so about the concept,
towards their
not
trailer,
about the
like
details.
a little bit off towards the dirt.
How many feet were there between the campfire and their trailer?
The campfire and their trailer,
Yes.
approximately 75.
Okay. So where in that 75 feet did Ms. Heard pull Mr. Depp and yell at him and he cowered?
20.
Okay. 20
From the campfire.
From
not
the
trailer.
campfire.
Yeah.
So your testimony is that Ms. Heard grabbed Mr. Heard, pulled him 20 feet over, yelled at him, and he cowered.
Yes, that's what I witnessed.
And then did they go back?
I went inside the house.
So you don't know whether they returned to the campfire or they returned to their trailer?
I do
Did she
not.
say Mr. Turd?
And then did over, yelled at him, and he grabbed Mr. Heard from the
trailer.
campfire.
Yeah.
So your
If
testimony is that Ms.
$2,
Heard
you get
grabbed
all happy that they get
Mr.
got.
Heard, pulled him 20 feet over. Testimony is that Ms. Heard grabbed Mr. Heard, pulled him 20
Elaine has used all of
feet
her
over,
mana. There's
yelled
no
at
more
him,
left.
and he cowered.
Yes,
Okay,
that's what I
Pray,
witnessed.
you need to
And then
send me an
did they go
MP3 of Mr. Turd.
I went inside the house.
So you don't know whether they returned to the campfire or they returned to their trailer?
I do not.
No.
And do you know whether there were
Miss
any
Heard grabbed Mr. Turd.
disagreements or physical communications, anything of that
Melinda.
nature at the campfire?
I do not.
Do you
The
know
story
whether
of
Mr.
Mr.
Depp
and
did
Mrs.
anything
Turd.
to anybody else at the campfire?
I didn't see anything.
Okay, do you know whether Mr. Depp grabbed anybody's wrist and asked them if they knew how many pounds of pressure it took to break their wrist?
I wasn't there the whole time.
Okay.
Okay.
Is it your testimony?
Well, that's not how
that
you make it
Mr.
sound on
Depp
Twitter.
and
On
Ms.
Twitter, you say,
Heard
that didn't happen. I was there the
went
whole time.
last?
You
to their
sounding
trailer,
a little
everybody else
weird
went
now.
Before them?
The rest of the
I wasn't there the
people,
whole time.
I think about
Well,
half
on
of them
Twitter.
had already gone to bed and they went.
Receipts?
It was all around the same time at the end of the night. The rest kind of scattered. There might have been a couple of people that went right after them or right before, but it was all around the same time.
Okay, so your recollection is that when Amber and Johnny Depp
Put
went
me
back
on
to
the
their
stand.
trailer, that
Please
dissipated.
don't, please
Everybody
don't.
then left. at
Don't
that
start
point.
pulling up my
Yes.
sweets.
Okay.
No.
Now, how far away was your house that you were staying in from the trailer that Amber and Johnny Depp were staying in?
I'd say it was about 75 feet away.
Okay. And the next time that you saw or heard anything was when you went there in the morning and saw the broken sconce. Is that
Yes, I
correct?
didn't hear anything after went to bed.
Okay. And that's the extent of your knowledge.
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions.
All right, redirect.
I have a redirect.
Mr. Knight, how did you get involved in
But I'm
this
going to wait till
trial?
this is done.
I got a text from
I tweeted at the
one of our old
umbrella
employees who I hadn't talked to for
Objection,
years.
hearsay.
Don't tell us what the text said, just how did you
Okay,
get involved?
I got a text from. I got a.
That's still hearsay. You're under
Okay.
objection.
Overruled.
Thank you. Go on, Mr. Knight.
I was asked if it was.
No.
Objection,
that.
hearsay.
Apologize.
What did you?
I got a text.
No one told them the court rules.
Yes.
From
and
whom?
From a former employee.
Okay. And how long had it been since you had heard from this former employee?
Heard or turd?
Approximately 5 years.
Wow.
And did you contact Mr. Depp or any of his attorneys?
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
I did not.
How did you get in touch with Mr. Depp's attorneys?
They got in touch with me.
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
Go on, Mr. Knight.
They reached out to me.
Okay. Sorry.
It's okay.
I don't have an objection right now.
Thank you.
Only if he talks more.
Next question.
And how do you feel about participating in this trial?
Objection, relevance.
It's extremely relevant considering that
Every
they have accused him
objection
of-
I hear.
Overruled.
Thank you.
How do I feel about it?
Yeah.
I'm happy to tell what I saw, and that's the extent of it. I really don't.
He's happy to help Johnny Depp.
Outside of that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Knight. Nothing
All
further.
right. I assume this witness is not subject to recall. Is that correct? All right. So you're free to go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, let's pull back
Response to the umbrella.
Hold up.
Absolutely.
I think this is important to hear again.
A
Because some
Twitter
people were
call-
saying, like, someone said that she asked if he follows the umbrella guy, but I don't think that's what he was saying. Listen here. Listen. Let's all listen together.
Johnny Depp fan, don't you?
Absolutely not.
See, that's what she asked.
A Twitter called
I have no idea. I don't care or follow the umbrella guy.
In fact, you do follow a Twitter called Johnny Depp Fan, don't you?
So
Absolutely.
she didn't say the at. She just said you follow a Twitter called Johnny Depp Fan, which is what the Twitter is called. And he does indeed follow that Twitter. Where is it? It's right here. So, yeah. And for people saying the name can be changed, but the thing is, it's very clear. This is from November 2020. Hey guys, Depp heads. Like, listen, at the end of the day, regardless of what it's called, this is a Johnny Depp fan page. And if he had just said, yeah, I follow a Johnny Depp fan page, I like his stuff, that would have been fine. But it was just weird that he said, wait, what was his last tweet? I've been named on court. Literally Elaine with every witness. Are you a fan of Johnny Depp? Wow, dude, imagine being this fan page. Holy, look at this cute little. I have been named in court. No. If this guy just said, yeah, I'm a fan, I like his movies, do you follow this fan page? Yeah, I follow a few fan pages. That wouldn't have been weird. But instead he was like, no, I'm not a fan. She asked him, are you a fan? And he said, no. And then she asked him, do you follow this fan page? And he said, no. So.
Absolutely not.
You don't? That's your testimony under oath?
It is my testimony under oath.
All right.
Bitch. Maybe think twice before saying, yes, that is my testimony under oath. Ah, he just perjured himself. He was hacked, Your Honor. Yo, do you guys think he's gonna tweet right now? Barack Obama? Huh? What? Here's some free speech for you. Fuck Elon Musk. This conspiracy goes so deep. Why does he hate Elon Musk? Does he hate Amber Heard because she dated Elon Musk and she, left Johnny and then dated Elon Musk? Has Barack Obama gone to these trailers? Was Barack in Hicksville? Who is Barack siding with? If he follows this guy, does he side with him? Listen, I don't want to be BM, and again, I'm not a jury, I'm just a person at home, so I can think whatever I want. Aside from perjuring himself, this is giving me do not trust vibes. I'm sorry. I know it's not good to be judgmental, but this icon, you see people with this kind of icon on Twitter, and you go right click mute. What in the world is this? What in the satanist conspiracy theory is this? Is Jerry West really throwing a temper to prove he doesn't throw temper to... I don't know what this is about. I wonder what he's been liking. I am another bitch, and I think your idol was a... Okay, no BM, but this guy is clearly very into pop culture, celebrity stuff. Anyways, there's more of the trial to watch.
I have what's called board certification in adults and general psychiatry. I obtained that from the American Board.
This is incorrect. He was not asked if he follows a specific @. He was asked if he follows Johnny Depp fan page on Twitter, not @ Johnny Depp fan page. And my point with that is, let's say someone says, hey, do you follow Drake on Instagram? And someone goes, no. What are they supposed to say? Do you follow at Champagne Poppy on Instagram? When you say Drake, when you say a name, I think both count. And she did not specify at. She did not specify the at. If she did, then yes. A Twitter called was a specific verbiage. Yeah. So I think either goes. My point is, one, he said he wasn't a fan. So even him following that fan page is like sus enough to that point. And two, this isn't about let's take him to court. Let's charge him with perjury. Like, no one actually gives a fuck about that. My point is just it makes him sound really, really, really not credible. But the name could have been changed. I don't understand what the heck your point is. That's been a Johnny Depp fan page for at least 4 years. He knows he's following a Johnny Depp fan page on Twitter, and claiming anything else is disingenuous. Anyways, I think you guys get my point, and I think most people agree from what I saw. So,
Yes.
Who dis?
What ways are you involved with the APA?
Well, I mentioned my publishing. I also present at the scientific meeting.
So you know every single person you follow on Twitter? Listen, if I was on or if I was a witness in a trial and I was asked, hey, do you follow this person? If I'm even slightly unsure, I'd say, I don't think so. But their back and forth was like, do you? And he said no. And she was like, are you saying that under oath? And he said yes.
Frosty
like he's
Overdose
sure.
tipped $2. No, sorry, Your Honor, I don't follow Pokimane on Twitter. I follow at Pokimane LL. Very different.
Right? If you said this, sure. But he just said, no, I don't follow them. It's just disingenuous, bro.
Meetings.
Anyways, that's my take. If you disagree, that's
the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry that I mentioned.
I find what he said about being a fan and following that Twitter very disingenuous.
Several years ago. I don't remember exactly when.
Have you given any public presentations in the field of psychiatry?
Yes, that's part of our work as an academic psychiatrist.
Sorry, this is my last pause. But this shit is people be calling you biased and straight up disagree with a guy lying on the stand. Yeah. Like, I'm not even for Amber in this instance. But this guy lied on the stand. That's my only point. He literally lied on the stand in front of all of us.
Just is to
Honestly, I just thought that was kind of cool. Like, we got to witness that. Sheesh. He wasn't lying if he doesn't remember. True, but he acted like he knows.
Have you testified as an
remember.
expert in the field of psychiatry before?
Yes, I have.
On how many occasions?
He said it very confidently. And when he was asked if he's a fan of Johnny, he said no.
Deposition and trial.
So why are you following a fan page?
50 times
fan behavior.
15, 20
Exhibit
years.
A.
What type of cases did you testify as an expert in?
They're pretty varied. So some of them have been medical malpractice.
And yeah, he only follows like 82 people.
A number of cases.
Wait, you were on the side of Amber? No.
Victims who've been
I'm just
subject
saying,
to
whoa, this
physical
guy
or
lied.
sexual assault or trauma.
What work were you asked to do in this case?
My role in this case was to give my opinions about the testimony and opinions of Dr. Spiegel, whom you heard from yesterday morning.
And what work have you done to form your opinion?
But how do we know the name was something else before the trial? It could have been an
I was
old
present
account
yesterday in
turned
court
into a
listening
fan
to his
page.
testimony.
Bro, I can't believe this is some...
Strekyle tipped $2.
No one even knew this guy was coming on the stand. Why would someone change their username to that? And secondly, the main reason I say this is because their pinned tweet is a tweet of them being a fan account since 2018. This is a fan account since 2018. So it's not something that changed recently.
Depositions. He had 2 depositions earlier this year.
We're actually moving on. I cannot believe.
And
Wait, was
I think
it
Dr.
2020?
Anderson, who I think
sorry,
provided some couples therapy. I've also reviewed the medical records of Dr. Kipper and Dr. Blaustein.
2020.
And some various email communications, I think a lot of the information that has been talked about here.
Thank you. Your Honor, at this time, we'd like to offer Dr. Shaw as an expert in the field of psychiatry.
Any objection?
Can we approach?
Okay.
Someone said he could have followed by accident. Sure, I guess he could. It's just not my fault. Yes, I changed my name time ago before Johnny Depp. I was just J Depp in both. So he's saying his name before was just J Depp? Potentially. But at the end of the day, he still followed a Johnny Depp fan page. You know? Paintbrush progression. Damn, this is how long the trial's been going for? Sheesh. Listen, I'll give you guys that. The account's name is not Johnny Depp. However, the account was still a Johnny Depp fan page. And you guys know how fan pages work. They're tweeting 30 times a day. So I feel like that really discounts the, oh, he accidentally followed this page. If you accidentally follow a page like this, you're gonna know.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, so he'll be
You're gonna know.
expert. Thank you.
So if that doesn't discount him saying, oh, I didn't know I was following that page, it at least discounts the fact that he said he's not a fan. If you're not a fan, why are you following a fan page? Or a Stan Twitter?
Yes, he...
Objection, Your Honor.
Myself
They heard
tipped
what he testified
$2.
to.
Your Honor, my page was
All right.
just
Foundation to
follow the
reorient
page.
them.
That's okay.
And
We
the
did.
is to blame.
Okay. Do you have an
They
opinion of
followed
Dr.
that
Spiegel's
page.
testimony?
Yes, I do.
And what is your opinion?
I have a couple of primary opinions. The first is that my opinion is that he violated the ethical principles that are outlined in the Goldwater Rule when he gave his opinions about Mr. Depp, specifically with relationship to personality traits and his cognitive abilities. My second primary opinion would be that
You're doing it again.
the
You
re-
did not the
that-
same thing for Amber's sister.
that Dr.
or Amber
Spiegel's
herself lying,
opinions
but you overlooked it.
were unreliable.
I've never
and that
overlooked
he had
Amber lying.
insufficient information.
Objection, Your Honor.
At least not to my awareness.
You're going to approach?
I always bring up Amber lying. Okay. I think it's getting a little annoying watching this because people are like arguing with me. I'm like, bitch, I'm a fucking random. And Loki, you're a fucking random too.
Tony Moon tipped
Why are you
$2,
standing
though
up
I
for these
agree it's
people like-
weird he was as convinced that he didn't follow
they're
a
your
fan
mommies or
page.
something, like,
There is
chill.
still a possibility that the account
We all
showed
just watched
support
a guy
for
say some
Johnny's
sus shit.
side
And
he
I'm like,
started
haha,
following
look, he said
cause
some
he
sus
agrees.
shit.
Although
That's
I
it.
think it's disingenuous.
Though I agree
it's
to it, he
possible.
was as convinced that he didn't follow. There is still a possibility that the account showed support for Johnny's side and he started following because he agrees. Although I think it's disingenuous, it's possible. True. I just think he should have said, yeah, I'm a fan, I like his stuff. And that would have been fine. But for him to be like, no, I am not a fan. And then he follows a fan page. That's weird. I think it would be less, by the way, some people were like, hey, I follow people that I disagree with. I think it's fine to follow a person. Like if he was following Johnny Depp, I don't think that would be weird. But following someone's fan page? I think that's a little extra. So ultimately, I find him to be a sus witness. Maybe he didn't realize it's not the real page. You think? Refresh, he unfollowed. Bitch, we caught you in 4K on my stream. Let's see. Oh my god, he did. Jade. So you on Twitter, huh? Are you gonna explain? We need a twit longer. We need a twit longer. So why did you unfollow the fan page, huh? We need a twit longer. So, do you guys believe me now? If it wasn't so bad, why are you hiding it?
$2. Hey Pokimane,
He is
I just
sus.
wanted to let
He is
you know
so
you are
sus.
so beautiful and I hope you have a great
Thank
day.
you.
You
He's
are love
so
less than
sus.
3.
Pokey, you testify
Tony
next.
Moon
I'm gonna just go
tipped
back.
$2.
Yes, I
Why
did see
backtrack?
he
That's
was
kind
following.
of sus.
Bruh, I backtracked. That's kind of sus. Thank you. Thank you. Next time, bro, just don't come at me, okay? I'm just saying what I see and what I think is weird. They're gonna clip this and call you to testify. I'll be there. This'll be me. As soon as they brought that up, I went and checked immediately. Okay, tweet now. Tweet. He's gained he's gained thousands of followers already. Yeah, he had 83 following. Suspicious. Suspicious. He can't tweet right. Yeah, he can. Why couldn't he? I'm gonna go pee real quick. Yeah, Barack is low-key sus for following him too.
Danielle Wu's taken tipped $2. Imagine they have you testify and replay your VODs in court. Omega lol. Davey_kid tipped $2. As soon as he was caught, man went straight on his phone to unfollow the account. I don't know why he would lie. Quite sus if you ask me.
Dr. Shaw, you mentioned the Goldwater Rule. What led up to the publication of the Goldwater Rule?
The Goldwater Rule came about in response to an incident that occurred during the 1964 presidential election when Senator Barry Goldwater was running as a Republican candidate. And there was a magazine called Fact Magazine that started a campaign to discredit Senator Goldwater. And they obtained a mailing list from the AMA and sent out a single survey questionnaire to about 12,000 psychiatrists in the US, asking if they felt that Senator Goldwater was fit to run for office. And about 2,000 psychiatrists responded, 1,000 of whom expressed very negative opinions about Senator Goldwater and made comments such as, for example, he was a megalomaniac, he was a paranoid schizophrenic, that he had narcissistic personality disorder. And as a result of that, he was replaced as a candidate and then went on to sue Fact Magazine for defamation of character. And he was successful in that lawsuit. And in response to this incident, the American Psychiatric Association, that I think was really concerned about how psychiatry was being represented and statements psychiatrists were making about someone they had never met or evaluated, issued the Goldwater Rule. And the main premise of the Goldwater Rule was that it was improper for a psychiatrist to render a professional opinion about a public figure unless they had personally and closely evaluated them.
What justifications did the APA provide, other than the ones you mentioned, for enacting the Goldwater Rule?
They wanted to make sure that psychiatric illness wasn't being stigmatized. They wanted to ensure that individuals weren't defamed by statements made by a psychiatrist that weren't backed up by medical evidence. And they also wanted to preserve the integrity of the
Ooh, what happened to the
profession,
Twitter?
Since I think the public in general, when a psychiatrist speaks out publicly and expresses an opinion, a psychiatric opinion, people generally like to take that seriously, and the APA wanted to make sure that those opinions were credible and could be relied upon.
Have there been any updates to the Goldwater Rule?
Yeah, since 1973, which was when the Goldwater Rule first came out, there have been a number of revisions and publications by the APA. They're called Annotations in Psychiatry, in which the Goldwater Rule has been better defined and expanded to some degree. So, for example, in 2017, in this publication, the APA reasserted that it was not ethical to provide a psychiatric or professional opinion about someone who had not been evaluated personally by that psychiatrist, that it was unethical to provide an evaluation without obtaining consent from that individual. They also sort of really kind of defined what a professional opinion is, and how they defined it is that an opinion that a psychiatrist expresses about someone's speech, behavior, or any characteristic about that person, if that opinion is made using the expertise, experience, and knowledge inherent in the practice of psychiatry, that is considered a professional opinion. So it might include making a diagnosis or not making a diagnosis. And the other, I think, a couple of important things about that 2017 document were that the APA specified that if a psychiatrist is to give an opinion about someone, about the diagnosis or personality characteristics, whatever, that they have to follow an appropriate methodology. They have to do an evaluation that follows the standard practice of a psychiatrist here in the US. And if they don't do that, they are considered to be, affecting the integrity of both the psychiatrist and the psychiatric profession. And this revision of the Goldwater Rule definitely received a lot of support. The president of the APA at the time stated that breaking the Goldwater Rule was irresponsible, stigmatizing, and definitely unethical. So that was a very strong statement from the president of the APA.
What other medical organizations have weighed in on this issue?
Yeah, the number of organizations have their own sort of version of the Goldwater Rule. The American Medical Association, that represents physicians in the US, has an annual meeting, and they have what's called a Council of Ethical and Judicial Affairs, and they had a meeting in 2017 in Honolulu, and they came out with their own statement about the issue of whether physicians can provide opinions without directly evaluating somebody. And their opinion was that physicians should refrain from giving a psychiatric diagnosis about any public figure, including celebrities and people in the media.
Are there exceptions to the Goldwater Rule?
There are exceptions, yeah. And I think Dr. Spiegel had a lot to say about this yesterday when he was saying that if you couldn't express an opinion without evaluating someone, it sort of made the whole specialty or role of experts in the court sort of null and void. But there are exceptions and situations in which an expert can give testimony in court. So one good example would be
I get what
if
this
there
guy
was
is
a
saying.
medical malpractice case,
It's just
or
the ASMR's fire,
if there was a
you
case
know?
that involved a patient who'd committed suicide and the courts wanted to find out whether the psychiatrist had followed appropriate practice, the expert can review medical records and can give an opinion based on those records, provided those records have sufficient information, for example, about the diagnoses, about the treatment, about how the patient was responding or not responding to treatment.
Did you form an opinion about whether Dr. Spiegel complied with the Goldwater rule?
Well, my opinion is that he did not. He expressed a number of professional opinions about Mr. Depp that we heard about yesterday. And again, he did so without an evaluation, without consent. He did not follow the guidelines of the APA in the 2017 revision, where it was considered important that there be sufficient information obtained by that expert to give an opinion. So I would definitely felt that his conduct, unfortunately, did violate the Goldwater rule.
And specifically, what opinions of that Dr. Spiegel gave yesterday do you feel violated the Goldwater rule?
Yeah, I think that, well, there were sort of two primary ones. The first that you heard about was that Dr. Spiegel had professional opinions about Mr. Depp's personality. And he talked a lot about how he believed that Mr. Depp had narcissistic personality traits. So, and he also, talked a lot about narcissistic personality disorder. So, narcissistic personality disorder is a diagnosis in the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual. It's called the DSM-5 for short. It's a diagnostic manual published by the APA.
Imagine having a stand on trial. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Did you guys want me to talk or something? Was I supposed to, be entertaining? No? Okay.
Go ahead, Dr. Shaw, please continue.
Sure. So I was just talking about narcissistic personality disorder in the DSM-5.
I go into
so the
REM.
Diagnostic criteria for that
into
are,
REM sleep.
I'm not going to remember every word about this, but essentially it's a pattern of grandiosity, a need for admiration, a lack of empathy that's demonstrated by that person since young adulthood. And the DSM-5 has 9 specific criteria, and for someone to meet the diagnosis, you have to meet 5 of those criteria. And so when, as a psychiatrist, we're trying to make a diagnosis of any personality disorder or any diagnosis in general, the normal professional guidelines would dictate that we would do a very careful diagnostic interview. And there are actually interviews specifically written to assess personality disorders. It's also possible to have the individual fill out questionnaires. There's something called the Narcissistic Personality Inventory. This is a 40-item checklist that taps into various components of narcissistic personality disorder. And it's also possible to get psychological testing. like the MMPI that I think you heard about in reference to one of the other experts here. So with all of this information, including collateral information from family members, work colleagues, information of that sort, it is possible to come up with a diagnosis of narcissistic personality disorder. So in the case of Dr. Spiegel, he had none of this information, even though he came out and stated with what he described as a degree of medical certainty that Mr. Depp had narcissistic personality traits.
Oh, that's not fair.
And if you remember,
to say with a degree
somewhat
of medical
towards the end of his testimony yesterday, he was asked to, since he couldn't provide any documentation from the medical record about narcissistic personality disorder or narcissistic personality traits, he was asked about what is referred to a lot in his testimony as record evidence. So information that he obtained from depositions, from text messages,
I know X was saying like this guy is just speaking
emails,
on very little
whatever, and
information.
So he was asked to give, I think, 5 examples of record evidence that would make it seem like Mr. Depp met criteria for narcissistic personality traits. And I'll just mention a couple of them, just to illustrate my opinion, is that testimony did not really hold together. So he stated, for example, that
get them both tested.
One of the criteria for narcissism is narcissistic personality disorder is a sense of entitlement. And the example Dr. Spiegel gave is that he believed that Miss Heard married him for his money. So clearly, sense of entitlement is from a psychiatry perspective, that's very different from a belief that someone wanted you for your money. A second example that was given was that he was asked to give an example of how Mr. Depp had shown that he was envious of others, which is another criterion for narcissistic personality disorder.
Ow.
And the example that Dr. Spiegel gave is that Mr. Depp was jealous of Miss Heard because he believed she was having an affair with Mr. Franco. Now, if we look at these two terms as a psychiatrist, there's a big difference between being envious and being jealous. As a psychiatrist, when I think about envy, I think about somebody wants something that someone else has, and it makes them get bad.
Your Honor, I think this is going beyond his information.
He's giving his opinion as to how Dr. Spiegel violated the Goldwater rule with respect to his testimony about narcissistic personality traits.
He did, but now sustain the objection. Next question.
Okay. Okay, and you mentioned 2 major examples. What was the second one?
The second one was confusing being envious with being jealous.
Oh, sorry.
Question. Is the Goldwater rule something that is just... it's a rule created by an org? Or is it something that is standard across trials in general? Because when I was speaking to XQC yesterday, I understood his point. He was saying, like, they brought a guy on and all he did was study a bunch of articles and random shit and whatever, and then give his opinion, which is kind of not fair in regards to psychology and diagnosing people if you can't actually spend one-on-one time with them. I'm like, okay, I get that, but I wasn't trying to defend the other side. I was more so just saying, like, is this not commonly what happens in trials? You bring experts on to say as much as they possibly can, given what they've been offered. And if Johnny Depp hasn't offered to be tested, then really what is the alternative? So I guess that was my question. Without data, no? Oh. Did he have any medical records? Did he have anything to go off of? I guess just in general, is that common in a court of law or not? God, I wish there were lawyers here. I really, really do. I really do. Yeah, I think it's different to give an expert opinion on the movie industry than to diagnose someone you haven't met. I agree. I'm just saying, in other instances, I guess he was explaining, like in an instance where, let's say, someone committed suicide, obviously you can't test them, so you might just talk about it in a manner because you don't have an alternative. But if someone refuses to take any tests with you, what can you do? He allegedly did not adhere to the standards he should have in his testimony. Did he not adhere to the standards, or was it just that he shouldn't have testified at all? I mean, you don't call someone narcissist as a medical condition from an expert from interviews and articles. True, I guess. When you say that, I'm like, that makes sense to me, but I want to ask a lawyer. Because is that something that people do? So ask a lawyer. Bish, I don't know one. I mean, I do, but not right now. Actually, I do agree with this. I think saying it with medical certainty, that sounds really, really off to me. Oh shit, they're standing. Sorry, I forgot. But oh my god, Camille. Why did you argue with XQC then? He was trying to explain this to you and you kept defending Amber's side. Because my question was, is this standard in court or not? Because that's the same thing that guy said. He was like, there's no reason to have expert testimony whatsoever if we can't speak without having full tests with people. So I was asking, because like XQC isn't a lawyer. I'm not a lawyer. It's a courtroom precedent. As in each trial, it depends. XQC is making a bunch of wrong assumptions about what's happening too. We're all kiddos. Arguing is a stretch. I agree. I feel like sometimes some of X's viewers, when they don't see someone like immediately agree 100% with their streamer, like, relax, dog. I'm taking the bar right now, same. It's not about having a full test. It's just the evidence was not abundant enough and he didn't have record of diagnosis. Remember, he said those examples used were not good. I agree. I guess what is the alternative was my point. Asmongold's even more biased than X on the trial. I actually haven't watched much of anyone's reaction to this. I just watch the actual trial sometimes. You're defending an expert and professional for violating his ethical obligations, but making a whole big thing out of a guy following a Twitter account. Seems very biased. Well, let me explain to you. I understand Twitter. Do I understand the ethical dilemmas of testifying on the stand as a psychologist? No. And I think it's laughable that a lot of people at home pretend to. Just because I'm not agreeing with one way or the other in regards to that, like, doesn't mean much of anything, in my opinion. I can't tell you, he for sure shouldn't say this or he for sure should say that because I don't know. I have nothing to compare it to. I have no prior trial knowledge on what is allowed in regards to expert testimonies and psychology. That's my point. But when someone's like, I don't follow that person, and we go on their Twitter and they do, ooh, that's very simple for me. Anyways. So many paragraphs. Yeah, it's a lot to read. The Twitter guy explained that he changed his name very recently. Yeah, I saw this, but he has been a fan page for a long time, no matter what his name is. Experts can explain these are the traits of narcissistic personality disorder. They cannot say Mr. Depp has a narcissistic personality disorder. This makes sense to me. The parts that I watched, I don't recall if he said that. But I've seen people in chat say, no, he said that he has narcissistic personality disorder. But I didn't watch his full testimony anyways. And I said that to XQC too. I was like, I haven't watched his whole thing, so. He said he has behaviors directly in line with such and such disorder. I feel like it makes sense for me to hear an expert come on and say, this person exhibits these behaviors. I haven't been able to test them personally, but some of these behaviors are in line with narcissistic personality disorder. But I cannot diagnose them. But it doesn't make sense for him to get on the stand and say, I've never spoken to him and I've never checked his records and I've never done any tests with him, but he has personality disorder or narcissistic personality disorder. Like, that wouldn't make sense to me. Anyways. Ow. Yes, that's what usually happens. Yeah. That's it. Wow, that is a lot of... That is a lot of paragraphs. Ooh, can I ask your opinion on what Amber said to Johnny, that to go tell the judge and jury about him being abused and see if anyone believes him? I think right there kind of shows her intentions and her mindset. I don't think it necessarily speaks to her intentions, but I think it does speak to her mindset in showing that I feel like in her mind, a man can't be abused if he is larger than his abuser. And I very much disagree with that. And I've gotten this impression from a lot of things that she said, and I strongly disagree with it. And I think it makes her look very, very bad. So that's my perspective regarding that audio tape. Thank you, Shroom. The argument is the guy can testify from what he has had available to him, but what he did, which was to diagnose someone without meeting them, was not common practice. I agree with this, but did he diagnose them, or did he just say that some of his behaviors are in line with a certain personality trait? He didn't. Okay, so why are people saying he did? The witness yesterday kept saying traits. This is not a direct diagnosis. He diagnosed him. So did he? Did he not? That's what I mean. Like, this is a part of the trial that I didn't see, and then people are expecting me to debate about it. I'm like, no. I didn't become unbiased to avoid anything. I just became unbiased. I became unbiased because I felt like there was too much dirt surfacing regarding both sides, and I just didn't really feel comfortable being on either side. That's it. He didn't directly diagnose him as far as I know, but they left it vague as much as they could. Oops. But it's still professional opinion, so it's still breaking the Goldwater rule. But then that, I feel like that means a lot of people are breaking the Goldwater rule. Refresh for weekend emote. Aki. Weekend. Oh, wait, that's so cute. Wait, that's so cute. Did you say it's not? Like it's not cute? We can't. Okay. I would be down to talk to XQC now because I understand what's going on. Oh, no, no, no. Actually, you're right. His viewers would go boom, boom.
Michael _M24 tipped $2. Still seemed sus that he would go and unfollow the page as though seemingly trying to erase any evidence of the fact.
Sorry. Still seemed sus that he would go and unfollow the page as though seemingly trying to erase it. I agree. Okay, can we all agree Hicksville guy was sus? You don't have... like, that doesn't mean you dislike Johnny Depp, but that guy was sus. And it doesn't mean you like Amber, but that guy was sus. That guy was suspicious. Very weird. And I don't like him. And I'm expecting a twit longer apology explaining why he was following the Johnny Depp fan page and why he dareth unfollow. Yeah, he was Reddit Among Us for fucking sure. La-dee-da. Do-do-do-do-do. I love all the people saying you're on Amber's side because they can't understand looking at something objectively, even though your title literally says I'm biased. I think people are just really riled up about this trial, and they are looking to figure out who is opposing them. They're like, who is against me? And I just want to let everyone know,
Johnny had NPD with
I'm not against anyone.
in his testimony,
You in chat, I'm on your side.
Why they brought the ASM.
I agree with you. Do you like doggies? Yeah, I love doggies. Unless you hate doggies, in which case I hate doggies. Whoever you are out there, I'm on your side. Yup. 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 No, I love dogs. No, guys, I love dogs. I love them. I love dogs. They're my favorite. They're my favorite. Dogs are my favorite. They're the best. I love them. Do you know anything about the UK trial? Actually, no. Aside from generally what happened, Depp sued a publication for calling him a wife beater, and he lost. Earlier, when I was gone, I don't know if you guys heard me laugh, but Bo does this thing sometimes when he's near people. He thinks you're going to feed him, and he gets so excited. He gets so hyped. He starts zooming around. But then if you're walking, he will like intentionally walk in front of your feet and seemingly go flying. He's just like, he's running into your feet and you're walking and he just, but it looks so funny. And then he just keeps running. I know, but it's actually so funny. I shouldn't laugh, but I do. I do, but I am. I am laughing, and I do, and I shall, but I shouldn't. But yeah, it's so funny. I'm sorry. I know. My kitten did that all the time too. Didn't you laugh? If he ever seems hurt, I'm always like, oh my God, baby. But it's happened like 4 times with me and friends. Like, people will visit and he'll just run into their legs. And I'm like, chill, dog. Cat, you know. When are you going to play Life is Strange again? Probably next week. Yeah, next week. If Kate Moss proved Amber has lied about Kate's situation with Johnny, how do you think that would affect Amber's situation? The only thing that I've heard Amber say was that she heard about a rumor, a big rumor between Kate and Johnny, that Johnny pushed her or something. But did she say anything else? See? So it's just the rumor.
Enzo Enderwiggin tipped $2. Although Dr. Spiegel didn't diagnose him, he still
Well,
gave
Amber
an
called it a
expert
rumor,
opinion
so
about DEPP.
if Kate Moss comes up and says, oh, well, it's not real, then okay. But at least Amber didn't state it as fact. She stated it as a rumor. Although didn't diagnose him, he still gave an expert opinion about DEPP, medical certainty that he displays characteristics of a mental disorder, breaking the Goldwater rule, a rule for psychiatrists, though it had been adopted by other fields. So I'm curious, does this occur in other trials where someone will come in, give an expert opinion, and then others will say, this is not allowed. You are breaking the Goldwater rule. I guess my point is, does that happen a lot in trials? Yes. The witness said the same, that all experts are breaking the rule. So are all experts breaking the rule? Oh my God. I'm confused. I think it's very likely this will come up every time a forensic psychologist does it, yes. Is that like the golden shower rule? No. No. Absolutely not. Thank you guys so much for the subs and resubs. Appreciate it. The dude yesterday said he thought Johnny had NPD with a degree of medical certainty in his testimony, which is very unethical. Oh, okay. This makes sense to me. If this is for sure a quote from that guy, I think he's pushing it. He is pushing the Goldwater rule. Or I guess you could say crossing it. I feel like it's not fair to say someone has something with a degree of medical certainty without ever speaking to them or testing them. So, I agree with that. No. Fuck.
Can you see it?
Oh,
Your next
fuck.
question.
I missed my chance.
Dr. Shaw, is the Goldwater rule limited to diagnoses?
It's not. It's includes all professional opinions.
Wait,
Do
so
you
then
agree with Dr.
nobody
Spiegel
can give
that the
their
Goldwater
opinion?
rule doesn't apply to expert witnesses?
I don't agree, no.
Explain this
How
to
could
me.
Dr. Spiegel express an opinion without violating the Goldwater rule?
Ooh, I like this.
This has actually been a topic that's been written and published about. So it is possible for someone to give testimony about a matter without interviewing someone. And there's certain sort of ways that it should be framed. So, for example, when Dr. Spiegel was testifying about
I'm stretching, guys.
the report that Mr. Depp was unable to recall these 3 objects, what he could have done is said that I have not personally examined Mr. Depp, so I can't speculate about his cognitive state or ability to function cognitively. However, it is possible that someone who's not able to recall 3 objects could have issues related to substance use, which was what his opinion was.
Oh.
However,
okay.
what he should have done in expressing his opinion is then have followed up to say that in order to really establish whether these were relevant and significant cognitive deficits, Mr. Depp should have had psychological testing to establish the nature of these deficits. And he should also have added that there are other potential explanations for these findings. So, for example, it's possible that Mr. Depp...
Objection, Your Honor. Tipped $2. The gold water rule doesn't apply to every
he's just opining as to, or is responding to Dr. Spiegel's testimony yesterday.
No, he's opining as to what Dr. Spiegel could have said, but it's past the, whether he, about the gold water rule.
If we can move on.
Okay.
I like that.
Who's qualified to give an opinion about cognitive deficits and processing speed?
It would have to be someone who could conduct the type of neuropsychological testing that I was mentioning. You can't establish the presence of cognitive deficits without a battery of tests.
Objection, again, this is beyond the gold water rule.
Overruled.
You can't establish cognitive deficits without appropriate neuropsychological testing. And that can only be done by a psychologist or neuropsychologist. So a psychiatrist like Dr. Spiegel would be giving an opinion outside of his area of expertise if he gave an opinion about cognitive deficits that required psychological testing to be further evaluated.
Dr. Spiegel yesterday testified about the practice of forensic psychiatry. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes, I do.
What is forensic psychiatry?
Forensic psychiatry is a specialty of psychiatry that relates to matters on the intersection between psychiatry and the law. So, for example, what we're doing today is forensic psychiatry, where a psychiatrist comes into court and gives an opinion about a matter to help the court may come to an opinion.
Are there professional standards that govern the practice of forensic psychiatry?
Yes, there are.
And what organizations have issued those standards?
One of the primary organizations that has issued guidelines about the practice of forensic psychiatry is called the American Academy of Psychiatry and the Law. This is an organization that represents forensic psychiatrists. And it has published guidelines about what constitutes an ethical and sound practice of doing a forensic assessment
called this man hot in my chat?
Providing a psychiatric opinion. So this guideline, I think, was published in 2015, actually contains many elements that are consistent with the Goldwater Rule. So, for example, it states that for a forensic assessment to be done, there has to be informed consent, and there should be a very thorough, comprehensive evaluation that would include reviewing past records, past psychiatric history. It would include doing what's called a mental status examination, which is a careful evaluation of someone's mood, cognition, things of that nature.
More like Gil.
And
if it's going
the
to be
guidelines
anything.
do state that it is reasonable or permitted to provide an opinion without an evaluation. But if you're going to do that, there's some things that you have to really make clear in your opinion when you express that opinion. And the first is that you have to acknowledge the limitations of your opinion.
I agree with this
and
guy.
not, like Dr. Spiegel, say that his opinion was held with a degree of medical certainty. You have to explain what's missing, what data you did not have, that you were not able to rely upon in coming to that opinion. You also have to talk about what additional information you would need to come to that opinion. And even though these guidelines say it's permissible to do this, the text is still, I think, not fully in support of psychiatrists doing this. So their statements are that opinions rendered without a proper database, which is what psychiatrists rely upon to make diagnoses and give opinions, professional opinions, is questionable and not generally recommended.
Did you form an
Understandable, good
opinion
sir.
about Dr. Spiegel's testimony with respect to these practice guidelines?
Yes, I did.
And what is your opinion?
Well, my opinion is that he did not follow those guidelines. So, for example, he did not have consent. He did not do even a basic evaluation of Mr. Depp. When he gave his opinions, as I just mentioned, he said they were opinions that he had to a degree of medical certainty, and he did not make any statements about what other additional information he would have wanted to make that opinion. So, for example, when asked about should neuropsychological testing be performed, he said most patients don't have access to that, which is actually not at all true. I mean, every medical school has neuropsychologists that can do testing. So I think that was an unfortunate statement. So I think those are the primary ways in which the Goldwater rule was violated, and the practice guidelines were not
I
adhered
now
to.
understand why Spiegel's testimony.
Dr. Shah, yesterday Dr. Spiegel was talking about correlation and
Which
causation.
is not done very well.
What
He could
is
have
the
made his
difference between
points
correlation and causation?
without going as far as he did.
It's not in his designation.
You know?
It is. We can approach and I can show you.
The accent gives
All right.
plus 10 intelligence, true. TRNTN, thanks for the 20 months. Infinite Snow, thank you for the 40 months. He looks like a lead investigator in a BBC drama. I could see it.
Enzo Enderwiggin tipped $2. Him saying medical certainty was the problem.
I agree.
Really.
I agree.
You are able to be an expert and discuss your opinions, but when you say with medical certainty, you cross the line of the Goldwater
I agree, but that's
rule.
also why it was so annoying. Yesterday, XQC was like, this guy has no idea what he's talking about. You can't just bring a random on to give his opinion. And I'm like, that's kind of the point of expert testimonies. But I understand it shouldn't go past the line of saying this is like a medical diagnosis or medical certainty.
Go ahead, Dr. Shah.
But that doesn't mean he shouldn't be on the stand
Yes, so
at
the
all.
difference between a correlation and
Award
causation.
smokers, Simati, thank you guys for the
Correlation is a statistical analysis of a relationship between two different factors. So in Dr. Spiegel's testimony, he talked about, there being a correlation between
Aaron North, thanks for 7.
opinions he had about Mr. Depp, his narcissistic personality traits, his substance abuse, things of that nature. So a correlation doesn't say anything about whether or not these factors caused that, the behavior he was discussing. Perhaps one of the easiest ways I could describe this difference between correlation and causation is if we look at the issue of measles, if you bear with me. So there's a correlation between being young and catching measles. Now we know that measles is not caused by being young. Measles is caused by a virus. But young children have not been exposed to the virus. They don't have the immunity, so they have a higher rate of measles.
Another example of why
So the difference
correlation does
statistically
not
is,
equal causation.
well, the difference is between causation and correlation is illustrated by that example. So another way I might put this is if we had
Children
100
cause
people in a room,
measles, confirmed.
just bringing it back to the issue of IPV that Dr. Spiegel was testifying about. Let's say we had 70 people who had all the risk factors for IPV and 30 people who had no risk factors for IPV. So what can we say about those 70 people? We can't say that any single one of those people has perpetrated IPV, even though they may have all the risk factors. And if we look at the 30 people who have no risk factors, we also can't say whether or not they have perpetrated IPV.
It is just
So the
more
actual
likely
presence of
that
risk
there's a
factors
larger
for
amount of
IPV
people
that
in the first
Dr. Spiegel
group.
was talking about, they say absolutely nothing about what happened in this case.
Thank you, Dr. Shah. Nothing further.
All right, cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Dr. Shah.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You're not offering any opinion as to Mr. Depp's psychology, correct?
That's correct.
And
I wonder what they'll say. I feel like there isn't
testified
much
a lot
to
about
really
the
bust
Goldwater
this
rule.
guy on.
You know of no case where an expert has been excluded
this guy did an
from testifying
amazing
based on the
job.
Goldwater rule, correct?
I don't know about the whole universe of cases. It's possible, but I don't know personally about one.
And you, before this case, you've never offered an opinion on the Goldwater rule before, correct?
That's correct.
And you've never written an article on the Goldwater rule, correct?
I have not.
And you've never given a presentation on the Goldwater rule, correct?
I have not.
And you've never been on any committees regarding the Goldwater rule, correct?
I have not.
Okay.
Who asked?
And you agree that you've testified that there are exceptions
he's
to
laying
the Goldwater
foundation
rule
for
about having to
something?
interview the subject, right?
Yes.
And you understand that Dr. Spiegel requested to meet with Mr. Depp twice, but Mr. Depp declined, correct?
I guess to
I'm aware
to
of
make
that.
him sound like he's not an expert.
And
I mean, he still explained it
Dr.
fine.
Spiegel stated in his designation and at trial yesterday that he did not meet with Mr. Depp, right?
Yes.
Okay. Can we put up Defendant's Exhibit 1904? Dr. Shaw, have you seen the opinions of the Ethics Committee on the Principles of Medical Ethics?
Yes.
Okay. And if you could turn to 79 of the PDF, it's actually, thank you. You see where it's highlighted here?
Yes.
And it says psychiatrists have also argued that the Goldwater rule is not sound because psychiatrists are sometimes asked to render
Objection,
opinions.
hearsay.
He's an expert. Without conducting an examination of an individual. Examples occur in particular in certain forensic cases and consultative roles. This objection attempts to subsume the rule with its exceptions. What this objection misses, however, is that the rendering of expertise and/or an opinion in these contexts is permissible because there is a court authorization for the examination or an opinion without examination.
Oh,
And this work
a
is
court
conducted within an
authorization for an
evaluative
opinion without
framework,
examination. That was my
including
point to
parameters
XTC
for
as
how
well.
and where the information may be used or disseminated. You see that?
I do, yes.
And this court authorized Dr. Spiegel to testify in this case, correct?
Yes.
Well, that
Thank
was
you. I have
kind of my
nothing further.
point.
All right, redirect.
It doesn't mean that he should diagnose people, or I agree he shouldn't say with a medical certainty.
Dr. Shaw,
But he
Mr.
he
Nadelhoff just
shouldn't
asked
also
you
not be there
about
at all.
the court
The way
authorization
he
of
delivered his
Mr.
testimony
Depp's
wasn't
evaluation. Are you aware that the court has
or
twice
perhaps
denied?
was unethical, but that doesn't mean he shouldn't be there at all. That was kind of my point when XQC was like, this is a piss
Ms.
random.
Heard's
Testimony, yes.
Okay, thank you, nothing further.
That does not mean he shouldn't give his opinion without
You can leave, thank you.
testing
Next witness.
Depp. They literally just explained why it's allowed.
All right. Good to see you.
So my point is, okay, sorry. Here, let me go back. I didn't see that last.
That's correct.
Mr. Depp's. Dr. Shaw, Mr. Nadelhoff just asked you about the court authorization of Mr. Depp's evaluation. Are you aware that the court has twice denied Ms. Heard's request for an evaluation of Mr. Depp?
I heard that yesterday in testimony, yes.
Okay, thank you, nothing further.
All right, thank you.
So the court denied him from being tested? Why would that be?
You, sir?
You about authorization of Mr. Depp's. You about the Dr. Shaw, Mr. Nadelhoff just asked you about the court authorization of Mr. Depp's evaluation. Are you aware that the court has twice denied Ms. Heard's request for an evaluation of Mr. Depp?
I heard that yesterday in testimony, yes.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further.
All right. Thank you, sir. You can either have a seat or you can leave. Thank you.
She's basically saying the court denied the evaluation of Depp, so his refusal shouldn't matter and shouldn't have been evaluated. I don't think his refusal was a point in anyone's testimony. It was something I was personally curious about, like, oh, why didn't he get a test? I understand the court said it was not needed, which I also understand for a defamation case. But ultimately, the point comes down to, should this guy be testifying at all? Not this guy, Dr. Spiegel, I think is his name. Should Dr. Spiegel have testified at all? No, Amber's team did not decline for him to be tested. Amber's team requested twice that he be tested, and the court declined it. Probably saying it's not necessary to test him. This is a defamation case. Which I understand why the court would do that. Yes, he can, but what he said shouldn't be allowed. I agree with this. So he can testify and he can give his opinion, but the way he gave his opinion crossed the line because he said that his opinion is with a degree of medical certainty. You can't diagnose someone with something with a degree of medical certainty without ever speaking to them. So that's where I've landed on this, at least. You're being biased towards Dr. Siegel. For starters, it's Spiegel. Secondly, I just disagreed with his testimony. It is so annoying to have people call you biased as soon as you don't fully agree with them. You ask a single question or two and they're like, what are you, biased? Are you defending an abuser? Fucking relax, dog. Hearing comprehension on 0. The main argument of Mr. Spiegel was that addiction issues have an effect on mental health. And I think he should have gotten on the stand and expressed that without saying that Johnny Depp, without half-ass diagnosing Johnny Depp with anything. He can suggest things, but when he says with a degree of medical certainty, no bueno. Yeah, all today's guy said is the way Spiegel did it was wrong. He agrees with you that he could give testimony, but the way he did it was very irresponsible. And I agree with that. I agree with this guy in general. That's my professor. I really, really like this testimony, and I very much agree with it. I'm so tired. Weird to be unbiased when evidence points to her being a liar, an abuser, etc. I've agreed with all of that evidence, but can't you also say that there's a lot of evidence that shows that Johnny Depp was emotionally abusive, has said very inappropriate things, etc., etc.? Like, stop. Anyways, at the end of the day, I agree with this guy. And I'm glad that he came on the stand and explained things so well because I actually properly understand the situation now.
Do you feel any particular sense of loyalty towards Mr. Depp? None at all. Do you feel any sense of loyalty towards Ms. Heard?
Yes, I don't know.
Yeah.
Witnesses. And what is current occupations?
I run the Art Museum, CEO of the Art Museum.
Let me just go back. Now, you indicated that
Sorry? What?
my house April 2. Please state your name and address for the record. Jennifer Howell, Los Angeles, California. What is your occupation? I run the Art of Elysium, CEO of the Art of Elysium.
Let me just go back. Now, you indicated that Whitney lived with you from January 2015 I'm sorry, May 2015 to April 2016. Are you absolutely certain about those dates?
I'm certain, yes. She came and went at different periods, but all of her stuff moved out of my house April 2016.
And I'm sorry, did you say you were 100% certain of that? Ms. Hall, could you answer my question?
Yes, she did go back to Amber and Johnny's at different points, that she was still living with me during that time.
And the question I asked, because you were talking at the same time Ms. Vasquez was giving an objection, was I believe that you said you were 100% certain of those dates. Is that correct?
Same as me.
All right. Oh, you previously testified that you were the CEO for Art of Elysium. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And are you still currently in that position?
Yes, I am.
And how long have you
she's
been
friends
the CEO
with
for Art of
Amber's
Elysium?
sister.
I'm the founder of the organization, so we did our first workshop in August of 1997, filed the legal paperwork in February of 98 to set up a 501c3. So I guess since the beginning of the charity.
Ms. Howell, when did you first meet Amber Heard?
At the Pineapple Express premiere is where I met she and her sister Whitney.
Do you remember approximately what year that was?
I believe it was around 2008. I'm sure that could be pulled. It was the LA premiere. I think there was probably multiple premieres, but it was the Los Angeles premiere of Pineapple Express.
Was Ms. Heard there with Mr. Depp?
No, this was long before. I was a guest of James Franco, and Amber was in the movie. And so I met she and her sister at to be specific, at the after party of the premiere.
Did Ms. Henriquez end up working for Art of Elysium at some point?
Yes, she did.
What year did Ms. Henriquez begin working with Art of Elysium?
I believe it was in 2014. I don't have those documents right in front of me.
Hopefully nothing important was said.
You sent to Whitney Henriquez on or about Tuesday, July 28th, 2020 at 11:02 a.m.
It is.
This is a true and accurate copy of an email exchange that you sent to Ms. Henriquez?
Yes, I believe I'm the one who gave that. Yes, it is.
And then did you forward this email exchange and the attachments to Marcel Parasal?
Yeah, I asked him to keep it for me.
Why did you send this email and letter to Ms. Henriquez?
Because I've struggled very much with what to do in a situation that I love someone who I know is doing something very wrong, and I know that they're doing it because they're trying to protect their sister, and I'm trying to protect her, and I'm just trying to get her to wake up and do the right thing, which is tell the truth. It's the only thing that can help everybody involved in this case.
Ms. Howell, do you recall submitting a witness statement
Oh my god.
in the United Kingdom?
Yeah, they basically just called to verify the witness statement that was submitted previously.
And do you recognize this document to be the witness statement and the declaration that you submitted in the UK? And if you want to scroll down to look at it.
Yes, I recognize it.
And at the first page, do you see a date on this document?
January 13th, 2021.
Thank you. And is this document a true and accurate copy of the declaration that you submitted in the UK proceeding on or about January 13th, 2021?
Yes.
And are all the statements in your UK declaration accurate and true?
I mean, yes.
I love when they say that,
yes.
real and true.
All right, let's pull up what I believe was DEPP Exhibit 9. It's been marked as DEPP Exhibit 9. Exhibit 9.
She is friends with Amber's sister, and Amber's sister told her all about these situations which completely contradict their statements in the court.
So, Ms. Howell, earlier you were shown this document. Scrolling to the end of it.
Yeah, that's tea.
Can you go? Okay.
Even the way she worded that,
North
like I know her sister is just trying to
I've been hopping between
protect her.
this stream and Asmund's stream.
Did
and it
Mr.
has been
Waldman
interesting hearing both your opinions.
assist you in
I
drafting
definitely
this
think that Johnny
email?
and Amber both
Same.
have their
Absolutely
flaws, and
not.
I guess
neither
that's
one
why
is
I'm
really
trying to look at it.
innocent.
Did you
from this
speak with
perspective.
Mr. Waldman at all about drafting this email? About writing an email? No. I did that on my own accord. Did you speak with Mr. Waldman at all about contacting the ACLU? I do not recall having a conversation with him about that. And Ms. Howell, you testified earlier that you received a check from
I'm so sorry. I
Fidelity
didn't listen.
Charitable in January of 2018. Is that correct? I don't know if I said the date, but yes, I received an anonymous donation from that check that was submitted. Whatever it's on there, I just don't know the date off the top of my head. And you testified that there was a letter sent along with that that said that it was in honor of Amber Heard? Yes. Richard, I was guaranteed 20 minutes with him after being attacked for 3.5 hours by your side the last time. So I am going to stick by what I was told before entering this and what your side agreed to.
All right, your next witness.
Your Honor, Mr. Depp calls Candy Davidson Goldbraun, who is the corporate designee of the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles.
All right, and that's by
was
deposition,
weird.
is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Where is the rest of that?
Goldbraun, is it your understanding that you're here to testify today on behalf of the Children's Hospital?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. So as of June 2018, had any payments been made by Ms. Heard to the Children's Hospital in connection with the $3.5 million pledge, aside from the original $100,000 check from Mr. White in August of 2016?
Yes, there was a payment, a gift on January 9th of 2018.
And what amount is
Girl,
that
why are
gift
you
that you're
wearing a
referring
mask
to?
in front of a camera? I can't hear you.
$250,000.
Okay, and was that gift made by Ms. Heard or on Ms. Heard's behalf?
By Ms. Heard.
Okay, and what are you basing that statement on?
By the check that we received from Fidelity. Fidelity Charity that came to Children's Hospital.
I'm gonna
What
show
is
you
this
guys
document?
the witness statement after this.
The letter to
A hospital
Mr.
policy,
White,
that makes sense.
from myself,
Looked like just an
inquiring
office.
about further installments on the pledge that had not been fulfilled.
And why did you write this to Mr. White on June 14th, 2019?
I was trying to figure out if there were any other payments coming from Mr. White to fulfill the pledge, because Children's Hospital Los Angeles had not received any other correspondence from him.
Or no.
And what is this document?
It is a letter to Ms. Gottlieb from myself on behalf of Children's Hospital Los Angeles, inquiring about additional gifts, pledge payment installments.
This letter appears to be directed to Miss Amber Heard, care of Jody Gottlieb. Is that correct?
Correct.
Who's Jody Gottlieb?
In the Children's Hospital Los Angeles records, Jody Gottlieb was our contact for Miss Amber Heard.
Ms. Goldbraun, why did you send this letter to Ms. Heard and
My
Ms.
Apple
Gottlieb?
Watch said it's time to stand up.
I was trying to see if the pledge was going to be fulfilled or not.
In your experience, is it common practice for anonymous donors
Little breadies.
when making donations to, in one paragraph, state that they wish to remain anonymous, and in the very next paragraph, identify themselves?
Yes,
That is common?
it is common for donors to want to remain anonymous publicly, but allow the charity to know who they are.
Between June 2018 and the dates on which you sent the letters to Ms. Hurd and Mr. White in June of 2019, were any additional funds received from Ms. Hurd?
No.
Okay, so as of June 2018, a total of $250,000 had been received as far as the Children's Hospital is
June
concerned
2018.
from Ms. Hurd.
I wonder
And
at
that
what point she's
was
at
the same
now.
amount that had been donated a year later in June of 2019. Is that accurate?
Correct.
As of the date of this deposition, March 30th, 2021,
Ooh, ask him.
how much in total has Ms. Hurd donated to the Children's Hospital?
For this particular gift, I mean, in her lifetime,
From 2016 to present.
$250,000.
Ms. Goldburn, do you recall we were
That's
speaking about this letter a few
embarrassing. That
minutes
is
ago?
so embarrassing.
Correct.
All right, and this was a letter that you sent to Ms. Hurd, correct?
Correct.
Did you ever get a response to this letter?
No.
As of
Out
October
of 7 million? No, I
of
think it's out of
2018,
3.5 million,
money,
if I'm not
had Ms. Hurd directly donated?
misremembering.
to
Because
the
she
Children's
said half
Hospital?
and half, right? Yeah, so it's out of
$250,000.
As of March 30th.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the end of that.
Sorry, I just realized. You said October 2018?
She forgot
Correct.
the other zero and put a 2 instead of a 3.
$250,000.
Okay. As of March 30th, 2019, how much money had Ms. Hurd directly donated to the Children's Hospital?
$250,000.
What is your understanding of the length of time over which Ms. Hurd pledged the gift of $3.5 million to Children's Hospital?
There was no date arrangement with Ms. Hurd to have this
Still embarrassing.
pledge paid off in a particular time.
If Ms. Hurd were to pay this, the rest of the $3.5 million in 2 years or 5 years, would Children's Hospital welcome that?
CHLA welcomes every and any donation
Bad
that comes
question.
its way.
Has Amber Heard's pledge of the $3.5
She shouldn't
million
run around
to Children's
flaunting
Hospital expired? To
a
your knowledge?
donation amount without actually donating
aware,
it.
no, that's not
That's
expired.
the point.
All right, thank you. Your next witness.
I pledge to donate $100,000. I'll give you one now. And I'll give you the other 99,000 in like 20 years or something. Don't worry, I said I pledged it. You'll get it. But let me just do all the press regarding my donation right now, if you don't mind. Yes, please, no flash photography, but take as many photos as you'd like. Like, it's... She does not seem like a good person. I don't know her, but you know.
All right. You want to have a seat for just a moment because we do have a few proffers going to be done.
I forgot to stand,
Just
sorry.
for the record, we talked about it earlier. I will charge the 30 minutes extra time for today to the plaintiff's team so we can stay on
Maybe
time.
she went broke.
Understood, Your Honor.
They actually
All right,
were
and I
trying to
believe,
say...
Ms. Radborn, you had some proffers
she
you
was
wanted to
trying
do,
to say it was because she got
for
sued.
testimony.
We did.
Even then, she had a lot of
Exhibits,
time
Mr.
prior to
Nealhoff's
that.
actually-
Okay, Mr. Nadeloff, if you want to proffer testimony for the record as to testimony that the court has sustained objections.
Wait, I like this. I pledge $100 million to myself. I am now a multimillionaire. Easy cup.
Here, Your Honor, it's
And I hate that Elaine was like, so if she wanted to give you guys millions of dollars later, would you accept it? Like, of course, a charity would accept any money at any time. That's not a...
What I will do is I'll explain
You
what
hear
we're
that,
proffering
Bert?
the
That was
evidence
for you.
for, and then
That was for
we
that
have
shitty
copies.
line of questioning.
Good. Which I'll provide to you. We'll provide them to you electronically, or I don't have another copy for you right now, but we'll provide.
That's fine. Go ahead. Yes, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, for Laurel Anderson, on March 31st, 2022, the defendant attempted to designate certain portions of the deposition testimony for trial of Dr. Laurel Anderson, a clinical psychologist who worked with Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp. Dr. Anderson testified in the therapy session. Ms. Heard reported to her that she was slapped by Mr. Depp, that he hit her in the head, had her hair pulled by Mr. Depp, kicked her in the leg, and that Mr. Depp gave Ms. Heard bruises.
That's not the same as
Ms.
the
Heard
children's
also
hospital,
reported
though.
that Mr. Depp was the first to initiate any violence. Ms. Heard also reported that she hid in a bathroom to protect herself from Mr. Depp. Ms. Heard also reported to Dr. Anderson that Mr.
Pause.
That's the
Jan.
testimony that the court
Let's
has
hear that
sustained
again.
objections.
Mega, thank you for subbing.
Here, Your Honor, it's a box here, so I just...
Okay, that's fine. You can stay there as long as you stay close to the microphone. I appreciate it.
That's a big ass binder.
And Your Honor, what I will do is I'll explain what we're proffering the evidence for, and then we have copies.
Good.
Which I'll provide to you. We'll provide them to you electronically, or I don't have another copy for you right now, but we'll provide.
That's fine. Go ahead. Yes, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, for Laurel Anderson, on March 31st, 2022, the defendant attempted to designate certain portions of the deposition testimony for trial of Dr. Laurel Anderson, a clinical psychologist who worked with Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp. Dr. Anderson testified in the therapy session. Ms. Heard reported to her that she was slapped by Mr. Depp, that he hit her in the head, had her hair pulled by Mr. Depp, kicked her in the leg, and that Mr. Depp gave Ms. Heard bruises. Ms. Heard also reported that Mr. Depp was the first to initiate any violence. Ms. Heard also reported that she hid in a bathroom to protect herself from Mr. Depp. Ms. Heard also reported to Dr. Anderson that Mr. Depp threw a phone at her on May 21st, 2016, hit her, and held her hair. Ms. Heard also reported to Dr. Anderson that she was a victim to Mr. Depp's abuse.
Is this what the doctor is
testimony is contained in
testifying
Dr.
to?
Anderson's deposition transcript, which is Exhibit A. The court also excluded records of Dr. Anderson from Ms. Heard's and Mr. Depp's therapy sessions and a treatment summary, which are Exhibits B and
She's
C.
someone who worked with
Mr.
Johnny
Depp
and
objected
Amber
to Dr. Anderson's testimony as described in medical records, stating that they were hearsay and that they did not fall into any exceptions, including statements for purposes of medical treatment. The court sustained the objection on the grounds that the testimony and exhibits were hearsay. For Dr. Kipper, on March 31st, 2022, the defendant attempted to designate certain portions of the deposition testimony for trial of Dr. David Kipper, Mr. Depp's physician. Dr. Kipper testified Ms. Heard voiced concerns of Mr. Depp's behavior while on...
Sorry, to clarify, he testified that Amber stated this, not that it was the factual truth. No. My point is this the doctor saying, yes, Amber told me this? Or is this Amber saying, I told the doctor this, but the doctor is not confirming? That's the question. So the doctor said, the doctor is confirming that Amber told her this. It's the doctor's deposition. Okay. Because I do think, especially in abuse victims or sexual assault allegation victims, that kind of thing is important. Typically, having someone testify, I mean, obviously they weren't there, they can't say it happened, but saying that you did tell them that it occurred at the time can be like a form of evidence.
Drugs and alcohol, that Mr. Depp tried to fight and push Ms. Heard while he was attempting detox on his island, and that she found lots of cocaine in February 2016. Dr. Kipper also testified he told Mr. Depp to, quote, bury the dragon, which referred to the bad feelings that Mr. Depp has inside him. This testimony is contained in Dr. Kipper's deposition transcript, which is Exhibit D. Dr. Kipper also testified about an email he wrote explaining Mr. Depp's detox treatment. In the email, Dr. Kipper wrote to Mr. Depp's sister that Mr. Depp had fundamental issues with anger, romanticized the drug culture, and had no patience if his needs were not met. This email is Exhibit C. Exhibit E. Mr.
So when
Depp
you guys
objected
hear
to
this
Dr.
kind of
Cooper's
thing, are you
testimony and the
still
email
sure
stating
that he
it was
was
hearsay,
never ever
that it did not
abusive?
fall into any exceptions, including statements for purposes of medical treatment. The court sustained the objection on the
Like,
ground
how
that the
could
testimony
I
and
ever-
exhibits were hearsay.
With certainty.
Deborah Lloyd. On March 31st, 2022, the defendant attempted to designate certain portions of the deposition testimony for trial of Debbie Lloyd, Mr. Depp's nurse. Ms. Lloyd testified Ms. Heard voiced concerns about Mr. Depp's behavior while on drugs and alcohol, and that Mr. Depp worked himself up into a rage and was trying to fight Ms. Heard while he was attempting detox on his island. This testimony is contained in Ms. Lloyd's deposition transcript, which is Exhibit F.
Okay, so yeah, question. Again, when we're reading this testimony of the doctor saying, yes, Amber did tell me that Johnny did all of these physically abusive things to her. I'm not saying that what Amber said was truthful or whatever, but does it not make you think that potentially those things do occur, even though she's done a lot of shitty stuff as well? No proof,
Enzo
just her
Enderwigging
saying.
tipped $2.
But that happens a
I
lot
won't
in
say
instances
that Johnny
like
Depp
this.
can't do wrong. He has issues, drug and alcohol use, and he has verbally insulted and texted weird things about.
He hit that girl for sure. I can't say for sure, but I can't say not for sure. I can't prove a negative. I have seen no evidence that he physically assaulted her, so I don't believe he did. I think he was... I guess my point is... Okay, there isn't a video of it happening, but that doesn't mean it for sure didn't happen. Like, even the doctor, the sister, I can believe the sister might be biased, but the doctor saying... Actually, I wonder if the doctor could attest to certain injuries, that would be really helpful. There's enough evidence to be doubtful. If you don't acknowledge it, you're... No, this is exactly what I mean. I'm just confused by people who are so adamantly like, there's no way he did this. Where I'm like, oh, I feel a little doubtful. If the doctor confirmed injuries, that is very different than the doctor saying, Amber told me this happened. No, I agree. And I don't know if any doctor has confirmed any injuries. That would have been very helpful. What's the evidence to make it doubtful? Most is just hearsay from Amber's friends, which is why it's hard to believe. Well, I feel... I feel like having doctors or even friends say, yes, I saw or heard these things happen. It's not as good of evidence as other things, but it makes me doubtful. Okay. Anyways, sorry, let's continue.
Also, Ms. Lloyd kept nursing notes on these issues that she testified to, which is Exhibit G. Mr. Depp objected to Ms. Lloyd's testimony and portions of the nursing notes, stating it was hearsay that did not fall into any exceptions, including statements for purposes of medical treatment. The court sustained the objection on the ground that the testimony and portions of the nursing notes were hearsay.
The nursing
Aaron
notes?
Falati. On March 31st and April 1st, 2022, the defendant attempted to designate certain portions of the deposition testimony for trial.
Well, that's the thing. We don't get to see the nursing
Ms.
notes.
And Mr. Depp's nurse. Ms. Falati testified that Ms. Heard reported to her on December 16th, 2015, that Mr. Depp headbutted Ms. Heard in the forehead. This also was contained in Ms. Falati's nursing notes, which is Exhibit H. Ms. Falati further testified that Ms. Heard reported being freaked out after the December 2015 incident and testified to text messages between herself and Ms. Heard where Ms. Heard reported the incident of abuse. These text messages are Exhibits I, J, K, L, and M. Ms. Falati also testified that on May 21st, 2016, Ms. Heard reported that Mr. Depp became completely delusional and crazed and hit Ms. Heard in the face while she was on the phone with I.O. Tillett-Wright. Ms. Falati testified to text messages reporting this as well, which are contained in Exhibit N. The testimony is contained in Ms. Falati's deposition transcript, which is Exhibit O. Mr. Depp objected to Ms. Falati's testimony, portions of the nursing notes, and the text messages referenced stating it was hearsay that did not fall into any exceptions, including statements for purposes of medical treatment. The court sustained the objections on the grounds that the testimony and portions of the nursing notes and the text messages were hearsay. Amy Banks, Dr. Amy Banks. On April 29th, 2022, the defendant attempted to designate certain portions of the deposition testimony for trial of Dr. Amy Banks, a clinical psychologist and relationship consultant who worked with Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp. Dr. Banks testified that in therapy sessions, Ms. Heard reported that Mr. Depp attacked her physically, including by hitting her with his hand. Dr. Banks also testified that Ms. Heard reported that Mr. Depp cut his finger off and burned himself with a cigarette. Dr. Banks also reported that Ms. Heard told her that Mr. Depp initiated the violence while in a session with Mr. Depp, and Mr. Depp did not object to the characterization of the violence. Finally, Dr.
What?
Depp cut his finger off and burned himself with a cigarette. Dr. Banks also reported that Ms. Heard told her that Mr. Depp initiated the violence while in a session with Mr. Depp.
I want to know if any of these doctors saw it themselves.
And Mr. Depp did not object to the characterization of the violence. Finally, Dr. Banks testified that she believed Ms. Heard's accounts of the violence and that Ms. Heard was a victim of domestic abuse. This testimony is contained in Dr. Banks' deposition transcript, which is Exhibit P. Mr. Depp objected to Dr. Banks' testimony, stating it was hearsay that did not fall into any exceptions, including statements for purposes of medical treatment and for providing improper expert opinion. The court sustained the objections on the grounds that the testimony about the abuse was hearsay and that Dr. Banks' testimony that Ms. Heard was a victim of domestic abuse was improper expert opinion. Connell Cowan. On April 29th, 2022, the defendant attempted to designate certain portions of the deposition testimony for trial of Dr. Connell Cowan, a clinical psychologist who worked with Ms. Heard. Dr. Cowan testified that in the therapy session, Ms. Heard reported abuse by Mr. Depp, including text messages and medical notes, where Ms. Heard reported in December 2015 that, quote, Johnny did a number on me, end quote. This testimony is contained in Dr. Cowan's deposition transcript, which is Exhibit Q. It is also contained in Dr. Cowan's medical notes in Exhibit R at DEPP 9122 through 23 and is contained in text messages that are Exhibits S and T. Mr. Depp objected to Dr. Cowan's testimony, stating it was hearsay that did not fall into any exceptions, including statements for purposes of medical treatment. The court sustained the objections on the ground that the testimony about the abuse was hearsay. Alan Blaustein. On April 29th, 2022, the defendant attempted to designate certain portions of the deposition testimony for trial of Dr. Alan Blaustein, a clinical psychologist who worked with Mr. Depp. Dr. Blaustein testified that in the therapy sessions, Mr. Depp reported that he had cut himself as a child and burned himself with cigarettes. Dr. Blaustein also testified about the drugs that Mr. Depp was on, as reported to him by Ms. Lloyd. This testimony is contained in Dr. Blaustein's deposition transcript, which is Exhibit U. This information was also contained in emails, which are Exhibits V, W, and X. Mr. Depp objected to Dr. Blaustein's testimony regarding the cutting and burning himself as speculation, and the testimony regarding the drugs Mr. Depp was taking as hearsay that did not fall into any exceptions, including statements for purposes of medical treatment. The court sustained the objections on these grounds. Bonnie Jacobs. On May 4th, 2022, the defendant attempted to introduce into evidence the treatment notes of Dr. Bonnie Jacobs, a clinical psychologist who worked with Ms. Heard. The treatment notes show Ms. Heard reporting abuse by Mr. Depp, including sexual violence. The treatment notes are Exhibit Y, and based on the court's ruling, the defendant did not call Bonnie Jacobs as a witness. Mr. Depp objected to Dr. Jacobs' notes as hearsay that did not fall into any exceptions, including statements for purposes of medical treatment. The court sustained the objections on those grounds. I have some more.
Wouldn't that be helpful?
As long as you don't just keep turning every page in that book.
No,
I'm not staying for that.
It is not.
Okay.
Enzo Enderwiggin tipped $2. Amber claims so much. The evidence is my issue. All recordings and videos she has. Best one is him slamming cabinets. Claims he hit her with ring fists and harmed her with a bottle in the underscore.
Yeah.
Where are medical records of these very serious
I
injuries?
know, but we hear about nurses' notes, we hear about doctors and psychiatrists and therapists and all of this, but we don't see any of it. I guess a lot of it is hearsay. In the underscore.
The UK judgment. On April 29th, 2022, Ms. Heard moved to allow evidence and questioning regarding the UK judgment and for admission of the judgment itself, which is Exhibit Z. In support for a motion, Ms. Heard argued that Mr. Depp had opened the door to the admission of the judgment by presenting evidence of damages after the date of the judgment on November 2nd, 2020. For example, Ms. Heard observed that Mr. Depp had sought damages for losing his role in Pirates of the Caribbean 6, a movie that has not yet been made. Ms. Heard further observed that Mr. Depp testified that the op-ed had caused him and his family irreparable harm, thereby suggesting that his reputational harm had continued to the present. Ms. Heard noted that Mr. Depp's expert designation indicated Michael Spindler relied on Mr. Depp's earnings from 2019 to 2021 when reaching his opinion, which resulted in an amendment to the designation. Ultimately, the court found that Mr. Depp had not opened the door to the admission of the UK judgment and overruled the motion, which the court did again today with Mr. Vanya's opinions.
Har99 tipped
Finally,
$2. Just wanted to say I had fun watching this even if I had different opinions on things. I still have an issue with Amber stuff because of all
on May 19th, 2022, Ms. Heard attempted to call Adam Bercovici, who is an expert in the policing and Los Angeles Police Department policing of domestic violence calls for service. Mr. Bercovici would have testified to his qualifications in the field of policing and LAPD policing of domestic violence calls for service as follows, and further outlined in Ms. Heard's fourth supplemental and rebuttal disclosures dated March 31st, 2022. Mr. Bercovici spent 30 years with the LAPD.
Do you guys want to read this instead? So this was that girl that was weirdly cut off. All of that was really suspicious. No, guys, I promise you this is going to be spicy. I promise. So this is Jennifer Howell. You know, the lady that was like, her sister is lying to protect Amber. Whitney worked for me. Whitney is Amber's sister. Okay, let's give it like 2 paragraphs. And if it's bad, you know, we'll discuss. Whitney worked for me at a nonprofit. We take artists and help them be of service in communities. We serve a lot of people, and she worked full-time between 2015 and 2016. I have learned that Whitney testified in court July 23 in London about a violent incident in March 2015 on the stairs of Johnny Depp's penthouse. She testified that Johnny supposedly hit Amber and Whitney on the stairs and Johnny's downtown penthouse. Then Whitney said she had to go live with her employer where she had to sleep on their floor. I am that employer. This is not what I was told to be true. First, Whitney came to live in the guest room of my apartment on Wilshire, not on my floor, but in my guest room. Second, when Whitney arrived, she was a mess. Whitney told me she tried to stop her sister from hitting and attacking Johnny on the stairs. Whitney said when she tried to intervene to stop Amber from going after Johnny, Amber nearly pushed Whitney down the stairs. She told me she was worried Amber was going to kill Johnny. She told me she had to endure that kind of abuse her entire life, first from her father, then from Amber, who she said was extremely violent. She lived with me because she did not feel she could go back to live at the Eastern Columbia building. I'm guessing this is all not allowed because it's hearsay. Actually, this is interesting. Realistically, both are as bad as each other. The only difference is that Johnny has very credible evidence. The only evidence Amber has are nervous witnesses. And like slight bruising or whatever. Anyways, my father reminded me this morning that I told him that Whitney had moved in with me because she was terrified of her sister. While Whitney was living with me, she told me Johnny kept checking in to see how she was doing and that he called her sis and she called him brother. Whitney said to me on multiple occasions that she did not know why he was staying in the relationship nor why he was putting up with Amber's abuse. Whitney shared with me the damage endured by both her and Amber as children and the injuries she had suffered from Amber both psychologically and physically. Whitney was devastated during this time and my heart broke for her. When she came back, she shared with me and everyone in the office that Amber freaked out, attacked Whitney, and threw a wine glass full of red wine at her elevator. What the frick? While Amber and Johnny were in Australia, Whitney was in the office sitting in the black and white chairs near the kitchen and loudly proclaimed, "Oh my God, she has done it now. She has cut off his fucking finger." I knew Paige Heard, Amber, and Whitney's mother. Paige shared with me while I was visiting Whitney that Elon Musk had gifted a Tesla Elon, you're not the only one to be gifting Teslas. Or multiple Teslas. Okay, I ain't got that much money. Not sure if it was one or more, but Amber found out that they were bugged. Wow! That's fucking spice! And I believe that shit. Imagine having as much money as Elon. You gift your girlfriend a car so you can hear everything she does and know everywhere she goes. Holy! Paige told me that Amber said Elon was controlling, abusive, and that she was in a legal battle with him over the rights to embryos that they had created together. Huh? What the fuck? Someone please make a movie out of this shit. Please. Do you know how fucking insane? Holy. He wanted to destroy them and Amber tried to keep them to have a baby. Paige told me that Johnny was either an angel or a saint compared to Elon, and she wished that Amber and Johnny would reconcile. Paige also told me the reason Johnny and Amber broke up was because Amber was violent and emotional and loved Johnny so much that she could not control it. Actually, that is very in line with a lot of the stuff that we've heard about, like, Johnny always wanting to leave and Amber not letting him, where she's like, I'd rather we stay and fight than you leave. I was indeed taken aback because this conversation occurred after the divorce and when Hunter was only a few months old and I was at Whitney's house. Whitney told me that Amber and Johnny were still in touch and that they were each other's true loves or something to that exact nature or exact sentiment. Whitney was still going through the emotions of having had a baby and all those ups and downs, and I could not believe that Amber and Johnny's relationship was being discussed while Whitney was the one who needed to be the focal point and needed support. When Amber got into legal trouble regarding smuggling the dogs into Australia, she asked me to write a character reference about her charity work, and I did so. We had given her a humanitarian award. She volunteered with the charity and attended events for the charity. I'm still grateful for that. I knew nothing about her personal life behind closed doors until I became close with Whitney. This gives me a sense of maybe credible / unbiased for her to say I'm still grateful for the nice things she has done. When Amber was in trouble with the Australian authorities, she asked me to write a character letter in support of her, which I did. I wrote on behalf of Amber. Later, when Amber and Johnny were divorcing, $7 million of the proceeds was supposed to go to charity. I learned that none of it would be directed to the art of Elysium, which Amber had been closely associated with for years. Instead, I understood it would all go to ACLU and the LACH. I asked Amber's publicist why, when she and Amber had been so eager to use our name in the press during the divorce, and when the funds would mean so much to a small organization like ours. Would Amber direct all the money to these two huge charities that she had not been associated with? Or why would she? Amber's publicist told me that they were more prominent charities. Obviously, this is all PR, so even though you're a friend and she worked with your charity, this is for PR, so she's going to do it to two of the biggest charities with a more significant press reach and got international press. Then, months later, a $250,000 donation came into our organization from an anonymous donor on behalf of Amber Heard. The funds did not come from Amber. I also believe this donation was probably from Elon. Years later, on July 24th, 2020, I received 2 subpoenas from Johnny's attorney after Whitney testified about sleeping on my floor following the stairs incident. The following day, I spoke with Johnny's attorney, Adam, for the first time. I told him the stories of my experience, and he asked me to give this declaration. This is... wow. My throat hurts. What are you reading, Pokey? So this is a declaration from Jennifer Howell. Jennifer Howell is Whitney's friend, and Whitney is Amber's sister. And this very much discredits the only testimony that, one, claimed that they witnessed any abuse from Johnny, and two, like really the only testimony that Amber had on her side.
James Franco should play Elon in the movie.
What do you guys think of this? Wait, I'm behind. Who is Elon to the situation? Elon dated Amber briefly after Johnny. Was this said in front of the jury? No. This would all fall under hearsay, so it's not allowed.
Free Johnny.
James Franco should play, bruh. That is crazy. Can I get the link? You should just look up Jennifer Howell witness statement. And it is one of these PDFs. Reports say that her baby is Elon's. Pichu. I mean, after the whole embryo shit, I believe it. What is hearsay? So, because Jennifer heard Amber's sister say this, hearsay. Jennifer did not witness these things occurring herself. However, she did witness, I guess she did technically witness her sister talking about it. Elon has to populate Mars somehow, bro. My brain is boom from all of this. I don't believe it. Your explanation of hearsay is hearsay. Facts. Wow. Kate Moss tomorrow is going to be fun. Honestly, I don't have high hopes. I feel like she's going to hop on and be asked 4 questions and hop off. Hearsay equals rumor.
Retiring in
It can.
2012 at the
That's
rank
why
of
there's
lieutenant.
those rules. Damn. Yo, did this guy write anything? Okay, boomers. Let me tell
Based
you a
on
little
your
how
analysis,
Twitter
what
works.
if any impacted Miss?
Anyone can change their username at any time. For instance, I could change my Twitter name right now too. But I won't because I'm sure it's already taken. Okay, but you were still following a fan account. It was still a fan account regardless of its name. He's weird. He's weird. He's very weird. Oh, but the fan page's account was, it was I love Johnny Depp. It wasn't Johnny Depp fan page. Okay. Okay, sir. And you unfollowed them, so why? Amber said Bruce Kit. I know. Which is sussy. I understand. Anyways, I think that's all for today. I hope you guys enjoyed. Wowie. These trial days are just, they're crazy and there's so much. They're just so much. And I hope with every day that we do them, that chat becomes nicer and better. And yeah. I was asking XQC, actually, I'm just going to type to him. I wanted to clarify, like my point was, so my point is they can bring experts to give their opinion, but the way he worded it was ethically not okay. Doesn't mean he shouldn't have been there. Just the wording was bad / he shouldn't diagnose on the stand. I would talk to him, but I'm scared, you know. I'm scared. Anyways, thank you guys so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. Thank you for always being so nice when I wear my hair curly. It is very validating to my inner child that hated her curly hair. Love and appreciate you guys so much. Please hit that follow button if you haven't already. Does anyone know, is my chat currently in any sort of follower mode? I forgot to check, but I wanted to make sure it was, just so we can avoid less of those like random annoying messages. I know it's in 20 minute, bruh, it's in 20-minute follower mode and you still see some crazy shit. Okay. Whatever. I love the group that we all watch with. I feel like a lot of you guys, like you get me and my intentions, and I get you and your intentions, and I want it to allow for a group of people that have a variety of opinions to all enjoy hearing from each other. All right, thank you so much. Take care. Drink some water. Oh my God. Yo, the muscles. you know, they're not crazy, but they get in there. Okay. Anyways, if anyone wants to get beat up, let me know. And yeah, let me host Myth for his birthday. Go say hi. Go say happy birthday. And I'll see you guys in the next one, which might be tomorrow morning for the rest of this. But if I show up late, don't be mad.
Raise_shadows cheered 200 bits.
Bye.
Love your hair and have a nice
Thank
day,
you.